Hello, everybody. We are back for day 2 of our Mulqueen virtual social weekend. I'm here with my co-pilot, Jer Mulqueen.
Morning, everyone.
How's everybody out there? We are looking for a great day of comments and prizes that we're going to give away.
More prizes?
Lots more prizes. If you don't mind to... Oh, it looks like Jer already asked the question because I see some of the comments there that are saying done, to share our feed on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, wherever you're watching us from. And let's get some more viewers into our show today. We're starting off the morning with a side hustle from Brother. We got our banner. This is a retro banner, something that I found that we've had in storage for about 10 years.
Wow.
And I thought, wow, how cool is that? Brother Sewing in the City. So we decided to put that behind us. This is a Brother exclusive event. I think we're the first ones in the country to do this. And we're excited for Cindy and Tina. They'll be on here just in a quick minute. But we had some great guests yesterday to just kind of let you know that if you are willing to go back and watch yesterday's show, you'll see Electric Quilter Company. You'll see who else do we have? We had Handy Quilter. We had
yesterday was a long time ago.
I know, it seems like it was so long. We had Hope Yoder. We had 5 guests yesterday. We had oh yeah, Michelle Watts Designs. You should see that if you're into Southwestern quilt patterns. She is it was an amazing story. I didn't realize that she has been putting her work together for, I think it was over 30 years. And she showed off quite a trunk show. Everything's on special. If they go to our website, mulqueen.com, you can save big. And the one I forgot to mention is Creative Grids. We had the quilt ruler company Creative Grids on yesterday at 10 a.m. If you go to our YouTube channel, if you can't find it, it's basically just go to YouTube and search Mulqueen Sewing. You'll see our logo. If you click on that logo, you can see yesterday's event that you could just watch back at any time. Take advantage of some of our specials, as they are only a limited time. On Creative Grid rulers, just know that any ruler you purchase, you're going to get a special gift with purchase.
I posted the unscramble for the first thing this morning.
Oh yes. So we're going to play games today, and this go round we're going to do scrambled words. So if you can unscramble it, I see that somebody already has unscrambled that word, which if you comment it, Jared is going to randomly select from about 15 to 20 people, just so everybody has kind of a chance, because some people's feeds are faster than others. So Jared's going to use our random generator here to pick a winner for our first prize of the day. And something else
We've already given away 2 prizes.
Have we?
Yeah.
2?
We did the share.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So there's 2 people. I'm going to post 2 names. One won the
sharing?
The sharing, and then the other unscrambled. So
awesome.
Let's go ahead. You keep doing what you're doing there, and I'm going to type.
So Jared's going to get our winners' names on the screen. And just know that we're going to do a secret word during each of our live events today. So there's 4 more secret words. There was 5 secret words yesterday. If you want to play that game with us, we're giving away a $150 shopping spree for fabric. So we're going to choose a winner on Monday. All you have to do is watch our event and put the 4. Oh, Jer, our 4K graphics. It's kind of unbelievable, the confetti that Jer found.
Actually, I bought the graffiti or the confetti at the dollar store.
Oh, did you?
And I put it inside my computer screen.
Yep, and it's all over the ground now. Go ahead and shoot that confetti again, because our winner is Kay Hurt and Linda Newser. Just make sure you email Jer so that you get, Jer will email you your gift card. And so on the secret word, Jer, you're making a mess all over the ground with that confetti.
So not leave it there?
There we go, perfect. The secret word game, Jer's going to quickly show you our website, I think. I'm not sure if he's ready for that or not, but the secret word is just simply, we're going to pop the word up on the screen. We're not going to say when it's coming or anything. Try not to share it because you're competing against everybody else. So just jot down at least 4 secret words from the 2 days of our event and go to our website, moldqueen.com. There is a form right on the front page of our website. If you scroll down and you just put your name and information there and type any of the 4 words, and you'll be automatically entered to win a $150 Mold Queen fabric shopping spree. Who wouldn't want that? I think that this event yesterday was heavy on the quilting side. Not that that's anything wrong with that, because everybody's into quilting. Today we're leaning more towards the embroidery side, which is we're trying to spread the love between our 2 favorite hobbies. And so Jer is going to pop our website up here just to quickly show you, because I want to get to our first event here in 1 or 2 moments. So this is the home page of our website. That very top banner is if you wanted to sign up for that 2-day class. There are still some spots left if you're interested in learning about long arms. If you own a long arm, if you don't own one, it's for everybody. It's a full hands-on class of every aspect of long arming. That first one there on the screen is YouTube. If you don't mind to, we have another graphic that is 4K, I believe. We spent a lot of money on these graphics. Wait till you see this. See that? Like, subscribe, and hit the bell. I can't really read it with the white background, but that's okay. If you're watching us on YouTube, if you don't mind to subscribe and hit the little bell, that way whenever we go live, we will be sure to let you know that we are going live. We're going to start doing some pop-in live giveaways, and you'll be notified as soon as we go live so you can take part of our giveaways. If you're on Facebook, if you don't mind, if you're interested, join our Facebook group. It's called Mold Queen Social, and we're getting close to 3,000 people. When people ask questions in there, everybody's kind of kind and they answer questions. They help you out. So our Mold Queen Social Facebook group is a good way to learn if you're new, and if you're not new, it's a good way to help others. So hopefully we can grow that group to a big social gathering for sewers and quilters and embroiderers. And then all of those other banners that my brother put together, those are all of our lives for this weekend. Our Emily Scott Designs is at the end of today. She's going to show edge-to-edge quilting in your hoop. Let's see, where are you at on there? Oh, so Jared, just scroll to the bottom of our home page. If you wanted to play that secret word game, you just fill out that form on the bottom of our home page, put in your secret words, hit submit, and you are automatically entered to win.
Your brother works with you?
Yeah, did you know that?
No, I didn't.
For those of you out there that are wondering who these people are on your screen, my name is Darren Mulqueen, and my co-pilot here is
Darren Mulqueen. I'm Darren's little nephew.
Yes, he's my little big nephew. We are. I'm second generation. My mom and dad, Pat and Bridget Mulqueen, they started our family business in 1977. My two brothers, Ken and Keith Mulqueen, and myself, all were raised in the business, and we have evidence that Jer was as well.
Yeah, I should post that up later.
Yeah, later we'll show a picture of Jer when he was fixing a machine with a hammer as he was.
That actually, in fact, if you drop your machines off to get them repaired,
don't say that.
We don't
say that. Yeah, no, Jer was. It was a prop photo that we did with Jer, but we were all raised in the business. I was telling you yesterday, my first job in our family business was unwinding boxes of bobbins that had thread on it, and I got really good at it. I was able to do like 10, however long my screwdriver was. I'd put 10 bobbins on there, turn the vacuum on, suck all the bobbin thread into the vacuum bag.
My first job back when I was growing up was packing Singer needles into envelopes.
Oh, yes.
Remember that?
Yep.
Yep.
So we've been around a long time. We would love for you to join our family. We have lots of fabric. We have every machine available on our floors for you to demonstrate or to try out, for us to demonstrate for you. If you don't mind to comment where you're from, because we like to see how many people are here in Arizona and how many people are all over the world. Of family in Ireland that have been commenting. A lot of our friends from Canada. So please comment, let us know where you're from. And I think without more delay, we're going to get started. Just know after these events, we will do more prizes. And during the event, we're going to put our secret word up. So got to pay attention for that. And our first guest of the day is none other than the Cindy Hogan that if you have a ScanNCut playbook, those of you that know what a ScanNCut is, there is a user guide that you could purchase called a playbook, and it was written by Cindy Hogan. And she has been out to our stores in the past, and we're very excited to have Cindy and also educator Tina. So I think, I don't know if, are they coming on at the same time, Jer?
They are.
Oh my gosh.
Hi.
There's Cindy. There's Tina. Hi, everybody.
How are you doing?
We're doing so good here. How are you?
I'm great. I see some familiar faces in the chat over here that I see weekly. It's like,
very nice.
Wow.
That is awesome. So where are you at? We always like to find out where our educators are at.
Well, we're both in Middle Tennessee. I'm in Murfreesboro, and Tina is?
I'm in Crossville.
Oh, cool. Very nice.
So she's right on that line of East Tennessee and Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, I am.
So we're excited for this day. I thank you for doing this. We got our glorious machine here. We're excited to see. This is the first time we've done this virtually, so I'm excited for that, to share this with our fans out there. And this is the first time kind of this sort of event.
This is the first of this event, the Side Hustle. It's a brand new event, so they're going to get to see a lot of new stuff. We've done a kind of a variety of it throughout the year, but this one is actually our first maiden voyage for you guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you for doing this. I'm going to turn the show over to you. Thank you. Well, I'll be back in a little while.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so Tina and I are going to, well, if I can keep my screen going up, Tina and I are going to walk you through meeting a guy named Chris Dock. He's a pretty cool guy. He started his own business. He's partnered with Brother to share his story, his journey of how he got a side hustle and how he's turned it into a career. So hopefully you'll get some inspiration there and get inspired to start your own journey. We're going to share some of our favorite tools, machines, and accessories that can power up your business and make the embroidery process more fun, more efficient, and as a result, more profitable. We want you to be sure to ask any questions that you have throughout the presentation in your chat. We will be happy to answer those as we go. So if you would, Jared, would you please bring up our PowerPoint? There we go. So without further ado, this is just a slide telling you, hey, you're at the side hustle. So what exactly is a side hustle? We will get into that. But basically, it's turning as something that you love into a side business. It's a way to make money. So we're going to get started here, and we will introduce you to Chris right off the bat. Maybe. Technical difficulties here. I got to get my... There we go. Come on. There we go.
We all have a success story waiting to be told. Now more than ever, the opportunity to create your own
I'm trying to get you more volume, guys.
business, your own side hustle, and make some money along the way is more achievable and realistic than ever. Let me show you my experience and help you create your own side hustle today. The truth is, I started sewing as a joke. A friend of mine and I wanted to go to a comic convention in Milwaukee about 6 years ago. I had zero creative experience or knowledge,
Technical difficulties.
but I wanted to make costumes for this event. So I went to a fabric store and I bought the cheapest sewing machine I could find, a handful of fabric, and I started working. People did laugh at me at the fabric store and some of my family and friends, but my desire to create something very unique and handmade was far more powerful than my fear of being different. After about a month, I taught myself some sewing basics, and I ended up with 2 very poorly made but very good-looking costumes. And everyone at this event loved them, and we had an amazing time.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about a side hustle. And I apologize for my technical challenges here. I'm trying to find my mouse. It's two monitors and a mouse sometimes gets a little challenging. So what exactly is a side hustle? As I said, it's a way to make money. It's taking your passion that you enjoy and turning that into a way to make money. The above definition is from dictionary.com. It says make money on your own terms. It's a part-time job. When you are working at a part-time job, your employer sets the money, the task, how much money you're going to make. They create your schedule, right?
True.
You have no control over that besides saying, well, I can't work that day. With a side hustle, you get to determine what you want to do, when you want to do it, as well as how much you want to make. You are the driver of your own business. So it allows you to take money and time for yourself. It allows you to do things that you just enjoy. That you have to you've got to kind of get an idea as to how much time you want to devote to this. It's not everybody's game. You do have to be somewhat self-motivated. But it is an opportunity to explore a dream and see where it takes you and to dip your toe in that water and before you go swimming in the deep end. So that's why we call it a side hustle instead of a full-time job, right, Tina?
That's absolutely true. And, because it is a side hustle, it's really important that you focus on something that you really enjoy, right? The last thing you need is to have a side job doing tedious things that you don't enjoy.
Yes, you want to pick something that you like because otherwise it just becomes a time suck and you don't enjoy it. So that is our advice as people who have basically turned their side hustle into a full-time gig. The first step in creating a side hustle is to decide, what do you like to do? What are you passionate about? Chris liked sewing and cosplay. So, he did it on a whim. I think that's pretty impressive.
I agree. And those costumes were amazing, right?
They truly are. He does an amazing job. And you all are going to get to see some wild clothes from Chris. I will have to say he has his own sense of style. So I want y'all to think about it. What is your passion? What is your favorite thing that you like to create? Do you like to do quilting? Do you like to do garment making, home decor, crafting, embellishing, embroidery? What is it that you like to do? And just kind of think about that and write yourself some little notes, because that's where you're going to get your most satisfaction from. Don't you think, Tina?
I absolutely do. And plus, it's good for you to think about that, because that helps inform what you're going to need to support your business, right?
Yes. The investment is more about time that you're going to be doing if you're doing it a side hustle, but there also can be a monetary investment in it if you have to buy equipment. So you just have to think about how much time can you devote to your side hustle without interfering with your day job if you have one, and how hard do you want to work? So those are some of the things that you need to be considering as we talk about a side hustle. Let me flip here. I got to get on the right screen, gang. So the specific opportunity that we're going to talk about today is starting an embroidery business. Whether you're looking to supplement your own income or replace your income and quit your day job, an embroidery business can help you achieve those goals. Some of the perks include being your own boss, right?
Oh, sure, definitely.
Having a flexible schedule. You're not punching a clock. You don't have to be at the office at a specific time. I will have to say that is really a nice benefit from working from home, doing your own side hustle. You get to set your own hours. There have been times in my journey that I've had where I've had to take months at a time off because of my husband's health. If I had been still teaching school, that would not have been possible. I don't know what we would have done. I was still able to work to some degree, but I was able to work remotely. So that was really a nice perk of my job. You get additional income. So if there's something that you want to purchase or a trip that you want to buy, this is an additional way to make that happen for yourself. Mm-hmm. And you get paid to be creative. What more of a job could you want? What better of a job could you want? I mean, I like being creative. It is what feeds my soul. So let's listen to Chris again and hear more of his story.
After the event was over, I realized I wasn't done sewing yet. Every day after work, I'd go home and I'd find myself practicing, reading, and learning as much as I could with limited resources. At the time, I'd been working in mental health for about 8 years. I had a great job in a network of health clinics helping people with drug and alcohol addiction, anxiety, depression, trauma. But it wasn't long before the creativity kind of took over and I ended up walking away from my job to start my own business. A lot of people ask me, how do I even get started making a business based on my craft? And I always respond the same way. Just start. Make it, sell it, build it in your own way. Let me elaborate on that for a minute. First, you have to ask yourself, what is my passion and what are my goals? You're wearing something you made and people ask you where you bought it, or you're giving away a lot of handmade gifts. You could easily be selling those items as well. There is tremendous value in identifying something different, something unique. If you can make it, people will want it. Not only are we making the products, but we have to make the foundation of our business as well. We have to be the owner, the creative director, the producer, the accountant, the manager of our business. Now it's time for you to legitimize your passion. Get a business license, get your seller's permit, get a business bank account. There are so many free resources by the Small Business Association to help you get started. This is not very complicated or expensive. Once you have that certificate with your company name and your brand on it, you're going to want to see how far you can take it. Really, Alan, it would be a great idea for you to find a mentor, someone who can help you with your process, someone who's been through what you're trying to create. You might find a retired business owner or another artist who's found success in their trade. They might help you with some of the things that they've been through so that you don't make the same mistake. Surround yourself with positive and supportive people, whether they're family, friends, accountants, tax agents, influencers, whoever wants you to succeed. These first steps are vital to helping you create and build your side hustle.
Okay, guys.
I don't know about you, but I'm wild about his wild pants, aren't you?
I do love the wild pants. I don't think I can pull that off. Can you?
I could try. Maybe I'd have to be careful where I wore them to at least get started, right?
You know, back in the 80s, my husband had these Zumba pants or Zoom pants or something. I can't even remember what they were called. They were the tackiest things ever. but he loved them and he wore them well.
Oh yeah. Oh.
All right, guys. So let's think about where you would start. If you're working on, many of you may not realize this, but if you're making embroidery for your family and friends, your church groups, whatever, you've really already started to do a business. You're just not getting paid.
It's true. So true.
I mean, everything that you make for your family is a walking advertisement. Everything that you make for your church, for your friends, for any groups that you're with, you're basically giving away free advertisement. But people will pay for these things. And one of the things that in the South, I think we have a real hard time asking for money for things.
Mm-hmm.
That is a Southern thing. Well, I'll just give it to you. But you can actually turn that into something that will pay. You've invested in the machine. You've invested in thread, stabilizer, and time of learning that machine. And the person that you're doing this for doesn't have that equipment. So you're providing a service and an opportunity that they don't have. So I want you all to do this for me. And Tina and I are going to ask you again here in a little bit. Make yourself a list of at least 5 potential customers that you have. I'm sure you can think of several people right now who you know that don't sew or embroider that have asked you to do a project for them in the past, or who have suggested maybe you might want to start your own business. That can be your friends, your family members, acquaintances, people you know from work, church, kids, charity organizations. What types of things that they liked that they might buy from you.
Yeah.
So,
Cindy, the other thing is, we're all out and about shopping every day, right? And what I like to suggest to people is pay attention anywhere that you do business where people are wearing uniforms, because those are all potential customers as well. The logo on the shirt, I worked in healthcare for a long time, embroidered scrubs or lab jackets for doctors, and really start paying attention. It's amazing how many employees actually wear embroidered clothing with their company logo on it.
It truly is. That and, opportunities when you go to the store as to things that you can embellish for that store is also another way of thinking it. So, for instance, a pet store. Everybody, I don't know about y'all, but my princess is the princess in the house, and I buy stuff for her. And if it's got her name on it, it's all the better.
So true.
So you want to kind of make a list of things, community service people. Where do you see those logos, and how might you be able to get in there, and what types of things could you potentially sell to them? So you may have to start broad, throw a lot out there to see what sticks, basically is how I would point it. And then decide what items are going to give you the most profit and the least time consuming. So you want to think about if it's a time suck, you really don't want to go there. You want to do things that you can enjoy, first of all,
yep,
that aren't hard to embroider, and that it doesn't take you tons of time to get ready to actually make that process. That will make you more profitable in the beginning.
Yeah, I agree.
So let's think about this. Who are your potential customers? So, finding your, I was looking at the wrong slide here. All right. So, evidently I needed to move on. Guys, when you're trying to use 2 screens, I hit the to the end button there. Hold on.
That's okay. Cindy, while you're getting back, we've got a couple of questions about at what point it makes sense to get business license. And Kathy, we'll be getting to that in just a minute. Okay, so we'll kind of walk you through the basics of setting up a business and when it's appropriate to pursue those things. And Cindy, while you're doing it, the other thing that sometimes we forget is the dry cleaner is another great potential customer for you. I don't know about where you live, but certainly in our part of the country, men's monograms on the cuffs of their business shirts are right back in fashion again. And that's a really simple and quick embroidery project for you. So, again, just another example of a place that we go fairly often that's a potential customer for us.
It should be showing up for you guys. Let me try it again. Share. it got removed.
That's okay, Cindy. It's still Saturday morning.
Jared, would you pop it back up in there? Thank you. All right. So what do you need to do? You need to make it official. So you want to choose a name and determine your structure. Are you going to be an LLC? Are you going to be a sole proprietor? What kind of business do you want it to be? It is easiest to start a sole proprietorship up to begin with. That is my personal experience, but doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to do. And once you choose it, you can change it. So if you decide you've grown more and you need to have more protection, an LLC may be what you need to go with. Yep. Choose that name carefully, though. It should be simple, easy to pronounce, easy to spell, and reflect your brand. Okay. Obviously, I wasn't real creative when doing my business name. I needed to do it on the fly. I did it really quick. Cynthia's Embroidery. How creative is that? But people remember it because that's who Cynthia is my name. Although I don't go by Cynthia, but it's a memorable, it works. Create a business plan. What do you want to do? What are your steps? What are you planning on doing? What do you want to embroider? How much do you want to grow? There are resources out there. The Small Business Association is a great resource, and SCORE. Those are really, really good places to start because they will help you and mentor you through starting a business. Visit your local SCORE office. Sign up for their e-newsletters. And then once your plan's in place, check with your state to see what types of permits and licenses are required. So you may need a seller's permit. Actually, everybody needs a seller's permit. You have to have that. Your sales tax ID, that allows you to purchase items without paying sales tax on them to resell. We call it a user sales tax here. You want a business license, and if you live in a city and a county like I do, you have to have one for your city and one for your county. Make sure that they allow you to do that type of business in your home if you're planning on doing it in your home. So there's quite a few things to think about there. Now, one of the things that our state offers that is awesome is the machinery tax exemption. So a industrial machinery exemption is in Tennessee. So my 10 needle, I didn't have to pay taxes on. And so check that with your state. Not all of them have it, but many do. And if you plan to hire employees, you may want to get an employer identification number, an EIN or an FEIN. So those are some things that you want to think about and get you started along your way. Okay, let me flip to the next one over here. So financials, nobody likes to think about that. But
yeah, no money, no business, right?
Exactly. You're doing this so that you can get a business. It's so that you can make some money for a side hustle. So lots of things factor into it. You need to consider your cost for equipment. What are your supplies going to cost you? How much does it cost you for banking? And not just a checking account. You're going to want to know how to take money. And there are fees associated with taking credit cards. So you have to think about what it is. Are you going to start a website? If you have a website, there are website maintenance and setup fees. If you're renting a building and not doing it out of your house, you may want to, you've got to factor in rent and utilities, taxes, etc. Okay. Set your goals and determine how much you need to make every month in order to be able to work. You want to open a business account.
Cindy, one of the things that I think you and I both talked about is you might even think about setting up a dedicated credit card for your business, because at the end of the year, when it's tax filing season, you don't want that Easter egg hunt trying to find all those receipts, right? But if you do all your purchases on a single credit card, then you can just use your credit card statements for filing your taxes. So that's an easy way as well.
Yeah, and I'm in tax season right now, so I'm entering every credit card receipt from my business credit card. And that does keep me from having to do the Easter egg hunt of the receipts I was showing Tina my baggie of receipts the other day. It's quite entertaining. My husband is a stickler for this, so he is one of those things. So determine how you want to take your payment. Do you want to do Zelle? Do you want to do PayPal? There are all kinds of options out there. If you're going to have a physical business, you might want to do Square. Venmo is an easy way to get paid. If you are starting with Venmo, you can start out as not a business and have it very little fees. But I will say, when I was looking at Venmo the other day, their processing fees for a business are much less than credit card processors.
Yeah.
And it's super simple and easy to get paid that way. You might want to consider hiring an accountant if you're as bad at bookkeeping as I am. And they can give you some advice on different things that you can write off. I will tell you, one of the things that we forget a lot is mileage. Every time that I take a book down to FedEx, I write down the mileage, and that adds up. It may be a few pennies, but at the end of the year, those are some great deductions that I have. So, and as I said, if the numbers aren't your thing, they are not my thing. Thankfully, I have a husband that the numbers are his thing, but you might want to consider hiring either a bookkeeper or an accountant, and that will help you. Let's see here.
And don't forget, you can write off your machines.
Yes, machines are, I'm going to let Tina do that before we start Chris here again.
Oh.
So Tina's husband's a tax guy.
Yeah, I'm married to the tax man, but you can actually write off the full purchase price of the equipment, the machinery in the first year, which is a great perk when you're starting up a new business, right? Because that's another discount effectively to your purchase price.
Yes. And it does take a little of the tax burden off you for the first year. All right, so let's go back and check back with Chris again and see what else he has to tell us. Oh, well, maybe not. Let me know if y'all can hear that.
Part of my success was finding the right tools for the job. As soon as I started using Brother machines, I was hooked from the beginning. These units are such a valuable investment to my brand and my personal projects. Simply put, these machines are reliable, predictable, and took my craftsmanship to the next level. Next, you'll need to start making sales. The most important element is the courage to start and the confidence in your product. Jump in, take action. Set up a website and an online store. Existing sales platform. Talk to stores about doing consignment agreements.
They're telling me they can't hear it, so I'm going to start it up again here.
All right.
Trade shows, workshops, selling craft fairs. Always be ready to network with other people. Whatever you do, stay focused and be fearless. You may not see sales right away, but where you put your focus is where you'll see results. There are two very important rules I've learned along the way. Quality of your work will always speak for itself, and you
guys, that's as loud as I can get it on my end. So
are your brand.
You're going to have to turn your volume up on your computers.
Carve your own path and build the business you want. You must be able to ask yourself the question, what do I want my brand to be? Once you have that answer, every action should fulfill that purpose. As you generate awareness, people will only know you and your company through you, your products, and the content that you share. Social media platforms could be an excellent way for you to share your work, meet other artists, stay connected with other people you've met along the way, including customers. Remember, your branded social media accounts should reflect the views of your business. Focus on showcasing your products, the events you attend, the techniques that you use, and other content that you produce. The more care and detail you put into your products and your content, the more people will care about you and your brand. Do research on how to find success and exposure and growth. Make sure you maintain your identity along the way. Don't do what you think other people want you to do. Do what you're truly passionate about, and you will attract people that love your style and your passion.
Okay, just remind me to put my microphone up there the next time. Because it's as loud as I can. That's as loud as it goes, unfortunately. All right, guys. So let me. Phone books. People aren't going to find you through phone books these days. A web presence is going to be your best effort. If you're not ready to start a website, I understand there are places like Etsy, eBay, all of those places you can sell your goods and services through that. But a website does let you brand it yourself. It lets you showcase your products. They make you look legit as well. So instead of a fly-by-night service, they make you look legit. They make you look more professional and trustworthy as well. But, you know, if you're not tech savvy and you're not ready to go that route yet, as I said, eBay and Etsy are a route to go. I just purchased some designs off Etsy the other day. So we feel like a website's a must, but as I said, there are other options that you can go with. If you're tech savvy or know who someone is, I cannot speak. If you're not tech savvy or you know somebody who is tech savvy, use a website builder tool. There's customizable templates, and it's a very cost-efficient way of building a website. There are options out there. You've got Wix, you've got Weebly, there's Squarespace, GoDaddy, Duda, HostGator, Shopify, PageCloud. Those are just a few of them. There's tons of website building locations out there. I actually have one on, it's called Shift for Shop, and it's a website and it allows you to build your own. I had somebody do mine, but it does allow you to do it yourself if you want to. And if you're not willing to, if you don't feel like you can do that, then what I would tell you is get somebody to do it. When you're ready to go that route. I don't want to push you to go to a website, but when you're ready, go for it. Because it will actually make you much more profitable. Social media is really key. And I have a hard time with that. I understand it if you do. I didn't grow up sharing my details out to public. And I do feel like it's hard. What I do is look at a computer most of the day, and sometimes I don't feel like that's very entertaining to anybody. What am I supposed to do? Take a picture of me with a computer? And who's going to want to see that? But they do want you to be social. They do want to feel like they're part of your lives. They want to see what you're creating. If you're working on your 10 needle and you're doing something for somebody else, snap a quick picture of it and post it to your favorite social media sites. Not everybody's going to like Facebook. Not everybody's going to like Instagram. I do not have a Twitter account. I don't tweet. But if that's what you like to do, then go for it. There's Pinterest, there's YouTube, LinkedIn, whichever social media that you tend to go to, that's probably where your friends and family are going to be and the people that you want to reach are going to be. So start with that one. Start with the place that you're most comfortable, in my personal opinion, and then branch out. So I started with Facebook because I was most comfortable with that. I added in YouTube, and then I've added in Instagram. And now I will say, don't look at me on Instagram that much because I'm not that great at posting because it's all about pictures. And you heard me say I'm not real good with remembering to take that exact picture. But that's going to drive business to you all. If you're selling a product that is a physical product that you want people to see and sell, being social is the easiest word of mouth way to get it out there. And it is a free to low cost marketing tool. If you don't want to boost your post, you don't have to, or you can buy post boost credits. But it is, truly, just getting out there, snapping pictures, posting them on social media, saying, hey, I got this one for sale. Now, if you're posting in groups, you do want to make sure what their rules are. If it's in a private group, some groups do not want you to post things for sale. So make sure that you're following the group rules, but also start to build your own media content, your own followers. And, that really build engagement. Do more than talk about sales. Talk about, hey, what are you doing just for yourself? What's for fun? Engage people. Ask your followers to fill out surveys and give feedback. Share their stories. Share their photos about themselves with your products. So Reen does a really good job of that, I'll have to say. So if she purchases something from somebody, she always makes sure that she goes in and shows what she's done with that. And so she's engaging more than just her product, but her product with somebody else's. She's doing her stuff with somebody else's item. And so that really, it makes you look responsive. It makes you look engaged with everybody else, and it helps you build a community. You do want to respond to customer comments and questions quickly. And that personal touch does make you seem more authentic. Even, plus I'm going to tell you this. If somebody contacts you through Facebook business, through your business page, and you do want a Facebook business page, if you're going to do Facebook, go ahead and do it as a business page, because that's how you respond to people. But you do get dinged if you don't respond quickly. So if some of you have messaged me through Facebook Messenger on my business page, even if you just post a smiley face, you'll see me comment back, because if I don't, your response is, it's waiting. It shows you're waiting for a response from me, and that makes me not responsive. So those are some of the things that you need to think about in the social situation. It's not so many as to the followers as to the amount of engagement that you get. So those are some things that you need to think about when it goes for social media. So let's see here. I saw a question, I thought. But I guess not. So, all right, let's go back over here and click to the next one and see what we've got coming up. So e-commerce. And as we said, we were talking about, that's the internet refers to e-commerce as buying and selling of goods and services on the internet. The advantages of e-commerce are it eliminates the need for a physical store. I do not have a physical store. My store is online totally. It expands your customer base. It saves you money on rent and utilities, on your maintenance, because you still have to keep your lights on in your house, right? That is what so that's all built in. You already have that. And it's easier to stay in touch with your customers after the sales and to send targeted offers to your customers. Disadvantages are some of us still like to go in and touch and feel things. I am hesitant to buy fabric online because I can't feel what it feels like. And you can't, so that's one of those things that I go to the brick and mortar store for, is to grab my fabric. There are certain stores that I will buy it online with because I know they have quality fabrics, but you need to think about what is your best option. You may start small in your house, and you may outgrow your area and decide you want to have a physical store. That is something that's great about an embroidery business, is it can grow with you. I remember back when I started, I had a little 4x4 machine. So you can start this with a big machine or a little machine, and you will grow. You can grow your business. You can grow your opportunities. I've learned that I have outgrown each and every machine as we've gone. I don't think I lasted 6 months in that little 4x4 machine, but that's all they had at the time. And I really wanted to get started on it. I did start this as a side hustle. I was a full-time school teacher, and I embroidered things for my fellow teachers. Special Olympics was my thing. I did Tennessee State Special Olympics shirts for many, many years. That was my side hustle. So, just think about what you've got. There are other third-party options, and I think we've already talked about this. Etsy, Handmade on Amazon, Facebook Marketplace, Instagram, lots of places that you can actually sell your goods and services without actually having a website. Okay, let's see here. Today, we're going to talk about 3 machines. We're actually going to focus on the 10 needle, but we've got 3 fabulous machines out there that are built for business. And they can jumpstart your business. The Persona, which is the PRS 100, it has the free arm. But what we mean by that is it has a tubular arm. So there's area around the outside edge to be able to put bags and things on it without having to take it apart. This one Makes it easier to do hats, bags, clothing, especially children and baby items and hats, bags. I mean, they're all great. It has an affordable price point. It's portable. It's easy to take with you to a show or to an event to customize items. So you may not be making something from scratch. Customizing is the route to go. We also have the PR670E. This one's built for efficiency and productivity because it has more needles. The PRS is a single needle machine. So even though it has 4 spools of thread back there, it's still one needle. So you're only having to worry with threading a single needle. The PR670E is built for speed and efficiency. It has the auto thread changer, larger embroidery area, 6 needles. So it automatically moves to the next color and the next needle without you attending to it. It has a wide variety of built-in fonts and monogrammings, meaning you can do more faster without having to bring in software into the mix. And as I said, 6 needles, which is just the right amount of needles because most logos have 6 or fewer colors. Then we have our PR1055X, and it is the bad boy. It is the bomb. Mm-hmm. It is the ultimate in creativity and luxury because it has all the bells and whistles, including a built-in camera for positioning with a snowman positioning mark. It has a background scan and a virtual design preview. So you can actually see your design on what it's going to look like on your garment in our virtual preview. It has a larger embroidery area. So the PRS has an 8x8 area. The PR670E has an 8x12 field, and the PR1055X has an 8x14 inch sewing field. It also has an optional 14x14 inch hoop that allows you to stitch the back of jackets. And in order to split those designs, though, you do need PE Design 11 or a previous version of PE Design. I believe we got that in PE Design Next. It has the exclusive My Design Center to create custom embroideries, and it is Wi-Fi enabled. So, wireless LAN enabled. I'm not allowed to say the word Wi-Fi. So it's wirelessly capable. I can send designs from my PE Design 11 software directly to my multi-needle. I can also link more embroidery machines to it. I'm going to turn my volume down so we stop echoing on you. All right, so let's see here. I'm still echoing. Let's talk more about the 10 needle. So our 1055X has 10 needles. As I said, it has an 8x14 embroidery area. It has 1,184 built-in designs, including, you can read them, 37 adjustable alphabets and the Brother exclusive My Design Center. Since we just talked about that, I'm not going to continue that. So My Design Center is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
It does allow, on the business side, it allows you to give a little bit of a personal touch. So especially around Christmas time and birthdays and holiday, so Mother's Day, Father's Day, those type of activities, somebody can bring you their children's artwork. You can scan it in and turn it into an embroidery and have a personalized gift for them to give to their mother, father, whatever holiday you chose to do. So that's kind of a fun one. That's more of a personalization thing. So that would have more of a price point for you to charge, since it is a custom design, not something that you use every day. Did you want to say something, Tina?
No, that My Design feature and scanning in children's artwork, though, I mean, it really is amazing. People will pay a premium price for that kind of customization. And, honestly, when you think about it, in this country alone, personalizing and customizing apparel, personal items, is a multi-billion-dollar business, right? A lot of times we just don't think about how big the business opportunity is. And so there's lots of room for all of us in a market that is that large.
Yes. I mean, everybody has a place to. I had one customer at one time, and she was a bird person. I didn't know there was such a thing as bird clubs. She personalized stuff they had leashes, they had to go over their crates, cages, whatever we want to call them. She had a huge business with personalizing things for birds.
Oh,
I was impressed.
I got one for you. I met a lady out on the West Coast who actually had her full business is making costumes for these little, it's like a little miniature iguana lizard. And so she would do full on costumes for all the holidays and stuff. And I must have talked to her for an hour because I was so intrigued by that idea.
It's amazing when you find your niche, you will know it. Because and it's something that she was passionate about, embroidery, and passionate about her birds. Same with the lizard, passionate about it. So it does make a difference, and there's a niche for everybody. So what does the PR 1055X come with? It has 4 hoops, an 8x14, a 5x7, a 4x4, and a 1.5 by 2 inch, which is great for the back of caps, the size of caps, socks, gloves, those type things. It has a Scanimation scanning frame for My Design Center. Basically, that's a big word for a scan board to be able to scan design elements in. And it has a wide table that provides support for it. All right, Tina, I think we are ready to
do a demo.
Do a demo.
So I'm going to get started. Give me just a second and I'll flip on my camera here. And
so while we're waiting on Tina's demo, and Jared, if you would make her solo presenter here for just a minute, let's talk about, I want to know how many of you all came up with 5 people that you have as potential customers to begin with. Enter that into the chat. And while they're doing that, Tina, you can take off.
All right, so the first thing I'm going to show you is how to do patches with the machine. Patches are a great business opportunity for businesses. So we're just going to go close up on my screen here, and I'm on the embroidery home screen. And you know, Cindy said there's hundreds of free designs on the machine, but let's pop in here real quick and look. So my patches are right behind the cat here. I know that's a tricky place to hide them, isn't it? So here you can see I've got the medical, I've got fire departments, construction. One of my recent projects was doing patches for a local basketball team who had won regionals. So here you can see I've got a basketball design here. So I select it and I'll set it here on the machine really quickly. Now, one of the most wonderful things on this machine is when I go to resize a design, we have stitch recalculation function. And what that means is, as I make it larger or smaller, the machine is smart enough to add or subtract stitches so I have a good stitch out no matter what size I choose it. So I've got it at the size I want now. And so in order to change it from an embroidery design to a patch, all I have to do is hit the badge button right here. And you see I have all kinds of different shapes I can put around it, including hearts. That's probably not what the boys want here. But lots of different shapes for your patch, right? But the one I use the most often is this one. And what it does is it conforms to the shape of your patch. And then you can also set the distance between the design and the actual outside of the patch. I really like this 0.4. That's probably the distance I use the most. So I'm going to go ahead and set that and see how it's added that satin stitch border all around the edges. I like that. That looks great to me. So I'm going to hit OK and accept that. Now, if you're doing patches, you know, this is a relatively small patch. And so I've got some big hoops I can use on this machine. So it'd make more sense from an efficiency perspective to do a whole hoop full. So it's really quick and easy. We have a border function here. And so you'll notice here, I'm going to add a patch to the right. I'm going to add a patch to the left. And then I can come over here and I can even add another row down below. And then centering that in the hoop is easy. Here, I can move it around here, but centering is just pushing that button right in the middle, and then I'd be ready to stitch. Now, when I finish editing, the other thing, you know, Cindy talked about time is money in a business. And so even though my machine has 10 colors, so it can go through 10 colors without changing threads, it would still take longer to stitch out if it did the orange here and finish this patch and then started the orange over here. So what I can do is with a single button right here, I can actually color sort it. And so let's look what happened. It's put all my orange sections together, all my gold sections together and all my black sections together. And that's a really nice feature on the machine because it's going to make your stitch out just that much quicker and easier. So I think patches are a great thing for you guys to think about as a business opportunity. Now I'm going to show you one other thing, and I'm going to show you doing some children's garments because that's another thing that's a great business opportunity. So coming back now here to the designs I have on the machine, I have some really good ones for little children's garments. So I'm going to pop down here. I've got the little bear with a fire truck, which is really cute. I'm actually going to do a baby bodysuit for a little girl. So I'm going to pick the little bunny here. Super cute. So again, I'm just setting the design. Now again, the way that you make garments personalized is by adding names and whatnot to it. So I'm going to add the little girl's name to it. So you'll see with the design on board, I'm going to go to the add button. And here's all these fonts that we have on board. Lots and lots and lots of fonts you'll see in here. Lots of different options for me. I actually, for this one, I like this first font here. So I'm going to select, and you guys are going to love how easy it is to do lettering. So my little girl's name is Claire. So I'm going to start with a C. Now, don't worry about the positioning at this point, where I'm really just visually picking a size for my lettering that works in the design. That's a little big, but here's my size button here. There's it in a medium. I'm actually going to go down to a small size here. And notice I have uppercase, lowercase, numbers, punctuation marks, and even some of the European language symbols that are in here. So I can mix case. For this particular one, I'm just going to go ahead and use all uppercase letters. So I'll just finish spelling her name. And if I messed up like I did that, just delete. It removes the last letter, and I'll put the right letter in. Super easy. All right, so that looks pretty good to me. I'm going to go ahead and set. And so now at this screen, it's very easy to move the word to the bottom. I'm just using the arrow keys, and that looks terrific. Now, and I'm looking at that though, would it be fun if I curved the text under that little design? That would really be fun. So all I have to do to jump back into text editing is hit T for text. And look, I have another option here, which is array. So I could have curved at the top or curved going up. I actually like this one for the bottom. Isn't that cute? I really love that.
That's precious.
Now my letters, they're just a little bit too far apart. So I can just jump in here to spacing, and I'll just squeeze those in just a little bit tighter together. And that's it, right? My lettering is all done, and I'm ready to go. That was pretty easy, don't you think?
I think so. We have a question here, and I am not sure of the answer. So, Rainey, you're going to need to read your manual. I can't remember back far enough to the PR1000E to remember if it has the applique button on it or not. Jared or Darren may know that answer for you. I don't have it off the top of my head. But we have all kinds of people out here that have at least 5 people that they have that would purchase from them. That is awesome.
That is great. All right, so now I'm ready to hoop my baby bodysuit. I'm using one of the standard hoops. This is a 4x4 hoop that came with the machine. And I don't know if you can tell from here, but I did not do a great job hooping. I'm using a snowman positioning sticker, and this is a great tool on the machine. It allows me to hoop crooked and still have a straight stitch out. So you'll see how that works in just a second. And here's that free arm that Cindy was talking about. And so as I'm hooping, I'm just going to pull my little baby garment over the top of that. Now I'm going to have to adjust my arms a little bit because when I was doing my patch example, I was using a bigger hoop. So I'm just going to slide this in so that it fits the hoop that I'm using here. And then I'll just really quickly tighten these screws. Excuse my back for a second. So now I have it in the hoop, right? I'm going to go to Edit End now on the screen. And you'll notice I have a snowman icon right here on this screen. And what this is going to do, I'll go ahead and push it. It's going to scan my hoop. So this, if I had it positioned like way in a corner, I could pull one of these, but I tried to get it in the center. So I'm going to leave it here with the center select and hit OK. And what's going to happen now is the camera on the machine is basically taking a picture of the fabric in my hoop. It's finding that embroidery positioning sticker, and it's going to automatically adjust my design for me. So see, it's finished scanning. It tells me to remove the embroidery mark because this is what a mistake you'll only make one time. When you forget, you stitch the sticker into your design. Cindy, did you ever do that?
No, I actually haven't. So I'm having a good chuckle on that one.
All right, so notice here on the screen, it actually is so smart. It realized that the top of my little bodysuit is at the bottom of my hoop, so it turned it upside down for me. It's really nice. And because I'm using a t-shirt knit, I'm just going to basically put a little piece of water-soluble topper in my hoop here. And so just so that doesn't move while I'm stitching, I'm going to put a basting stitch around the outside. It was just that easy to do it. And now all I have to do is tell it the colors of thread. Now, if I were doing a job where I was doing, 10 or 20 shirts, I would have pre-programmed all my colors, but I may just be doing this one little baby garment. So I'm going to tell the machine what colors I'm using, but it's super easy. So you can see here, every time I'm assigning a color, I get to see a picture on the screen of what it's going to be. So literally, I want this one to be the color I have on the 6th spool, and I'll just keep going down here. I've got the right color there. That's the right color. Looks like I'm good all the way down to here. I'm going to change that to the spool of thread I have on the 3rd one, and we'll just tab down so we can get to the rest. The next one here, we're going to do in color number 5, and then we're back to color number 1.
And if y'all notice, there's a little square showing her what that piece is going to be, so that you know what you're changing the color for.
And I have to tiptoe a little bit so I can see those the spools over here. All right, and then we're back here. And I think that's I've got one more color in here, it looks like. So we're going to come in here and assign that to color number 5. And that's how easy it is to set your colors. Now, you'll notice over here, I have a couple of other buttons. I didn't use them today, but if I were doing applique, like the patch example a minute ago, I could put a hand, which is a manual stop in between colors, and that would allow me to place my fabric or do the fussy cutting however I needed. Or if I decided I didn't want to stitch one of these colors, as I got to it, I could hit the no stitch button here, and it would just stitch an individual segment, which is a really quick little cheat on editing a design without having to do anything special. All right, so now that I have my colors all programmed, I'm actually ready to stitch. So Cindy, before I put myself on mute, are you ready for your demo section?
Yes, ma'am, I think I am.
All right, so I'm gonna leave mine here so you can watch the stitch out while Cindy does her demo, but I'm gonna mute so you don't have to listen to all that.
Okay, guys, so I have mine up and set up as well, and we thought we would show you a couple of different ways to bring in a design as well. So the machine actually has two regular USB ports and a direct connect port on the side. You also have the capability on this machine to retrieve a design wirelessly. So I'm going to go and zoom in on my screen for you here. Down here at the bottom, these are your buttons. This is from your machine's memory. You have your high-speed USB, your mouse USB port, and a direct connect from the computer. I'm going to use the wireless capability this time. These are the designs that I have sent wirelessly from my P Design 11. If I want to pick one, I can touch it and touch it set. It is there. It is up and ready to go. It shows me how big it is. This one is quite large, and even if I want, if it was something built in or brought out, if I want to resize it, I can touch the resize with stitch recalculation, and it will actually resize it to the size that I want it and recalculate those stitches for me. So that is really an awesome feature. Tina and I were also talking, she was talking about the snowman capability. I'm going to show you something a little different. We're going to talk about live camera preview. And I'm using an M-clamp frame on mine. So if I zoom out, you'll see this little frame right here is kind of different. This is an M-clamp, and it's absolutely awesome when you're trying to do a bunch of shirts at one time. So what I do is I've got my stabilizer ready. And then I can use my snowman if I want with this as well, but I'm going to show you a little different technique. I'm going to take my shirt and slide it in up underneath this clamp and get it down to where I want. Now I have marked the center position where I want it. Since this is a pocketed shirt, This is really one of those things that you want to make sure that you get it right above your pocket, right? So the first clip will allow it to actually engage. And then when I get it in the position that I want, if I need to shift things around, I can shift things around. Then when you click it all the way down, it's in position. So now we have two different camera views, and you can use either one that you want. I'm going to use the zoom, the major zoom, because it gives me my tools right here on the screen. Let me go back and I'll show you which one I popped. And I'm going to have to get a little bit in front of my machine. So we're going to touch this button right here. And that gives me all of the tools that I might want to work with. So you have your needle position. That's bottom center. I've put my shirt in upside down, correct? So I probably would like to rotate that to where it's going to be oriented correctly above my shirt pocket. If my things are in my way, I can simply touch them and touch the square where I want to move them so I can actually see what I've got going on. And I want to see where my bottom center is going to be. So this is where it is above my pocket. And if you can tell, my pocket's right there. If I want to move it to the center, I can simply use my move button here. Oops, I've got it on fast. Let's go a little slower. And then you can determine how far you want from that pocket the design to be. So here's my pocket. If I want to check and see where it is on either side of that pocket to make sure I'm lined in straight there, I can do that. I am a visual person and I love this feature. It is one of my favorites of all time. Being able to see it right there on screen, I'm fast. It did not take any time at all. However, having said that, if you wanted to put your snowman position in there instead, you could put your snowman on top of your mark. All right, I'm going to touch OK. And I want to show you a few other things. So if you are really a visual person, if you go into your settings let you change things, your visuals, things about the machine. This is a really nice visual when you're using your live camera. Rotation angle line, it's on page 4. I'm going to touch OK and then go back into that screen. And I want you all to see what a different icon I got. So if you look now, can you see this little line going up here? It's giving me that angle line, and that really is a super easy way to make sure that that your pocket is straight. If you've ever hooped crooked, this is a really nice little feature to be able to see. And you can tell that my pocket's a little bit lower on that one side. So all I have to do is just simply adjust it in the hoop because I haven't clamped it all the way down yet, and I'm right above that pocket. That is one that is the bomb. We'll touch OK. And Tina showed you how to change colors here. I'm going to show you in a different place. I'm going to go ahead and click this down to where it's locked into place. Now I can't move it. Touch embroidery. You also have other options here. So when you touch the magic wand, this allows you to choose what colors you actually want to change. So she was showing it in the other screen. I'm showing it here because I never remembered that on the previous screen. You can touch, my yellow is on needle number, my light yellow is on needle number 3 and my dark yellow's on needle number 4. So I can go 3, 4, and my green is where it needs to be. I'm up and ready to go. There is one other thing that we should show you because Tina did show it to you in one other place. The no-sew button is awesome. If you have a design, you don't want to have to skip the colors, you don't want to have to pay attention to your machine to be able to fast forward, you can simply turn off those colors and only stitch the letters that you want. Let me zoom in so you can see that. When you zoom, you'll notice it shows you, if you're in a specialty hoop, it shows you the hoop that you are using here at the top. You can also watch it simulate. And when you're ready to stitch, you can simply close this out, touch embroidery, and once again, use your magic wand, or you can use the thread exchange to switch the colors. Touch OK, and you're ready to go. Although I only have the single color, and it is on needle 1 because I turned off the other 2. So those are 2 demos to get you guys started. I did think you might want to know how to thread one because these things can sometimes be intimidating, and threading the machine is not hard. First thing that you want to do is basically touch the needle color that you want to thread, and then touch your needle threader button here. The needle threader is going to extend. I'm going to switch camera views here so you can see. And I've got it on needle 1. Let me take that needle threader out because I was already threaded. There we go. You simply take your thread, guide it underneath the little guides there, bring it back up. I'm a little too zoomed in for you. Wrong way. So bring it over this, up and above the top, pull it to cut the thread, and then when you're done with that, simply touch the needle threader button and your needle is threaded. So Jared, I think we are ready to get back up as a whole. And Tina should be about done stitching on her side. Since we're about to start back with the presentation, I didn't want mine stitching here. So while hers is going, is it done, Tina, or is it still going off over there?
I still have some stitching time, so I'll just leave myself muted. And if I have any brilliant observations, I'll lay those in later.
All right, sounds like a plan. I'm switching cameras here. And yes, it is an awesome machine. There are tons of features on it. You all will be amazed. A lot of the features that we showed, with the exception of the camera and the snowman, are on the 6 needle. That no-sew button is there. Being able to change the thread colors directly on the screen is there. So you don't really have to, sometimes it looks so intimidating to have multiple needles, but it really is not. You're still threading it 1 needle at a time. And once you've threaded it 1 time, you basically just tie it off with a knot and pull it through and then run it, put the needle threader on again. You don't have, once you've got it set up the first time, that setup doesn't have to happen again unless you don't tie it well. All right, so while hers is still going there on her machine, we're going to let you all look at that, and I will continue on with our little slideshow. So what have we got? So I did show you a couple of, the patch is built into the machine. That's the Applique Creator button, and it actually will allow you to create your patches directly there on the machine. So what do we have that makes the job easier besides having a multi-needle machine? There's a new flat brim cap frame, and we actually love this one because it is so easy to use. And you can get closer to the brim. It has a about 5 by 2.4 inch embroidery field. It comes with the cap frame and brim holder, and it works with most cap styles. Let me see if there's something else there. Let's see here. So, choosing the right accessories for the job is vitally important. It can make the job easier and help you get things done more quickly, because time is money, and struggling to hoop something without the proper hoop will cost you time, which costs you money, which is a poor outcome, and it forces you to replace items and that might take away from your profit. So your initial investment in the correct accessory will make a difference. So the new flat brim cap frame is compatible with almost all of the models except for the 600 and the 602. If you have an older PR, those are not, it's not going to fit on those. There is another cap frame that does fit on those. This has a smaller driver, but the same embroidery field. It's easier to store and take along to shows. And it allows you, as I said, to stitch closer to the brim than the other cap frames. So let's look at a little video here on the cap frame while Tina's is still stitching for us. And these are some examples of embroidery that have been done with that cap frame. All right.
Perfect for your creative side, perfect for your business side. Just take it for a spin.
Every time I try to give you all more volume, it stops the play out. So hold on. Let me give you some more volume. So Lori, yeah, selling hats, great option because they are a very big money maker. Hats don't cost much and you can definitely, the price point's there. That's fun watching Tina stitch and the cap frame. Y'all don't need to hear the music. Yes, that cap driver fits the PR670E. There's also a wide cap frame. This allows you to do ear-to-ear embroidery. It's 2.4 by 14 inches. It rotates from left to right. It allows you to do an entire ear-to-ear embroidery in one hooping without having to change positions. So that's a nice little cap frame as well. What else do we have? Oh, I should have shown the tubular frame table when I was actually over at my machine because this thing is the bomb. I use it tons. It is great. It works with most of the PR models. It provides extra support. So it's not a frame. It is it's a frame support. And it just simply, you squeeze it, slide it onto the PR, and I'll be happy to show you that if you'd like me to. You squeeze it, slide it onto the PR, and it supports heavy items. So great for pants legs, for jackets, those type of things. And it folds flat to store it, which is absolutely awesome. So here you can see a heavy jacket that's been hooped with a tubular frame table attached so that actually it supports that item. And I see Diana wanting me to show that, and I'll show that after Tina's design has finished stitching. So did you have somebody else up here at the screen talking at the same time? So let's see here.
All right, Cindy.
There's Tina. Did it finish stitching?
It did. Look how cute that is.
That turned out great.
Isn't that great? I love that. And while you were talking about the wide cap frame, and this is one of the designs on the machine, but if you're not familiar with what ear to ear is, notice how far around that hat that design goes. Isn't that cute? I love that.
And there are a few designs built into the machine. I know there's a golf one that goes ear to ear as well. And caps are really a great business item. So it really does pay for itself when you do cap embroidery. And the thing about it is having the actual cap frame makes it faster to do.
Yeah.
Otherwise can I do a cap on a different frame? Of course. But it is so much easier to do it when you have the correct tools. Yeah. And ear to ear is only capable when you have the ear to ear hoop, because that's the only way you can get a continuous design going across a hat in the appropriate way. Otherwise it's going to be weird. It's going to be straight across.
And Cindy's not kidding about hats being a great business opportunity. I mean, a hat blanks average about what, $2? And depending on where you live, you can sell embroidered caps for anywhere from probably $16 to $28. And so, you know, that's 10 or 12 caps a month, and that makes your whole machine payment, which is a really good reason to think about adding caps to your business.
Yeah, it truly is. Let's see here. So we have some other, the tubular frame table, all right, was the one we were showing. So there's also a sleeve frame. And when we say, they name our things so specifically, but they're not, they actually can do more than they say. So the sleeve frame was developed to be able to do embroidery on sleeves. Having said that, it is great for other things. So if you look, we've got some wine bags that have been done with the sleeve frame, easy enough for me to say 10 times. There's one baby jumpsuits that have been done with it.
Stockings, right?
Thank you. I was like, what is that little thing that you hang at Christmas time? Word went totally out of my head. Oh, that you hang at Christmas time? Yes, the stockings. So, and we will, Terry, we're going to get to talking about pricing here in a few minutes. We just haven't gotten to that quite yet. So the wing design on that makes it really ideal for doing a lot of different items. I'm trying not to read slides to you guys. I'm trying to give you extra information besides what's on the slide. So you can see here, there's some pants legs that have been done. Look at that, the jacket that's done there. The hoodie of that, the hood of that jacket was done with the sleeve frame. So there's a lot of different things that you can do using with that frame. And I will have to say this guy right here is probably one of my favorites from the release this year.
Mine too.
I use that magnetic sash frame for so many things. Yeah. It holds so super. It is, the hold on it's great, and it does not provide, doesn't get a hoop burn on it. And if you all don't know what I mean by hoop burn, is when after you've hooped an item and you pull it out, you have a little ring the shape of the hoop. The magnetic sash frame does not do that. It was made for quilt sash borders. Having said that, quilting is not all you can do with that. It allows you to hoop difficult items without having to push in your hoop. It is an 8x14-inch hoop. It has 8 really strong magnets, and it is awesome. Those magnets grip super duper strong. So it's great for towels. It's great for blankets. It's great for heavy duty jackets. You know, the really super thick jackets, even denim jackets. It allows you to embroider, to hoop over that seam that normally is really challenging to get to. It has lifting tools. So if you have a hard time getting the magnets off, there's a little lifting tool that allows you to take that off. It's really a nice tool. All right, what else do we have? The clamp frame is what I just showed you. And you saw how easy that was to actually hoop my shirt in there and position it. You click it the first time down, and then that allows you to shift, and then you click it totally in place, and once you've got it positioned and you're ready to go. I could have used my snowman. I wanted to show you a different way. And I will tell you, the way I showed you is what I tend to do. Just because it's very visual for me on the screen, and I can make sure that everything's there. Snowman's great, don't get me wrong, but that is my faster method. I tend to use that one more. And there is no hoop burn with the M clamp as well, and that is probably one of my new favorites. I just added that to my repertoire. It allows you to do things like bags without a hoop burn. You know, baby toys, stuffed toys. So those footballs there, they actually have a zipper on them, and you can unstuff them, and then you can just slide it on that clamp frame, and you're ready to go. So that was really a nice thing. And that clamp frame is really nice because when you're doing multiples of something, you can just slide it in. If you've printed out your template for your design, you can slide it in, line it up, and be on your way in that, you know, in a heartbeat. We also have a jumbo frame. The jumbo frame is they call it a turnable, I call it rotatable. So it embroiders one half of the design first. You take it out, you rotate the hoop, you put it back in. It will have told you where to place your snowman positioning mark, and it will read that snowman and align that design perfectly for you. So it allows you to do really large jacket backs, really large quilt squares. I use it more for quilting than I do for jacket backs, but I do like that one very, very much. And I use it for my photo stitches.
I love that hoop.
We also have some compact frames. These are small. We got them with our Persona and we liked them so much, we asked them to make them available to the other machines. They're great for things like cuffs, for gloves, for socks. I'm trying to think of what all the small things that I've done. Because
monogram baby socks, right, girl? You know, in the South, you got to have those.
We always do say, if it's not standing still in the South, we are going to slap a monogram on that bad boy. So it's ideal for really small things. And there's a large set of those. If you are into sports or your kids are into sports, you might think about doing shoes. So the shoe clamp is one that allows you to do shoes. So you have to have both. You have to have the main shoe clamp, which is the middle one. The center one, it comes with the driver. Then once you've done that, you can add your left and right to it if you want to. They are absolutely a wonderful tool to be able to use if you're planning on doing shoes. Otherwise, if you've tried to do that on anything else, it's hard to get it supported correctly. So what else do we got? Let's see here. Software, and you all know I am the software geek. That is my passion. So like I said, you find your passion. My passion was software because it intrigued me. So I learned the software and I first started digitizing for people items that I was going to sell. Once I learned the software, I changed my business model totally. I no longer did piece items. I sold books and lessons. So your business may evolve, but P-Design is a great tool for you to be able to edit your designs, to print templates. There are thousands of built-in designs there. It allows you to print snowman templates. It allows you to send designs wirelessly to your machine. If it's a 10 needle, it allows you to link up to 10 different PR machines together. So as you grow, you may end up getting more machines, and it lets you send multiple designs to different machines at the same time. And we call that link. And you can monitor those designs directly on your screen as they're stitching. Now, the 10 needle, one of the other things that I didn't say is that it does have a monitoring app, and I didn't realize how useful that would be.
Right?
But I do leave my 10 needle, and it tells you when things happen. Thread breaks, you get a little bing. It actually even comes through on my watch. So I have a smart watch, and the Stitch Monitor app will bing my arm and say, "Hey, you need to go do something on your 10 needle. Either my bobbin's wound up, or I need to fix the thread, or it's gone through all 10 needles. I need to change the needle if you do more than 10 colors." So that's a great little tool that comes with the machine.
Cindy, we got a couple of questions. Rainey she's curious about where the shoe clamps connect to the machine. And she asked whether it's like the hoops or the hat hoop. It basically is similar. There's a driver that you would attach directly to the back of the machine, and then the hoop connects to it. So it's just another hoop with another driver. Think of it that way. And then Linda asked Cindy if you have a playbook for PE 11.
There is not a playbook written by Brother, and I do not have a workbook done for P Design 11. I'm still selling 10, and I'm working on a supplement. So once I go over there and I grab the tubular frame table, I'll show you how the specialty hoops, the drivers attach. Okay. So let's see here. The P Design allows you to edit designs. So the pickleball design that I had done, it had an exclamation mark on the end of it and a few other words down below it. And I didn't want that whole thing on there. So I just snipped out the exclamation mark and I took out the words as well. That allows you to take something that you have and adapt it to what you need. So whether you digitize or not, I feel like personally software is a must to be able to customize. It has name drops in it. And what that does, it allows you to create one design one time, input all of your names. You can bring them in as a CSV, which is a comma separated value sheet, an Excel worksheet basically, okay? And it will populate the list all at one time and create a design for each name with you just doing that design one time. It will all be aligned and ready to go, and then you can send those to the machine. It'll automatically split your designs for the jumbo frame. Basically, all you have to do is say, I want to use my jumbo frame. Put your design on there, send it or save it to a USB stick or send it to the machine, and it is split and ready for you to go. Let's see here. What else do we have? Next up. So this is what one of the templates looks like with the PE Design Snowman positioning mark. So if you don't have a sticker, you can always print a template from PE Design. Okay, guys, so let's see here. Do we want to go look at that frames table before we go into this next section?
Yeah, I think that's a good time.
Okay, so hold on. Let me switch cameras over here. Oh, y'all are going to see me walk in front of this table. No, I won't. All right. So this is my M clamp. All right. Jared, would you make me big for just a minute? When we talk about drivers, we're talking about items that basically just take this place of the arm that you put on the machine. So this is the driver for the M clamp frame. It's the D driver. And what this does, it allows me to basically slide my frame into that, and it attaches to the machine. The tubular frame table is right here. And there's a little lever at the bottom that you squeeze, and you can notice how it pops out. Once you've done that, you just simply slide it over your arm, let go. If you need to expand it, you just simply pull it out from the front. When you're done, slide it in. I usually either have my table, my wide table, or my frame table on it. The wide table is right here, and it comes with the machine. All right, Jared, we can go back to the regular view. Any questions on that one?
Doesn't look like it yet.
Okay, good deal.
Although someone does want to, Lori wants to know if you have a class for PE Design 11.
I do not have a specific class. On Tuesdays on my Facebook page, I actually have a software shut-in fun every Tuesday at 3:30 Central. So I go over all of the brother software programs. You never know what you're going to get, what week it is. It depends on what week it is and what questions have come up or what my brain decides to do that week. You just never know what you're going to get.
I like that name. Software shut-in.
Software shut-in fun, because we were all shut in. I started it last March. So there's quite a few videos on my Facebook page that will allow you to go back and watch that. And yes, occasionally I do offer classes, private classes, or pay for classes, but I haven't got any scheduled right now because we are preparing for our biggest event of the year. Okay, Jared, pop our PowerPoint back up, please, sir. But Mold Queens may have some that they offer. You never know. So where do you get embroidery blanks? What kind of embroidery blanks do you want to do? You want to offer a variety when you're starting it so you can see what sticks, basically. Because not everybody's going to be appealed with it. It's not, what am I trying to say there, Tina?
Not everyone likes the same things.
Thank you. Not every blank's going to appeal to everybody. So you might want to have a variety of things. But as I said, if you're focusing on a specific niche, you might want to pick the blanks that will go with that. Yes, we'll show you the little girl dress in full screen when we're done. So let's see here. So when you start, I try to discourage this because, I mean, the easiest thing to do is let somebody bring you their stuff and let you embroider it. But the challenge with that is, what happens if you mess it up? And you go get a replacement. Is it from their grandmother's antique 1922 item and you've just ruined it? What are the downsides of doing it? And that's one of the biggest downsides, is that mistakes happen, guys. Uh-ohs happen. It's a learning process. And especially when you're starting out, it is a learning process. And uh-ohs happen. So I personally preferred to buy the blanks myself. And the reason being is because I actually could make more money that way, and I was protecting myself. So it's harder to make money when you do something on somebody else's blank, because they don't want to pay for how much time it took you to do something. They have this magical word in their head that it's got to be $1 per 1,000 stitches. Well, if something has 6,000 stitches in it, how much did you make?
Right. Well, and the other thing to think about with customer blanks, right? As a business person, that's a situation where you have lots more risk exposure. Like she said, if you have to replace the item, and also that's where your profit margin is going to be the lowest, right? So it's just really not a good business decision. I have a friend who took an order to do embroidered leather motorcycle jackets, and there was a misunderstanding in the design, and she had to replace a $700 jacket. And so what she learned, and what I've adopted for myself, is whenever the customer wants to bring the item that you're going to do the embroidery on, have them sign a waiver, right? That say you'll use best practices, but every once in a while, you've not sewn on that particular piece before, something unexpected could happen where you don't have the financial risk of replacing the item if something doesn't go right. Yeah,
you definitely want a waiver for sure, because you just never know what's going to happen. But as we were saying, if you encourage them to purchase their blanks from you, you actually can make more profit, because you will make money off the garment and off the embroidery, and it allows you to control the quality. They may bring you a t-shirt that is threadbare, and you've never embroidered on that fabric before. You don't know what stabilizers you might need to use. You don't have anything that you can test sew it on, because you don't have a fabric that matches that, and you've never embroidered on it. So that increases your time in having to figure that out. If you have the blanks, you have control. You've sewn on them. You have quality, and that's going to likely increase your chance of reorders. So, and there's literally hundreds of wholesale resources available. We'll talk to you about some of them. You'll find them in your trade magazines, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in the process, and about how to price. That's coming up. But you always want to do a test sample of products from new suppliers to make sure that they're up to your quality standards. Check on the delivery times. If it's coming from China, it's going to take a lot longer. So find out how long it's actually going to take them to get it to you. I order from Border Brothers, and they are on time. So, they'll tell you exactly what their shipping window is. Depends on where you order from.
And you keep a couple extras in all the sizes too, right?
Yeah, every time I order one, if I'm ordering a specific shirt for a specific group, I order one extra of every size in case something happens. Now, when I do that, it's rare that anything happens, and I can sell that as a sample garment to somebody else. But if I don't do that, sure as we're sitting here today, I will make a mistake, and I will have to order that blank, and the shipping on one is what it costs you to buy one. So you may as well go ahead and buy an extra one while you're buying, and the price is less that way as well, because you're buying in multiples. So that would be one of those things that I would tell you to do. So where can you find resources? Decorated Apparel Expos. There's a National Embroiderers Convention. Impressions is a great business resource, that expo. The Atlanta Embroidery Mart, ISS Sportwear, Plus, they all have trade show magazines. Stitches magazine is a great resource, and the back of it always lists wholesale resources. So here are some other things that you can look at and check out. You've got those on the slide that you can see without me having to sit here and read it. And you may be able to take some notes. I think they sent you all a PDF. So supply resources, as I said, consumer magazines, and I think right now the only consumer one out there is Creative Machine Embroidery, because most of the others have ceased to exist. Internet sites, Google, do an internet search on wholesale merchandise, wholesale shirts, blanks. Facebook groups, a lot of the, sometimes people will share their sources, sometimes people won't. So we have to recognize that they may have found a niche that they don't want you into. I mean, I did see somebody come into my class one time with a wrap that I would have loved to have sourced just for myself. That wasn't happening. She wasn't sharing that source no matter what. And I have never found that blank. And networking, basically talking to people that are doing the same thing you are. They may be in a different niche than you are, but they may have a better source. You may have a source for this. They may have a source for that. Share your sources, share your resources. Where are we going next here? Let's see. All right. This one right here is big, guys. Yeah. If you're running a business, you really need to keep copyright infringement in your head at all times. I can't stress this one enough. No-nos for sure. No Disney, no Star Wars, no trademark stuff. They will come after you. If you can recognize it from the distance as something that's been mass marketed, you generally know that's not one that you want to go with. Even companies. Let's say your husband works at a car dealership. That logo is proprietarial. You would need written permission from the president of that corporation to give you permission to stitch their logo. Sports teams. Now, there is one thing about sports teams. You can get a crafter's license. They have to approve your design. There's a process, but if you want to do your local sports team, you certainly can if you get a crafter's license. If you're doing it for your friend, for yourself, they're not going to come after you. But once you sell that first piece of merchandise with that on it, you have done copyright infringement. Okay, so it's illegal to sell it, and that's all we're going to say about that. You need to keep that in the forefront of your mind. Now, embroidery designs. There are sources of embroidery designs out there that you are not going to have a problem with. Okay, Etsy is one of those places that you can sometimes find designs. You always want to sew a design before you stitch it, and that's my nice way of saying you get what you pay for sometimes.
So true.
And even in the software arena, if you see a $2,000 piece of software out there being sold for $10, you get what you paid for, including a virus. So buy from legitimate sources, test them out. If you don't like them, don't go back to them. Their embroidery library sells many designs that are available for commercial use. The designs on your machine are available for commercial use, except unless your machine has Disney on it. The ones that we're talking about do not have it. So the built-in ones you can use. There are commercial use licenses that you can purchase they'll usually have it written at the bottom of the design pack or the bottom of the design that you're using, whether you can sell an object with that design on it. If you purchase a design, you can't sell that design itself, but you usually can have the option to purchase the ability to sell an item with that design embroidered on it. You need to look at the licensing on the design, and that's the last. Any questions on that?
Doesn't look like we have any.
All right. Etsy, eBay, both will remove listings if intellectual property is in question. So if you have something on there that is copyrighted by somebody else and they feel like it's been violated, they will remove the listing. And many times they will ban you from selling on their platform again. All right, pricing. We're good so far?
We're good so far. I do have a request to see the little baby jumpsuit up close again, but we'll do that towards the end.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. You want to show it while I cough and mute myself?
Sure. Oops, isn't that cute? Really cute, and like it's stitched out in about 11 minutes. And I mean, just imagine all the opportunities partnering with a local children's boutique, or even, you know, I have 2 daughters that are school teachers. You want to talk about a rich business environment to take orders, because if it's not for the school sports team or an event, you know, they're having babies every other minute, it appears.
I'm telling you, I paid off my machines in a year's time every time when I was working as a teacher, just simply selling the stuff to my fellow teachers. So, what do you consider when you're setting a price? How difficult's that job going to be? Yep. Does it require any special time, any special prep? And what do you want to, are you going to have to spend a lot of time babysitting the machine? What's a reasonable price in your area? Go check out what everybody else is selling stuff for. You know, you don't want to sell it you don't want to underprice yourself. That's one of the biggest things that I especially think women do, is we undervalue what we do. Therefore, we don't price it as high. I've said at any given moment, I sell a $175 book, and I'm loud and proud about it. I'm sorry, there was a lot of work involved in that, and it's a special niche environment. I'm not selling it to 10,000 people. I'm selling it to people who have that specific piece of software. Be proud of your work, make sure it's quality work, and price it appropriately. There are different methods for pricing. You're going to have to find the formula that works best for you. Prices can be developed based on stitch count if you want. But you want to basically think about how much time your embroidery, what am I trying to say here, Tina? So a lot of times you'll hear, as I said earlier, it's going to be however much per 1,000 stitches. You need to make sure that that's going to cover your cost, because I'm not turning on my machine for less than $15. How about you?
Yeah, me either. I was going to say, one of the things you could think about is just adding a setup fee to, unless you're doing like 200 shirts or something, right? But adding a setup fee, and that covers your stabilizer and the time that it takes you to hoop the item. And then you can do a stitch count. That'll do a better job covering your actual costs. Yeah.
So materials are usually calculated as your wholesale blank item plus the materials and your stabilizer threads, needles. You really want to think about that. And then you multiply that by 2.
Yeah.
That is really the easiest way I can tell you to recoup your stuff and to make money off of it. Custom digitizing, if you have to create a design or you have to have a design created, you can have it custom digitized. You can either do it yourself or you can farm that out and pass the cost on to the customer. If you do that and you charge them a fee for digitizing, they own the design. So if you use it as a setup fee instead, they don't own the design.
Yep. And you know, Cindy, I got a really good piece of advice from a successful business person a long time ago about pricing. And basically it was really simple. If you never hear the word no, you're probably not charging enough.
I like that one. Oh, that's way too much. No. So you're looking at garment quality. You are offering a quality garment. You're offering specialized embroidery on it that's been customized for them. So think about that. You might want to give a first-time customer a discount. You never know, that may entice them to come back. Or a coupon code for the next visit if you don't want to discount the first one. Quantity discount for large orders or something else that you can do. So give them a price, but then say if you order 50 of them, it's going to be 50 cents less a piece. You know, just whatever formula, whatever you're comfortable with will be something that you should do. So the other thing that I'm going to tell you is that you want an order form.
Yeah.
And you want them to sign off on this order form. Have a sample of the stitch quality on the same fabric type that you will be embroidering on, so there are no surprises. Make sure they approve it. Not just approving the overall design, but checking for spelling.
Right.
Because and have them sign off that this is what they signed off on, because that's a horrible feeling when you realize you've done 10 items for somebody and they spelled it wrong.
Right.
And it's not your error. You can see it directly there that they are the ones that made that error. So they need to sign off. They need to approve the final design before you actually go anywhere with it. Oh, here comes Chris again.
Once you've generated some enthusiasm for your brand, make sure you connect with your audience. Respond to questions and comments. Run giveaways. Collaborate with other artists. Make sure you direct people towards your main content and your website. Another great way to build awareness is to show the process of how you create. What does your workshop look like? Make sure you let your personality shine through everything you do. There are dozens of ways to connect with people online or in person. So try everything and see what works. A little over a year ago, I started my own YouTube channel. When I was brand new at sewing, there was not a lot of good content or beginner's tutorials for sewing. So after I refined my skills a little bit, I started making my own videos that I wished existed when I was new. In 18 months, I've generated over 50,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel, which has allowed me to generate sales, build brand awareness, empower others to start sewing, and monetize the process along the way. One of the most valuable parts of everything I've done is recognizing the impact my creations have had on the people around me. Just knowing that my dedication and my drive have made an impact on other people's lives means everything to me.
One last thing on pricing, guys. Think about how you present a price to somebody. Instead of saying this, it'll cost $50, tell them that this custom shirt will cost $50, so that they realize that, it's a specialty. It's not something that they can buy at their local store. Make sure that they understand it's custom. And, and it will be ready to pick up on such and such date. So give them a specific date that you plan to deliver, but make sure you meet that delivery. It is better to tell them it's going to take longer and basically come in under the gun than it is to say it's going to be ready on Monday and it's not ready till Friday. You don't want your customers to be disappointed in your delivery dates. All right, guys. So let's think about this. Some other things that you want to think about before I get to this next slide is, have a sample of different fonts that you can offer to customize things, so that for monograms and stuff like that, so that they have something they can point to and touch, or have a screen share that you can share with them to show them what it's going to look like. So kind of that a little bit of idea, a little bit of thought in the back of your head. Other things that you might do to grow your business is to use a scan and cut or digital cutting machine. This allows you to, one of the things I use it for the most is to cut my appliques. I can't tell you how many times I have snipped a garment while I was trimming in the hoop. So it has saved me not only time, but money. More so money, because I would have to replace that little nip. So I'd have to go back in and get a new garment for it. So that is one of the things that I use mine for. However, having said that, you can also offer a variety of items besides embroidery. You can offer vinyl. You can heat transfer vinyl shirts are hot, especially for children, because they grow out of their embroidery, out of their clothes so quickly. Or maybe the mom doesn't want to spend as much money on embroidery as she would to do heat transfer vinyl. You can do
Cindy, while you're there, you know, another nice branding thing is to take your logo and create a heat transfer vinyl design and put it inside of the shirt, kind of where the tags are. And that, therefore, even if the customer that you made it, let's say they're giving it to someone else as a gift, now that person knows about your business and they know where to come to get more.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great opportunity. It allows you to customize things. And, you know, I do jokingly say this because we're talking about a business, but I'm talking about it as personal on this one. If my family doesn't, if they don't appreciate embroidery, they get heat transfer vinyl.
So true.
Because it takes me way less time to come up with a heat transfer than it does for embroidery. So if they're not embroidery worthy, they get heat transfer vinyl. That is the upside of doing a business that is your passion, is you can use that business, those tools for personal use as well. So, you know, you might think about that. So collaborations is also one of those things that you want to consider in your area. Where's a business that sells things that you like to embroider? Collaborate with those pet stores, bridal stores. Oh, my niece runs a floral shop. That's a great place because, you know, wrapping ribbons, specialty stuff. I hate to say this, funeral homes is a good option because there's a lot of stuff that can go in and be personalized for a funeral. Brides. I cannot tell you how much a bride will spend if you sit there and think about it. I have seen every year we have a convention for our dealers, and one of the years we were in Nashville, and this entire bridal group comes in, and they've all got pink and white striped shirts with monograms on them. Tell me that that's not an business opportunity. Then the next day they came in and one has bride on it, one has bridesmaid, and they have everything's been either embroidered or heat transferred on for them. So just think about different places that you can collaborate with. Let's see here. Here's Chris again.
Invigorating, challenging, and most of all rewarding. Remember these three things: make it, sell it, build it. Brother has a wide scope of machines to help power your productivity and turn your passion into profit. Talk to your local authorized Brother dealer. They'll help you determine what you need to accomplish your goals. They'll have more information on Brother's side hustle program, and they always have events for you to get involved with. Brother also offers great financing deals to help make launching your business easy and affordable. Just start. I did it, and you can too. When you find the courage to start, anything is possible. With your passion and Brother at your side, you can start your side hustle right
now. Okay, so to recap, we've talked about 3 different machines today. We've talked about the Persona. This is our budget-friendly model. It allows you to do 8x8 embroideries on a tubular frame without taking things apart, which is great. Our PR6, our Entrepreneur Plus, the 670E, is a 6-needle machine, and it has just the right amount of needles because most logos only have 6 colors in them. It has a 7x12-inch embroidery field, and it stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute. And then we have our Entrepreneur Pro PR 1055X that has the ultimate in luxury, gang. I will say it, I'm addicted. I didn't last. When I got my first 10 needle, it did not have, it had the snowman in it, but it didn't have the scanning function in it. And I had the Quattro. I did not last a day without my scanning feature because I had gotten so used to scanning to see where the design needed to lay that this one's got the scanning. It's got the visual placement with the live camera view, and it has snowman positioning in it. It also has my design center in it. So it is the ultimate in luxury. Did I forget anything there?
No, just, you know, you guys, when you're looking at machines, it's really important that you get the one with the biggest hoop that you can afford because you will outgrow smaller hoops faster than you think is possible. And the bigger the hoops that you have to work with, the more diverse set of products you can produce for your business.
Indeed. So with the last thing that we're going to say is, in Chris's words, make it, sell it, build it. The sky's the limit. You are the one that puts the limit on what you have just get started, okay? Just get started. So we are basically done. Thank you, guys. We're going to answer questions here now. If you have any questions, we're going to, but we do want to thank you for coming and talking, allowing us to present to you. Obviously, we love what we do, and we love our machine. So that is kind of some of the other stuff. Could I please display the resource slide again at the end? Yes, I can. Hold on just a second. I will go do that. Let me find it. Give me just a sec here. But we would do, if you've got questions, Tina, that's what Tina and I are here for. We don't want to rush you, so we want you to ask any questions. So all of you found, I recall most of you could find 10 people, 5 to 10 people that you could sell something to. So did you think of 5 to 10 things that you might want to embroider to sell? I know that I saw Judy said she had her people and she had her item that she was ready to sell. She was ready to go. So here is my supply resources. There we go. Can you all see that? I'm just going to pull this out of the way. So Rainey, my Facebook is every Tuesday on @Cynthia's Embroidery 1 on Facebook or YouTube. My YouTube channel, Cynthia's Embroidery, at 3:30 Central. And I say every Tuesday, but there are occasions that life happens and it doesn't happen. So are there any, let me see here. Let's pull this down. Any other questions on what we presented today?
Looks like Teresa got her 10 needle at Mole Queens. Teresa, I bet you're as excited about your machine as Cindy and I are about ours.
We do truly love it. I would like to say that I didn't love it as much as I do, but I do. I love mine enough that I'm thinking about getting another one for the other room. It just is much more productive.
Yep.
All right, so Michelle says she has a quilting group and she makes labels for her quilts. She can create a patch as well. Yes, you certainly could. That would be an awesome business model. Awesome thing to start. Anybody else come up with an idea of what they want to sell? Or any questions? Jared, do you want to come? You or Darren want to come join us? I hope you all enjoyed the presentation. I hope you felt like it was worth your while of attending with us because we enjoyed you guys. I'm going to try to stop sharing my screen here. There we go.
Well,
and I know that these guys have specials for you today.
I do. Unfortunately, due to
The what?
conflicting interest between a lot of businesses,
Yep.
I
I need
can't
to be
give you
hook or
pricing
work
over
on the
screen,
Juki
but I can
or the
give you
Janome.
prices
All right.
and all of the specials if you do email me at jarrettmolequeen.com. So if you are interested in any way, shape, or form, just go ahead and email me, and I can then consider you my customer and get you some prices. Darren's back. Where's he at?
Hi.
Here.
Look at all of
Hi.
us on the screen. There's
We
4 of
look
us.
like the Brady Bunch.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have to look down and over. Those papers, I just wanted to, it's kind of hard to see, but we do have those on our website, the forms that you had shared with us, Cindy.
Okay. Yes,
So
the
we'll
embroidery placement stuff. Yes.
We'll show where those are available. If they haven't already printed those out. Yeah, and we're going to come up with a custom a la carte package. So we like to discuss what they're looking to do. That way, on our machine, which is kind of hard to see because it's small on the screen, but we do have the extender board on it to support the longer items. You may want the hat hoop, which I think everybody will want the hat hoop.
I think so.
Yep, and the stand, we do have a different kind of stand underneath ours right now. It's made by Horn of America, but the brother stand, the one that you have, I see behind Tina there, that stand is your normal brother stand that we're gonna we're going to build a bundle that makes sense to our customer.
That makes a great deal of sense. And that way it's what you guys want, not what Brother is selling as a unit. That gives you the way to go ahead and get the accessories that you want with it, the different hoops, so that you are ready to go out of the gate.
And the P Design 11, you can choose to say, hey, I want that software. If you've been in our store, you've probably seen the dogs. We do a lot of embroidery of people's pets. The P Design 11 is like a couple of clicks. You have a photograph to fully stitched out, which is really cool.
And
So
our photo stitch is the best on the market, I will have to say.
Yes.
Brother's photo stitch by far. I've never seen anything. And we've been around since the Singer company acquired a little embroidery machine that was called the EU. That was a DOS-based program. It was Windows 95. Every trade magazine that came out, and they had these cool softwares that, like Exploration, and all these softwares that came out over the years. Nothing has ever compared to the Brother photo stitch. They're auto digitizing. I do have Tough Duck here. Anybody that's doing patches, we found that Tough Duck is one of the best foundations to create custom patches. And we have like tons of colors. I only brought in one color really quick, but just know that we do kind of specialize in that Tough Duck product to make patches. When you buy a machine from us, we're here 6 days a week. You can come in and ask us any questions. You can call us. My brother Ken Mulqueen, who is out and on the floor, but he came from the commercial side of things, and so he really can help people start a business as well. He's got that knowledge. So when he's teaching somebody on a 10 needle, he will not only show them how to maintain it, how to get the oil on those springs inside the front, how simple that is, and oil your hook, just the quick maintenance stuff so you don't have to pay us to do it all the time. So
that's invaluable.
There's a lot to what we want to provide our customers.
We like customers to take care of their own machines, because obviously, I mean, a machine like that weighs over 100 pounds. So it's like,
well, it's about 100, right?
It's in the box, it's 147.3.
But without the box, I think it's close to 90 pounds. Just so you know that there is grip handles, so it is movable.
But regardless, it's hard for them to bring it into the store. So we like customers to be able to service their own stuff, and it's more cost effective that way. So it works out in the end for both sides.
So hopefully we don't get this opportunity very often to have such wonderful educators. So hopefully before we wrap up that you guys will continue to ask questions. We do have quite a while. I don't know what time it is at the moment, but
about 45 minutes.
We have 45 minutes still before our next event. So please ask any question at all about a machine like this, or I know that Cindy and Tina are probably familiar with like the Lumineer and other top model machines. So you can ask any question you want.
Yeah, if they have a question about a Brother machine, please feel free to ask it here, because we are, I mean, you don't have to have just a multi-needle to start a business. And many of us started it on small ones and have grown up. So, you know, you start with as Tina said, you buy the biggest hoop that you can buy that you can afford to start with.
Yep. What is your Facebook class again?
My Facebook is every Tuesday. I do a software shut-in fun. If you follow my page, and I go over Brother software. So whether it be Simply Applique, Initial Stitch, Canvas Workspace, BES4, P Design 11, you never know what you're going to get on a Tuesday at 3:30 Central. So we try to cover everything. You know, if there's a question, I try to respond to customers. Like I said, you never know when I'm going to wake up that Tuesday morning and say, I think we're doing this today.
So the good thing about social media is when you like, you generally will get notified, or you'll see that that there is a video. And I'm sure, Cindy, that you probably have them recorded, right? You just leave them there
Yeah.
to where they can watch back to them. Yep.
They can go back and watch them from last March. I've been doing them for pretty much a year now since we got locked down.
Yes.
So that forced me. You'll notice the old ones are not as good as the new ones.
That's kind of how we
I was
roll
not
here, too.
comfortable with looking at that camera too well.
Yeah, it is. It's a different feel. Like normally we're in front of, a group of people, and it's easier to talk to a group of people versus talk to a camera.
It is. It is nice to have a live audience, and I can't wait till we can get back to that. But so Donna, if you have the VM 6200D, you don't have the designs to be able to quilt around them built into your machine. But if you add P Design 11, we have a background fill button that basically will allow you to bring your design onto your screen, press the background fill button, and either stipple, echo quilt around it, do crosshatch quilting around it, or put in a decorative fill. And there's 54 decorative fills built into it, plus the ability to create your own.
Yep.
P Design 11 is quite a powerful program. Sorry, Tina.
Oh, no, sorry. Teresa is also asking if there's a maintenance video for the 10 needle. And the good news is there's videos on board the machine that covers some of the basic functionality as well as the maintenance. And so you don't need to look any further than the machine to get that information.
Some of the maintenance, if you ever do a maintenance class on the virtually there, Darren, I would like to be in on that one because I don't want to cart mine in.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been known to do that, and on long arms, where we teach people how to do timing and that on a long arm. We haven't really taught timing on these, but just getting all those thread trims out, any of the little pieces, how to calibrate your tensions.
That's awesome.
One thing that I don't know where I learned this, but along the way, a couple of things on a multi-needle versus a regular single needle is that your hoop is connected on two sides. On a regular home machine, it's only connected on one side. So there is a chance that you could actually wobble the end of your larger hoops on a regular machine. Not that that's ultimately a big issue, but on a 10 needle, the being clamped on both sides just means that your design will be totally solid and you get the best embroidery with a clamp system like a brother machine like this. Another thing is when you have these, they're kind of like the old school tension units. You don't really see tension units in a normal machine today, but you have full visibility of all 10 on this one. But when you are putting your thread around it, you're going 360 degrees around your tension unit. On a regular machine, the thread is actually going basically in a quarter of your tension unit. So as far as tension control, a machine like this is by far the best. But again, it's not necessary for a business, but it is definitely a business machine.
It is it's a workhorse. And it just, you don't have to take things apart. That is the biggest. Taking things apart and putting them back together in order to decorate them is not cost effective. It really is not. If you're planning on doing it as a business, take a plunge.
And on the hats, when you have a round hat hoop to do hats versus a flat hat hoop, on a flat hat hoop, you have to try to get that hoop, the hat sticking on stabilizer from underneath. And it's
you got to get it flat.
Yeah, it's okay for a few for your friends and stuff, but not to do 100 for a company.
The other thing about hats on a multi-needle machine is the torque of the machine is greater, so you don't have to have as heavy duty of a needle.
Yep. And hopefully some of our viewers already own a 10 needle. And if you do, and you've purchased the original hat hoop, you can also get the new hat hoop for your machine. It'll allow you to embroider a lot closer to the bill. The original hat hoop, it was up a little bit higher, didn't allow you to get down as low. So this new hat hoop has been a wonderful addition to the Brother lineup.
I truly love that little cap frame. I can hoop my cap in the air. But
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
I mean, that is how easy it is. You can hoop it in the air. That now I still put my stabilizer on it on my what's that technically called?
The jig.
Yes, thank you, on the jig. But I can demo that and hoop it in the air. It is so super simple. And you don't have to worry about screws, unscrewing anything, sliding it over the top of it. It all just slides in, clicks. I love it.
So we've kind of talked about a lot of things. The new extender part that goes on the front of your machine to support larger items, hat hoops, your clamp hoop that you have on your machine, eDesign 11 software, stands. If you already own a machine and you want to get any of that kind of add-on, just email jer@molqueen just so that we can get with you. There's a lot of people that maybe are they're not able to come in the store right now, and you just want to find out more information. Just email us and we'll help you. If you want any of the machines that we discussed, the 10 needle, the 6 needle, or the 1 needle, also email us. Jared will put that out on the screen, the email address, just to make sure you know. We want to make it as easy as possible to find out our specials. Our main bundle that we try to do, and I'm sure that Cindy and Tina would probably recommend the machine, a stand, and a hat hoop. That's like your core recommended bundle. And then from there, if you want to create your own designs, eDesign 11 software by far. You know, I had one gal that she would get the photos from customers of their pets, and she would embroider their pet out onto a patch, and then she would adhere it to pet carriers. So people had, I mean,
that's nice.
It's kind of endless, the ideas that you can do with that software, but.
Bridal photos, bridal photo stitches, brides will pay for anything. I mean, we truly, Daddy gives you that budget and you can go forth and multiply. And I like to do the grayscale photographs, because then you're not worrying about facial colors as much. So, and they are so elegant, the black and white ones, grayscale.
I'm going to run and grab a pet photo. Jared, will you switch it over to you? So I'll be right back.
The new PR1000, the PR1000E, the new hat frame will fit on your machine. You would have to have the entire driver system. So it comes as a unit. You would need the cap, the jig, and the driver. And you will need to update your software on your machine itself, the firmware.
You're able to do eDesign 6.
P-Design 6 will allow you to do photo stitch. It is slow in processing, and it will not allow you to split for a large frame, for the 14 by 14 frame.
We do sell the updates from, or two.
Siobhan, do you have the doggy, a picture of the doggy?
A lot less.
And P-Design 6 is it will not work on newer operators.
Sorry. Sure.
You have to get the full update. Does anyone have any more questions?
They go.
They're awful light on the questions right now.
They are. I figured they would have some questions for us. That what other question did I ask them? So did you all think of any businesses that you could sell to or collaborate with?
What you got, Darren? Photo stitch?
Yeah. This is one of my my favorites that we have a little sample of. It's a customer's little doggy.
Oh,
That's cute.
That's just a picture of it, but this is the sew out from P-Design 11.
That turned out great.
Yeah, we did.
We chose just 10 colors so that the 10 needle, you hit go, it does all the colors. So in that picture, you just hit go, walk away. When you come back, your whole dog is done.
Yeah, that's a great one. Yes, the palette is the same as P-Design. Palette 10 is the same as P-Design 10. It will not go wirelessly. You would need 11 for it to be able to go wirelessly. Palette will not go wireless to a brother machine.
That's from the auto or from Design Center.
My
So that
design center,
was
boy, that's cool.
That was just a coloring book drawing originally. I don't even think it was a coloring book drawing. I think it was more just an image. So I don't know if you even touched into that portion of, of the 10 needle, how it can convert a drawing to stitches. This
We
is
did
how good it is.
that. That's amazing.
That's really nice.
And it even, the detail in some of the floral stitches, it copied exactly where it got thicker and thinner, like little, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that one's amazing. That's one of the best ones of those that I've seen.
Yeah.
Here's my brother did real quick of my parents from
Oh, nice.
an old.
If I knew
old
we were
photo.
doing photo stitch samples, I'd have brought some up to share with you.
Yep, we should have a show and tell one of these days.
One of these days we will.
Yep.
Okay,
So
guys.
hopefully everybody enjoyed that. I think it's always nice to hear from someone all the ins and outs of how to start a business. And since we love embroidery, why not choose embroidery to do a business? Set your own hours. You can wake up, hit go, go
Set your own
get a cup
hours.
of coffee. Yep, and come back. I like machines that are up higher, so you don't have to sit down and get up, sit down and get up.
Mhm.
You just come over to it, hit go, and when it's done with that color, although on this one you have 10 colors, so you don't have to come back as often. But
One of the other things that they might think about as they're purchasing their package is getting a secondary set of hoops. So while one stitching, you can actually be hooping. That's more time efficient instead of having to take it out of the hoop, go hoop again, and come over. So one is embroidering, come back over there and have the other hoop getting ready to go. One to sew, one to go, basically.
on to sew and go. Yep, and this afternoon at 4 p.m. our grand finale of our whole weekend is Christine from Amelie Scott Designs, the Edge to Edge company. So with a machine like this, you can hoop your one area, do quilting across, and then re-hoop it down. You can take a picture of what's in your hoop so you can see where you left off and add your new design to, you could actually quilt a quilt really whatever size you want.
Magnetic sash frame is key for that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And we do carry the, we carry all the Brother hoops, but then there's also some aftermarket hoops that we also carry. And Brother distributes a lot of them.
Yep.
So make sure you check with us. We have more toys for this machine than any other machine, which is really, that's one thing I love about it, is there's so many fun things. We carry the Hoop Master hooping system. So you put the back of your hoop in, your little stabilizer, pull your shirt over it, push it forward, and it's perfectly hooped in the same spot every time.
Yeah.
We really,
So one of the things that we didn't cover, because this was more of a business presentation, is the auto quilt sash borders that are built into this machine. I love that. So if you're doing quilting, that is a nice feature to be able to finish some quilt tops.
built right in, which
Built right in.
the 1055 took some of the Lumineer features and moved it right into this machine.
Yep.
For the sashing.
The live camera view for that is just amazing.
Can Photo Stitch be purchased separately? Yes, it's called P Design Plus 2, I think.
P Design Plus 2.
Yep, we have that in stock. I've sold that to a few schools, which is kind of cool. A lot of schools in our area have Brother multi-needle machines, and they really are liking that. They don't have the full version software because they just needed something to get started. So they got the P Design Plus 2. Again, just email us. We'll get you any information that you need on that as well, or come in to see us because we're here 6 days a week. And so if anybody has any last minute questions, otherwise we're gonna have to play some more games and before our next segment, right, Jer?
Let you play
Yes,
some more
sir.
games.
Yep. Go ahead.
There was one other thing that I thought went
Thanks,
out of my
Joyce.
head. Oh, the P Design can export into any form, into multiple formats. So it is pretty much compatible with the most of the home market machines.
Yeah, anymore. It really doesn't matter what embroidery machine you have. If you have P-Design 11 and you want to put it on a FOF, a Janome, any other brand, you just export it as whatever file format. Save it as any of those. Somebody is asking, is P-Design ever going to work on a Mac? That is a tough one. It can. I know that educators use Mac for whatever software. It's just
You have to run parallels.
You have to have a license for Windows on your Mac, and a lot of times that's the reason why they have a Mac, because they don't want to do that.
I run it on Parallels, so it runs on its own virtual platform, basically. I do have a computer with that on that because I get that question a lot, but no, it's not going to run on a Mac platform because they would have to start from the ground up. And
you know what I've seen a lot? Like, we've carried companies software where it runs on PC or a Mac. You can buy the Mac version of the same software, but we have to give the classes separately because the PC software actually has easier, better features than the Mac one. It seems like in the embroidery world, they haven't made the Mac, normally for graphics and stuff like video editing, a lot of people say, oh, Mac is a lot better. But in embroidery world, it seems like they never did. So even some of the programs that do work on Mac, they're still not as cool or as
not as powerful,
thorough, not as powerful as the PC versions. But I know many educators, Cindy just said she does, that they run it on Parallels, and you probably have no issue with that. I would imagine that it.
I have to add the command key in occasionally, but other than that, it's fine. I use an external mouse so that I can get my right-click menus in. But other than that, no issues.
One of our favorite customers, and everyone is our favorite customer, just so you guys know that, because we love all of you. We're a big happy family here at Mold Queens. But Linda Newser, she's here all the time, and she said, thank you so much for the information. She never thought of selling stuff, but you never know.
I'm Linda's favorite.
Yep, Linda, Jared is your favorite employee. I know that, but hopefully I'll be a second favorite to Linda Newser. But you never know. If you have a machine, the worst thing that I've seen over the years is people giving their time and their projects away, because then it snowballs and everybody wants it for free.
Yeah.
So and you can do that. I mean, it's if you have no interest in doing it as a business, then why not? I think the embroidery and quilting world is the most giving hobby of any hobby. Yeah. I'm sure there's other ones out there, but it just seems like it's such a giving hobby. But it's good to start out by charging. And I like that point that you made about if nobody ever says no, you're probably not charging enough. That is really a good point. And so I think we're coming to the end of this. I hate the saying goodbye part. So, but at some point we have to.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today, Tina, and I really appreciate it. And we hope we've inspired you to take your passion to the next level, if that's what you choose. If you like to be a hobbyist, there is nothing wrong with that either. So you can still use a 10 needle on that one.
Yeah, most of our customers, they don't need another sewing and embroidery machine. They just want embroidery, and the 10 needle suits them too, even if they're not using it as a business.
Yeah, it just makes it easier to do stuff.
Yeah. And the Pinners Conference is coming back again, so hopefully Cindy will come out for that if we're traveling by then. That was fun.
I love working with your family. They're so much fun and so sweet.
And Tina, maybe we'll be able to have you come out too now that you're with the brother company.
That'd be great. I'd love that.
So hopefully by the end of this year, our hands-on events will be coming back into play, which we've been waiting. I think we've missed 4 of our big hands-on events so far. Yeah,
that hurts.
November is what we're shooting for, anyways. We don't have it on the schedule yet, but for our own personal hands-on events.
I think I have 5 plane tickets that still have to be used before
Oh, yeah.
20 that I'd already purchased when the world shut down last year. So I've got 5 plane tickets that I'm ready to go forth with.
And this is the perfect thing because you can be from home. Can I tell you a really quick story about embroidery?
Please.
Because you might think this is cool. We had a store in Chandler, and that's where I was working a long time ago. And I had the little Singer Embroidery Unlimited machine running. It would putter away. I think it was 400 stitches a minute. That's all it could do. And a customer walked in for vacuum tools because we were selling vacuums there. They saw the machine running and was wondering what it was. And I showed them that it's a little embroidery machine. I showed them how you can digitize yourself with the little simple program. And he wound up buying it. They worked at America West Airlines, and they were starting to sew little cats and cute little things on people's sleeves of their America West Airlines shirts. And once one person saw it, then pretty much everybody wanted them to sew something on the sleeve of their work shirt. And soon they got so busy with that the wife, she quit or retired from America West Airlines to do embroidery full time. And then maybe 6 months later, they wound up getting a big machine, and he retired. He got so good at digitizing that a gentleman named Kurt Schilling, who was a baseball player for the Arizona Diamondbacks at the time, when the Diamondbacks won the World Series, Kurt Schilling was wearing his hat with the United States flag that he digitized on his hat. And it's just because he loved computers and he loved digitizing. And their whole goal in life was to live on a ranch or a farm in Colorado. And embroidery allowed him to move to Pagosa Springs, Colorado, to live on a ranch. All of their orders comes in through the internet and ships out UPS. Like, they don't really need any customers all the time coming in and out, but they can. But it's just kind of nice that somebody can go from working at someone else's job to doing their own thing and choosing where they want to live. So it was kind of an inspiring story to the whole world of embroidery, that you can make it as a business if you guys are interested. I just like that story.
That's a cool story.
A real life story that happened to me.
I like that one. That's a good story. And Lee, thank you so much for saying that you love the Scan and Cut playbook. I spent a lot of, that was my COVID project.
So Kay Corman, everybody knows Kay that works here with us. They take a lot of her classes. She's our Scan and Cut teacher, and she bought the playbook, and she said, after going through that playbook, everybody needs that playbook. You did a great job on that playbook, Cindy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just like they're saying, you did a really good job on it.
Oh, I love my Scan and Cut.
Yep, there's videos, there's tons of kind of every aspect of the Scan and Cut is described within that playbook.
I tried to hit the majority, the big points, and to make sure you knew what the buttons were for. That was, my focus was really on making sure you knew what those buttons do and why they're going to help you out. So. And
if you don't know what a Scan and Cut is, just ask us and we'll share that with you. But you did go over a little bit in your presentation.
Yeah,
it's a nice way to enhance your business.
Truly.
Do the iron-on heat transfer vinyl on a shirt for somebody that maybe doesn't want to spend as much as what a logo would cost embroidered.
Well, it's really a nice little business to do as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much once again. This will be our third time saying goodbye. I just hate it. I want to do this forever.
He wants us to hang out all day.
Yes.
We're the fun kids on the crowd.
So thank you. We have the perfect travel machine coming up at 1 o'clock, which is exciting for us. We're hoping that people will stay tuned for that. But for now, just want to thank you again for joining us. And I think it was kind of short notice, so thank you for for accepting our invitation and giving us the opportunity.
You're welcome, and thanks for having us. We've thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. You've got some great customers out there.
Thank you.
Chris's last name was Talk, Chris Talk of Talk Custom.
And you could probably go to YouTube and type his name in, probably to find all those videos.
Yes.
Or Brothers.
Brothers.
Website.
Yeah.
Go to Brother Sews. Well, thank you so much. Until next time.
See y'all later.
We'll see you. Thank you. Bye. That was cool. Bye-bye. So that was wonderful. Thank you for hanging with us. Hopefully you enjoyed that. We love learning. That's what our weekend social event is all about, is to kind of find out about different aspects of the embroidery and quilting world. And that was, I think, a great addition to our event. If you have any questions at all on this machine, Jared will put up his email once again, or any of the individual pieces. So you might already have a machine and you just are interested in the software or interested in one of the new hat hoops. If you have any questions on Tough Duck, we have tons of colors. That's what you would use to make your patches. One of our customers comes in all the time to buy it. When you cut it, the edge stays very clean, doesn't shred like some fabrics. And it's only $5.50 for that roll of 18 inches by 58 inches. That's a lot of Tough Duck for that kind of price.
But
you get 20% off.
that's what I was about to say.
If you buy a machine from Mold Queen Sewing, or if you ever have, you get 20% off your notions forever. We are a little behind because we were going to change that program to a yearly program. And so if you do get a machine before we do change that to a yearly program, you will be grandfathered in for your perks discount for life. That's in our store mainly. We're trying to make it work on our website, and we have been able to, but it's mainly for our store when you come in and shop. Right, Jer?
Yes, sir. How about we do this?
We got to play a game?
We can do that after.
Okay.
So if you go to moldqueen.com, that's mulqueen.com, go to our website, and this is what it brings you to. So it's going to be this homepage is where you can sign up for the handy quilter classes that we were talking about yesterday. That's the middle of next month, basically a month from right now. And it's going to be two-day events for $100, and you get a full 6-hour day of just hands-on work with the handy quilter and the pro stitcher. And
the cool thing is it's our first hands-on class, although we are you'll be far enough apart. We'll make it safe for everybody. And then the next one there, if you're not interested in the long arm, the one that's kind of halfway on the screen at the top there, that one we'll talk about here at 4 o'clock today. Yep. There's another class that you can sign up for. That one is actually a Zoom class with the creators of the Edge to Edge quilting program.
The next thing down is our YouTube channel. You go ahead and click on that. That's going to bring you right to our YouTube, and I'll show you a little bit more about it in a little bit. But yesterday we had License to Create with Hope Yoder. The next thing we had was ruler templates and patterns with Creative Grids. And we had Electric Quilt Company with like EQ8, the Block Plus, all of their different softwares. The next thing we had was J. Michelle Watts Designs, and Handy Quilter finished up yesterday.
And just so you know, Bridie, Bridget, otherwise known as Mom, just brought lunch in for us. Isn't that nice?
Oh, we don't have our security camera set up.
Oh yeah, we were gonna put a secret camera on you, Mama. I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeah. Or you can just leave it there. I'll grab it later. Yeah. Thank you.
Mom, if you don't mind coming over this way just to say hi to everybody.
Just wave.
Hi, everybody. You're really tiny. We're really tiny over on the side there. But I like to embarrass Mama. Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Mom.
And then
You're the best.
the next thing you see is Side Hustle, what we just finished up this morning. And then coming on next is Alba with Janome. Then we have Tammy coming on with AccuQuilt. And then Christine Connor coming on with Amelie Scott Designs. So
You don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss any of them, but that Emily Scott is one of the most popular items in our store. When you see our edge-to-edge quilts that we've done here in the store, people are very fond of it. We'll have a sample that Siobhan has been working on this week just to show you how cool and how precise the Brother machines are using the magnetic hoops. Right, Jer?
yes, sir.
Oh, on those events that we did yesterday, how can they watch those? Like if they missed it?
So you go back to our YouTube channel, or this link right here. It says YouTube. Go ahead and click that, and you'll go ahead and hit subscribe. So when you hit subscribe,
Or you can hit cancel if you don't want to subscribe. But we want you to subscribe so that we can let you know whenever they come.
you're gonna like the video that you're gonna watch. You're gonna subscribe, and then you're also going to hit that bell to get notified. I like that. But you'll go ahead and subscribe, and then right here is everyone watching right now, and then yesterday's video is right here. So you can go ahead and click on that guy, and you can watch everything that happened yesterday, as well as previous weeks. We've been streaming every third Friday and Saturday for the last 4 months. The last week of January, we actually did it for an entire week.
6 days
6
worth.
days.
And believe it or not, there's still companies that we haven't had come on.
It's crazy.
So hopefully you guys are enjoying these, meeting the different companies, popping in and out for your favorites. Just know you can always watch these in replay. But
Just me, though.
the way that you win prizes, you have to watch it live.
Uh-huh.
But the advantage of watching it afterwards is that you can fast forward through these parts.
No, you don't have to fast forward.
Oh, no? Okay.
Because if you listen to what I'm about to say,
Oh, yeah?
we picked a winner that we'll announce later on about YouTube subscribers.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I have that paper.
So, it's not the only way is watching it live. If you're subscribed to our YouTube, every time we do one of these live streams, you're going to get a chance at winning a surprise. So,
And just know we're going to do some pop-in live YouTube. So, and we're just going to pop in, give something away, and pop off.
this pen,
Yes, that's one of the prizes.
I'm going to give away one of these pens
Wow, that's nice of
in
you.
someone's order. They're not going to know, but I'm just going to give them a pen.
Yeah, if you have ideas of how we should give, games. We want to know what games you want to play virtually. This time around, we're doing the word scramble. Do you want to do another one? Let's do another word scramble. We like playing games. We want you to win money, gift cards to buy stuff at our site.
I don't have them available.
Oh,
My computer actually, in the middle of the last live, my computer actually crashed. So what we're actually going to do real quick is take about a 10-minute break right before Alba comes on with Janome. So we'll take a 10-minute break so we can reset the room real quick, and we'll be right back.
and don't go anywhere. We're not shutting it off. We're just going to put our little green screen up on there so that you don't have to leave. We'll just be right back. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Vicky and Judy, Cassidy and Becky and Caroline and everybody. Thank you. We'll be right back. we're back. Sorry. We are back for our next segment with Alba. I think that she is the winner. Kind of like on Saturday Night Live, some hosts have been like hosting Saturday Night Live the most. Alba is our most reoccurring guest on our virtual weekend. That's how much we love her and what she does. And I'm excited this time we have on my little table here, you can kind of see it if I move it back a little bit, the glorious, the best travel machine out there. I'm leave the description to Alba, but it comes 2 flavors. Did you know that, Jer?
2 flavors.
Yep.
Well, 2 flavors this year.
Yes. So
they come out with a new color like every year. It's actually a really cool machine.
So this guy is the glorious Quilts of Valor version, and I think that Alba has the normal version. So we have it 2 different ways. I'm going to leave all that up to Alba, but I do want to say at 4 o'clock we have Christine from Amelie Scott Designs doing Edge to Edge. We're going to be giving away prizes and including a signed book by her, which is really cool. So that's coming up at 4 today. And then at 2, which is not very long from now, we will have Tammy Miller from AccuQuilt. And we have some exciting specials there. But for now, I would like to introduce to our event Alba from Janome, America. Hi, how are you?
I'm so glad to be with
Okay,
you.
we're gonna
Again.
gonna have some technical difficulties with the setup. Normally we have Sam with Alba, but today I think she is on her own, I'm thinking. So Jared's gonna help clear that up.
Yeah, Alba, you're muted, unfortunately. I don't know.
So Jared is going to get this fixed. So far we have yet to
I can't do anything.
be stumped. Jared, you could fly to New Jersey and help her. Right? Right, everybody out there? If you don't mind to let us know if you've ever, if you are a Janome fan, please comment. If you have this machine, a little story about this machine. We do these quilt shows every year, except for this year, unfortunately. The Arizona Quilters Guild Quilt Show, which is normally in February or March. Last year it was in February, right before we knew really what COVID was. We did the quilt show at the Mesa Convention Center, and we do a sewing charity section there in where our booth is, and we were sewing. People were donating their time. If they spent, I think it was like a half hour to an hour, you got tickets to win machines that we were giving away, fabric cards, and just doing a charity part of the Arizona Quilters Guild event. And I put these machines, the Janome 3160, and people either said how much they wanted it, and if that wasn't the case, they said that they have it and they love it. It's their favorite machine, especially for travel. Alba is back. It's different.
Are you hearing me?
I can, yep.
You can hear me. Wonderful. I wound up exiting and going back in, and hopefully that fixed it. I have Sam here with me.
Oh, Sam is there.
Yes, he is.
Awesome.
I'm in the Janome office with Sam. So we're in the middle of paint. So I was able to utilize the space.
Nice. Very, very nice. I like your backdrop.
Thank you.
So I'm glad that you got that sorted out.
Yes. So today we're going to be talking about the 3160, and this is just such a great machine. Size-wise, feature-wise, this could be your one and only machine if you're an advanced sewist like me. I love this because it gives me all of the features that I love and I've come to rely on. So this really does suit multiple types of, whether you're a quilter, whether you're a home deck sewer, whatever garment sewing you do, this machine can really handle what you're going to do. I wanted to start by showing you that. And what I love is that the extension table is included with this machine. To be able to get the machine and an extension table, if you've ever tried to buy an extension table, you know you're at a $100 price point. And then what I'm going to do is move over onto the table. Now my extension table, when it releases, I have an accessory tray. So this is the accessory is on the machine when the table is not in use. I like to sew with the stop start button, but it does have the foot pedal. And what I love is the hard cover case with this machine. So here you're getting a really nice view of that. So that if you are going to class, you're going to retreat, you could throw the cover over the machine, put it in a nice little tote, or bring your extension table with you, and you have everything you need. Now, you know that Janome is always giving you a wonderful package of feet and the 3160 exception. So I'm going to try and get a nice close-up view. And I wanted to show you some of the items that you're getting because I really like this package. They not only give you just standard feet, but you're getting some expensive feet that are normally an additional purchase. So the walking foot is the first one that I am going to show off. So the walking foot comes with, very nice to be able to have that walking foot come with it. That's normally a very expensive add-on. And for you quilters, an open toe free motion foot is so normally those 2 feet are not included with machines at this size in that small travel size machine. So I love the fact that we get those 2 premium machines. And now some of the snap-on feet that are with the machine. I have one on the machine, so there is one additional one. Our standard sewing foot are when we're doing decorative stitches. Our blind hem foot and our overcasting foot, as well as a 1/4 inch foot and the zipper foot. There's a few, but one that I don't want to forget, and I actually left it in the plastic, so I'm going to take it out so you could get a better look. And that's this one right here. This is a seam guide that works with the 2, and that allows you to put that on the machine to get absolutely perfect seam allowances and straight line sewing. And I'm going to put that on the machine to show you. And this is the other all-purpose F foot that is on the machine. But one of the things that I wanted to show you was the needle movement. So I'm putting some fabric behind here to is clear of a view for you because I'm trying to photograph a little tiny needle. Is that good? So what I love with this machine and with the Janomes is the needle position and the needle. On this particular machine, it does a maximum of 7 millimeter wide stitching, and I have 71 needle positions on this machine. So with a ton I can move that needle position. And if you can't see the needle, you'll be able to see the shadow. And look at all of that minute that you're able to get with that machine. And I could press and hold and move it quickly, or I could go one at a time. So for me as a sewist, what this means, if I am quilting, I could get my exact scant 1/4 inch, however scant I want that to be. So in that center needle position is what's going to give me perfect 1/4 inch. And as I move that to the right, I can get as scant as I would like to. So here would give, and just one movement is a thread or two that it's allowing that needle position movement. Because sometimes it's easier to move your needle than to move the project that. So that's one of the first things that I wanted to show you, because that's something that you don't always get at this size machine. The machine weighs approximately 14 pounds. I love the size of the machine because I could throw it in a tote bag. I'm going to remove that table to show you that the table is separate from the machine. What I like about our table is that the legs fold down, making it very compact to be able to bring with you. When you're not using your table, the goes right onto the machine, and there you would have your standard with just the accessory tray. The table back on it. The table is wonderful when you're working with larger projects, and especially if you want to get into ruler work quilting, which seems to be all the rage right. I really like that you're getting that extension table included in that package. I'm going to go over the buttons and the features that are on the machine. I'm just getting my thread out of the way. Other thing I love are the 60 decorative stitches or stitches that are included with the machine. And they really thought about me in particular, or sewists in particular. They did not give or something I could lose or that I would not be able to see or find. It is imprinted right on the machine. So no matter where I go, where I'm at, I am always going to have a chart available. And let's take a look at some of the stitches that are included with that machine. So I have my utility stitches, and I have a wide variety of straight stitches. I have my center needle position. I have a needle position all the way to the left. And these two, often people are like, but what are those? It looks like a lightning bolt and with a period at the beginning and at the end. So this will automatically do that back tacking. So I am going to go to stitch number 2, and I am going to just start stitching. And if you notice, it does a back tack in the beginning and at the end, and I have that sewing nice and slow. And it will also do that tacking. I have that beautiful scissor function. Once you get used to some of these features, it's really hard to do without. So now mine's going to give me a locking stitch at the beginning, and that is stitch number 3. And when I hit start, it is going to go in place 3 or 4 times and then start to sew. My ending point, it will also lock those stitches. And I'm going to try and see if that will show up. But you will see there is a tiny, move that really close. So that right there, there's a tiny, almost invisible knot that forms so that it is not intrusive on your sewing. So especially when you're seams or a lot of intricate intersections, this becomes a really nice feature. Now I have my triple stitch, which is a beautiful decorative, and I have my lightning bolts. And the lightning bolts are for working with stretch fabric. On my zigzags, I love that I not only get a straight zigzag that goes from side, but I get the 3-step zigzag. So what that does is it stitch, 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 stitch. And I'm going to show you that on the machine right now. That is stitch. So wherever my cursors are, and I know the screen is tough to see because we have really bright lights shining on it. But as you notice, and as this is stitching, this is side, that's your typical zigzag, just back and forth. Now, when I go to number 8, what you are going to notice is that it is going to go from stitches in between that zigzag. So this is really helpful during garment construction, especially if I need to control and tame my edges and overcast. I like to use that 3-step. I'm going to go back to the category and just a good array, some overcasting stitches, some blind hem stitches, but I'm getting your applique stitches. So I said this really takes you from quilting to garment to home decor, and it really goes the gamut of that different stitch. Perfect. I just tilted that machine to make it a little bit easier for you. I not only have one buttonhole, but I have several. And in the instruction book, it clearly goes over who's number 50 over 51. One is for heavier fabric, one is for lighter fabric. We have a buttonhole for stretch fabric. So I love the fact that that instruction book really have information about the different stitches. So I'm going to go back to the foot itself, and I'm going to show you how those feet come on and off. And I'm just going to simply remove my fabric so that you could see what I am doing. I have that beautiful thread cutter on the machine, my scissor button. So when I want a foot, on the back of the foot is a release lever, and when I touch that, that foot just pops right off. And you can put another foot right on there. So the center, and the bar coordinates and corresponds with the slot on the machine, and it just snaps right into place. How easy is that to go from one foot to another and just easily be able to switch to the different feet that you have. Now, I had shown you the cloth, the seam guide, And I'm going to show you how that goes onto the machine. And there are screw holes in the machine, and it will allow you to screw that in place. And I'm just getting to the right spot. Nothing like live TV. And that screws with the patented needle markings that are on the machine. I could adjust that to 1/4 of an inch, to 3/4, all the way out, and give myself the perfect balance. So I love the fact that I've got that nice wide, see how big that is? I'm going to put that right on my hand, so that you have a nice wide long area to guide your allow you to do that sewing. The foot I have on here now is an A foot, and there's a black tab on the side of it, and this is to go over different weights and thicknesses of fabric, like when you're hemming. So right here I have done a double fold, 3. So I've gone with 4 folds of fabric and a single. Normally, when you go to that thicker area, it gives you a problem. And with the Janome, you really don't. I'm going to speed that up just a little bit. And as I approach, when I press that button in, it steadies the foot, allowing you to go over that hump of the fabric or that thickness without ever skipping a stitch. A zigzag stitch, which should have given this a lot of problems. Really easy, really straightforward, no skip stitches, not a problem at all. A lot of times, but Alba, can I bring this to class and use it to do tote bags and to do all kinds of things like that? So I'm going to show you here. I have a piece of fabric folded in half. So that's 6, 8, 10 layers. And if you could fit it underneath that foot, you can do that stitching. So I'm just going to a straight stitch, and look at how easily it goes through 10 layers of fabric, just effortlessly. You'll notice here the machine, and I just love how quiet the Janome machines run in general. So now I'm going to back up a little bit, and I'm going to show you a little bit about the navigation of the machine. And I know this is really tough to see, but I have double zeros here, and I have cursors that will allow me to change from 0, 0 to when I go up to 20, to 30, to 40. And then let's say I want to go to stitch 47. When I move it to double cursors, I can then go to stitch 40. Really easy navigation of the machine. And now just that easily, I am going to stitch that out. That I have features on this machine that I enjoy and I have gotten used to from larger machines that I have. So that decorative stitching, look at how beautiful. Features that the machine has, the stop start button. This is something that I use a lot. You're able to sew on this machine with or without a foot pedal. So making that really nice and easy. What I only stop start button is that when I start, I have myself on full speed right now, and that may be too fast. When I press and hold, look at how much more control I'm able to get from that. My reverse key, when I press and hold that reverse key, it will allow me to, so I'm going to go forward. I'm going to press and hold reverse and come forward. And you're going to see that even without holding that fabric, look at that right there. Stitching went right on top of another. I was not even holding the fabric. I just love that superior feeding system that you gain with a Janome. So the locking stitch used in action, but I'm going to show it to you again. And that is when I start sewing, when I hit lock, the needle goes up and down 4 times, forming a knot in my fabric. I'm touching my scissor, needle thread, and my bobbin thread, and I have that perfect knotted piece of fabric that will not come undone. So I love that lock function. Now I mentioned that there are applique stitches, and I am going to go to the applique stitch number 17, and I show you this one because with an applique stitch, that slow stop start becomes really important because I could see exactly where it's going to stop. But I'm noticing, I needed to go a little bit further. So by touching that needle up down, it will allow me to continue through my stitches, allowing as precise as I need to be with this machine. So I just love that fact that I'm able to be very precise and just get an excellent quality. With that feeding system, I love that with just a fingertip, I'm able to maneuver my fabric to do a beautiful curve. So you'll notice I have that beautiful curve in a blanket stitch, which normally when people are doing applique and they have unusual shapes, it's stop, adjust my needle, move my fabric, scoot it along. Like that you're getting high-end capability in a compact, small machine. So we're gonna just pull away so that you get that full picture of the machine. And any questions along the way? If there's anything specifically that I need to go over for any of your customers. But some people may have noticed that ring that I'm sporting, and this is a thread cutter. So I am going to pull some threads here, and with that I'm able to use threads, not easy to do single-handed, but as you're sewing it gives you the capability to cut those threads. So I noticed that someone asked about the Janome company. Janome's company, so the machines are made in Japan, And we also have a factory in Taiwan as well. So I hope that answers your question with that. And I out on the sample just the detail of all that stitching that you can achieve. So here I have some echo lines on the red and the gray, just matchbook quilting. So I just precision that you're able to get with that. And even going through and doing my binding completely on the machine, this machine could handle that weight and just gives me a beautiful. And we're going to pan through so you could get another look at the accessories. One thing that I did not go over, auxiliary spool pin. So with this will allow you to wind a bobbin with a separate spool of thread or use a twin needle. And I'm going to put that on the machine. That you could run your thread upright or horizontal, whichever preference you prefer. There are some threads that behave better in that upright position. You don't have to go out and get that additional item. You're really getting a good amount of accessories with the machine to get you started. On the front of the machine is my tension dial. Pretty typical to leave it between 4 and 3. I really do not need to do a lot of fussing with this machine with tensions, but it's nice that the dial is right in front of me. And on the top of the machine is the presser foot pressure. Don't try and say that a few times in a row. How hard the foot rests on the fabric. So when I lighten it, it will give it a softer touch. When I'm working with thicker fabrics, with minkies, they kind of just want to go wherever. So by adjusting that presser foot pressure, will allow you to sew all different types of fabric. Again, this seems like a simple little thing, but it normally is not of this size. So I love that they really did not eliminate functionality and just items that are going to make your sewing easier to do. And I like that fact that even on a smaller machine. So as I said, this is a machine that it may be small in weight and size, but it really does give me the functionality where this could be my one and only machine. If I am newer to sewing, this will grow with you. So I love giving this machine for someone high school age, even going into college. As their sewing skills improve, this will grow with them. As they get a larger machine, maybe get into some of the higher end machines, this will work perfectly as classes and retreats. So I love that this is not a one-time purchase and only has one type of sewist in mind. It really is that great all-purpose machine that is wonderful. Now I said that the machine had a hard case, so I'm going to show you what that looks like going right over the machine. I have this pin on. So this will allow you to carry it with that protective cover, or if you're in a small space, allow you to store it dust. So I love that that hard cover is included as well as that accessory table. And Darren, were there any other questions? Wonderful. So one of the things that I wanted to show, and I get asked a lot about, is so this has a wonderful needle threader on the machine, and we're going to try and get close so that you could see that. And I'm going to unthread my, and I'm going to lower the foot. You really want to keep the foot lowered when you're using that needle threader. And I'm going to lower my needle and raise it so that I have my needle in the correct height. Threader is a pull down. And if you've noticed, I pulled it down and I do not need to hold it down. So one of the simple little things that I really love, and I've just moved my thread into place and I'm going that up, and it threads my needle each and every time, which is for me wonderful. I graduated to trifocals, so that automatic needle threader feature to have on the machine. I wanted to give you another glance again at the stitch chart and the stitches that are included with the machine.
Hello.
Hello!
It's so cool. All of
I hope
the
I gave
features.
everyone a really good overview of the machine, just to get an idea of how special this machine is.
It's pretty cool how, even though it's what, 12 pounds approximately?
It's right in between 12 and 14 pounds, so right in that area.
That it's such a perfect machine that has kind of almost every feature you can ever want, especially on a travel machine. And the table,
Absolutely.
so cool. I love that the table folds up too, so that when you're traveling, you can. It's just a nice small little package to travel with. But and the cover, that's sweet that it comes with a cover even. And you know, Alba, on our
It's a,
Facebook,
yes.
my wife does. Her name is Janome. She does our Facebook and Instagram, but she asks questions every Friday, and 3 times we've asked, "What is your favorite function on your sewing machine?" And I know that 2 of the times it was scissor cut that won. And wouldn't you know, this machine has scissor cut. And the other winners up there were needle up down, needle threader, start stop. I mean, it kind of won all all of those features. And for $599, which is kind of a crazy price for such a machine, and to top it off, we're going to include a $60 Janome gift with the purchase. So $599, free shipping. So it doesn't matter where you are. If you're in Wisconsin or California, where Nancy's kayaking today, it doesn't matter where you live. We will ship it to you. And I think that even if we ship it out of state, right now it's basically $599 out the door. Plus, you get that $60 Janome gift for purchasing because of our event. And Jared's trying to sneak across under our camera. Couldn't be able to sneak like that. So Alba, this machine, I don't know if you know how long it's been out. I think that this is like the 3rd colorway.
It's either the 3rd or 4th reinvention or recolorway of it. As soon as Janome removes it from the lineup, we get such a demand for this machine and consuming it back. It has been a top selling machine for years. So just true and tried and well loved by many.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for joining us, and Sam on the other side of the camera there. You guys are awesome to do this whenever we need something. You guys say sure, and I know it's later in your neck of the woods, so we appreciate you doing this on a Saturday when you're supposed to be at the Jersey Shore, or I don't know where you go out there in Jersey to relax, but you're supposed to be relaxing today. But you're so nice to spend your Saturday with us, and we thank you.
It's our pleasure. We enjoy being with you and your customers.
Oh yeah, and thank you for showing your ring. Yep, your thread cutter ring. I'm gonna go up close. We do have them. Jer moved them to our website, so if you are interested in the cool thread cutter, originally I saw this item on Shark Tank, and it was used well for cutting fishing line. There it is
This is,
in all its
yeah,
glory.
it's wonderful when you're chain piecing, when you go to iron apart, it's right there and it allows you to cut on the right and the left. So just really a nice way to show off your Janome pride.
Yep, and ours. I like it. You could use it for sewing. You could use it for fishing. You could use it for any time you need a cutter there consistently. So it's kind of a cool idea. And we only have 9 of them in stock. So if you are interested in those, here in a short bit, we'll show you how to order that. But Alba, thank you guys. Thank you, Sam. We appreciate it again. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sam.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. We'll see you again soon. That is awesome. This machine has been such a hit for our family business for years. They don't really need to improve it when they come out with a new one. They just add a different colorway. This guy right here is the red, white, and blue version of it. Janome donates $20 to to Quilts of Valor, which is a charity that every machine purchase gets money donated. And Jerry, if you don't mind to go to the website real quick to show how to order the machine. So if you have interest in the Janome machine that pretty much does everything a person needs for travel, it could be your everyday machine, just go to moltqueen.com and then scroll down through the previous events. Just know our specials are going to last this weekend, and some of them will even extend into next week. But we do have that cutter tool that is the third item there on the top row, and then the 2 different 3160s. So that top one is the one that Alba was using. It's just the color of it, and then this one below it, it's the same exact bundle. There's nothing changes between the two. You still get the table, you still get the hardcover, you still get all of the glorious quilting feet in the box, your walking foot, your 1/4 inch foot. So it's all totally bundled, whether you choose the Quilts of Valor version or the, I don't know what color it is, I'm colorblind, but it's T for teal, or
It's like a bronze.
it's like a bronze, so it's T for bronze. It's a 3160 is the actual number. QDC after the 3160 for how the feeding of it, how there's needle position all the way across. You have multiple needle positions, and you always have a feed dog in front of, behind it to help pull it through in any of the positions. That's the QDC. It's on the feeding system of it. And then the last is a dash T, would be the one that Alba had, and it's just the color. And dash, or the other one is just 3160 QOV for Quilt of Valor. Jer has set me up. It looks like I got a headlight now for.
Well, that's so you don't get lost.
Oh, thank you. So, we're going to do a quick demo before we go for this wonderful company. Yesterday, we sold out of are little nano lights by SoLite. Husband and wife in Mesa, Arizona makes these lights. This guy right here is a neck light. It is a little box. It has clips on it that just magnetize to the side. It has a tightener.
Oh, Nancy said T for topaz.
T for topaz. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy Ouch is our sales rep for Janome, and she is watching us. And Nancy, do you know how many years the 3160 has been made? Good question.
Because I know it started with the black one.
So this guy, it makes it easier to be able to put it around your neck because it has that magnetic clamp, and you just put it angled down. It has regular AA batteries, but you could also buy. Have seen AA batteries where you can plug a charger into it, so you just have a rechargeable battery. That way, you can work on needlepoint or anything that you would need to have a light on hanging.
Read a book.
Yep, reading books. But
Nancy says many decades.
Many decades. So this is a SoLite neck light. It's in the same spot. We'll show you here in a second before we sign out how, if you have any interest in this light, we have a few of those available in stock right now. And
Darren's going to take my spot.
I'm going to swing on over here.
So what I'm going to show you are I had spoken about them earlier this week or yesterday regarding the permanent sticky lights. So we talked about the nano lights, which were like the temporary tape. These ones have 3M sticky tape on the back, so it's a permanent fixture that will live on your machine. You want to take me down? So this is the SoLite kind of demo machine, but underneath here I have this little nifty light, and it's just touch sensitive. So if I just tap that, it'll light up my whole sewing machine bed. So the neat thing about that is it just sticks. It comes with a bunch of, flip this around real quick. It comes with a bunch of little 3M stickers to be able to hold the cord so it sits nice and neat, doesn't hang out the back of your machine. If I go to this overhead one, these are the 3 different sizes. So they start at 20 and go up to 40. So 20, 30, 40. And as you go through in the prices, you basically get double lights for $10 more. So this first one has 4 LED cells, and this next one has 8. And then the following has 16 LED cells. So if I start with this guy right here and click that, it's nice and bright. But if I move up and click this one and get rid of that guy, it's twice as bright. And then move up to the final one. I can't even look at these because they are so bright. I have little dots inside my eyes right now, so I can't really see anything. But if I go back to this one right here and turn this one on one more time so you can see it, it does light up the whole bed. You can see it on my hand. I can't easily turn off all the lights in the room, but it does make a huge difference on the machines. But the nice thing is with SoLite, they actually they're made here in Mesa, so they're a local company. They are American-made lights. So that's something that we like to stand behind, is American-made products.
And one thing that I've learned is that the lights are clear. They're white. They're bright.
They're daylight.
If you put a white piece of paper under the light, you'll see nothing but white on that paper. Some machines that come brand new, the light is not white. It's a little bit of a yellowish, or some of the other brands that that you purchase, the lights that stick under, the coating that's on them actually tints the color, so it's a yellow light as well. These are true white, clear LED lights. We're lucky that we're in the same city where they make them, and that they are actually the best of the SoLites that are on the market. And we have them at $20 for the basic one. $30 is the one that's on the machine. And a lot of people find that this light is enough. Can I show you one more thing on this, Jared?
Yeah.
Is that you can actually put this light here. or you can put it like in the neck of your machine. So you have your choice. Wherever you have a flat surface, you can actually put it on the outside. We have selected on this particular one because of its size to put it on the inside, but you can put it on your machine in any spot.
Right now, the Molqueen, like the demo link that we had, the Molqueen demonstrated products is missing from our main page. But
will you show them how to buy those?
fear not, I'm going to show you how to do it. They will put the link on. Darren's running right now. Let me go ahead and switch this over real quick. So now what I'm going to show you.
Will you see if Kenneth
Cindy,
will
that's
back
pretty funny. I'll tell
Molqueen
Darren what it was
demonstrated
in a minute
products
when
to the
back.
home,
But
the very home page.
let me go ahead and
Somehow
throw
it missed.
this
It
guy
lost.
up there. And then if you go to the molqueen.com website,
Can I get one of
click
those
shop
plugs?
online,
Sorry.
and back where it says
Thank you,
live
sugar.
event specials
Thank you.
right here, it's going, if you scroll
Sorry?
down a little
Is-
bit, it'll
is
say
she-
Molqueen demonstrated products. So it's a little bit of a roundabout way to get to it, but you will get to it. So here we have the deals. This one is the one that the most
probably
expensive
kinda
and the
high.
brightest one
I
that I
mean,
showed you guys. That's the $40
Probably one of
one.
the old ones.
They actually have one with a
I would do
single
3,500.
16,
I mean,
16
it depends
row
on which one it is.
and then a
If it's
separate
like a
4 row. So
620,
for
then it's probably
$15
worth
more, you get
2,500.
2 lights, and you move up, and you can actually put one
You can
underneath
Google it to see what
your.
the comparison
Oh, hold on
is
1
to,
second. Let me mute.
in the brother world.
Darren said he's sorry.
Yes, I didn't realize. I meant to run out there and run back in to show you something on the light.
But
oh my goodness.
so as you scroll down right here, you'll see everything that we've demonstrated ourselves so far, including the neck light. So a couple people were asking about the neck light. You can add that to your cart right there, and if you scroll down just a hair more,
May I add something on that neck
those.
light?
Absolutely.
That the optional colors that are on the strings, it'll be just a random color.
There is each one is going to be different. If you have a color that you hope to get, go ahead and add it to the notes in your description, and we'll see if we still have it in stock. But otherwise, we can do that. But
I guess I'm lost behind.
hiding behind
sorry.
my elbow.
Hey,
Elbow.
we're going to be running too close to not. We need to stop really and get on to AccuQuilt, Tammy with AccuQuilt. But part of the reason why the lights that we're discussing are so inexpensive, because $20 for a true color light for your machine, or $30 for that twice as bright, or $40 for the big one, is that they don't come with a cable that goes all the way to the machine. To your outlet. So the idea is to save you $10, $20 from having to purchase one of these. But if you don't have one, the idea is that most people in their drawer have a USB-C cable just sitting there from an old cell phone. And if that is the case, then all you need is the light, and then just use that existing cable. If not, Jared will show you where that cable is as well on our site. I just want you to know that you just want to make sure you have that USB-C cable to plug that light in.
Because the computer crashed during Cindy Hogan's session, I forgot to do the
word scramble.
The word scramble.
Oh, the secret word.
But the secret word during Alba's session. So there are going to be 2 during the AccuQuilt session. So look for those. And we have about 3 minutes.
So just to recap on the light, you have 3 different choices. If you don't have a USB-C cable sitting in your drawer, just add that on your cart as well at molqueen.com.
But do you want to take a quick little break and reset this room real quick and
yes,
grab?
That sounds good.
So we'll be back in approximately 3 to 4 minutes, and we'll be right back with Tammy from AccuQuilt.
Yay, we're back again. One more time. We have actually 2 more segments for our weekend. We have AccuQuilt coming live with us here in a few moments. And we have Emily Scott Designs, Christine Connor. And we're going to find out all about that company as well for edge-to-edge quilting in your embroidery machine. But what better to cut all your pieces out than a die cutting machine? I know that we sell a lot of digital cutters, and they do, like the Scan and Cut by Brother. Definitely has a purpose in the marketplace for custom cuts, but it's always just one layer of fabric, where on these beauties, you can put multiple layers of fabric and perfectly die cut. No more rotary cutters, no more slipping, no more having not straight lines. I've heard people when they start rotary cutting, like something shifts if you're trying to do multiple layers. We are going to play a couple of games. You want to do a word scramble real quick, Jared?
Yep, I'm just typing it up right now.
Awesome. We are going to do a game real quick. We love games, and we hope you do too. If you do like playing the games, please comment whether you do or not, because that one is just way too easy. That one is.
I actually am not typing them. Let me put this. Let me help my point.
Holy cow.
Darren actually sent me a whole email list with all of the pre-scrambled words. Like,
it looks like
wow,
says,
every person in the world answered it at the right time.
Yep, it looks like that says Janome. So you better hurry and do it. We're going to take the first 30 people maybe and do a random selection of the winner, and Jared will pop that out here in a second. Remember, if you are a winner of any of our gift cards, we do need to have you email Jared at molequeen.com to give us your email address so we can email you your gift card. We do have specials today on AccuQuilt. I don't know how many of you have AccuQuilt. If you don't mind to comment whether you have AccuQuilt. If you don't mind to share and say to your friends, hey, AccuQuilt is going live, just so that they can see this if they don't have this yet. We have a lot of these in different quilt groups, so that they can have a community cutting machine to do all of the charity quilts. We're going to have our favorite sales rep in the AccuQuilt world. Her name is Tammy Miller. She's going to come live with us from her home in Exarban. No, that's backwards, in Nebraska. Hey, Tammy, how are you? Of course, we can't hear you. Sorry, Tammy. There we go.
Can't hear.
Oh, I can hear you now. Don't touch anything.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Jared's got a way to fix that. So I can see a couple of cutters there. We're excited to have you describe these.
Yeah, let me know when. Yeah, I'm on my cell phone and I'm just kind of viewing you there on my computer. So hopefully you can hear me clear. And did you want to do? We did the word scramble. I kind of talked. I just want to introduce myself. Yes, I'm Tammy Miller, and I've known the Mole Queen team for many, many years. And I've worked for AccuQuilt for 21 years. So I'm excited to be here today. Thank you for inviting me. And we're going to watch a couple 1.5-minute videos that I think are fun. And like Darren said, raise your hand if you have a cutter and share, which of course I can't see any of you, so bear with me. And if you don't have a cutter, let us know, because these are some great tools to help you utilize your scraps. And if you do have a cutter, share, like he said. And we're going to review some additional tips and tricks. So this little presentation today that I'm going to go over is basically for everybody. So I think we talked about doing the short little videos first, Jared?
Yeah, Jared is frantically doing something over here. He's like our DJ.
He's kind of doing a couple of these.
Yeah, Mix Master Jerry Jer.
So everyone will have to kind of bear with us when it's you just on the screen, I can have it go where you're a solo layout like this.
Yeah.
But while it's us three or you and Darren on the screen, I have to do it where there's this black box at the bottom. So
Sorry
you'll have
about
to bear
that.
with us. It's no biggie, but I do have the videos. The first one is the Go Big commercial.
Go big.
Yeah, we'll do that one.
Okay.
So we'll see you guys in about what, a minute and a half.
Minute and a half. Yep.
For the ultimate fabric cutting experience, you need the Go Big in your sewing space.
Jer, we can't hear it.
This all-electric fabric cutter is hands-free, making it the
When I play it, you can't hear it?
I had to tap for sound, so maybe it worked for everybody else. If somebody else can if they can hear it or not.
Okay, I'm going to start playing it again, and if you can hear it, let me know. Okay, they're saying they can hear it.
If you can hear it, clap your hand.
For the ultimate fabric cutting experience, you need the Go Big in your sewing space. This all-electric fabric cutter is hands-free, making it the cutter for those with physical limitations. The Go Big is safe, easy to use, and is compatible with every die in our Go collection. That's more than 250 dies. The wide opening allows you to run 2 6-inch wide dies through at once, upping your efficiency and lowering your cutting time. Though it's our widest Go cutter, the Go Big is still portable and features a handle to make it easy to store or travel with. When you buy the Go Big electric starter set, you get the Go Big fabric cutter, the 3x6-inch finish Go Flying Geese die, a cutting mat, and 5 fabulous patterns. Look at some of these beautiful projects you can create with a Go Big. The Go Big has all the perks of AccuQuilt's amazing Go product line with none of the manual work. Don't give up your quilting craft. Go big. AccuQuilt, because cutting time means quilting more.
That was a great commercial.
I know, I love it. Yeah, so we're going to expand on that in a little bit. Then you want to go to this one, or do you want me to
Ready,
demo
set,
this?
go.
Ready, set, go.
Let's do the ready, set, go. So give me about 30 seconds to get this one ready, okay?
1,000, 2, 1,000.
Sounds
3.
great.
All right. That's it.
Hi. That is our website for the lights. We are excited to have Tammy. Tammy, I think this is the first event we've done with you live or in person. Ready, set, go.
I can't hear it yet. But
Fabric cutter takes the strain out of fabric cutting, meaning less chance of injury and better quilts made faster. The ultimate fabric cutting system includes the Go, our innovative fabric cutter with an easy-to-turn handle that makes cutting fabric safer, faster, and more accurate. This 15-pound fabric cutter has a carrying handle and folding mechanism, so it's portable and easy to store. The Ready, Set, Go also includes the Ready, Set, Go mix and match 8-inch block, which features 8 dies, commonly used geometric shapes and corresponding geometry. The Go Qube mix the Go Qube mix the Go
should be good.
There we go. Hi, everybody.
good.
There we go. Me, Darren. Hi, everybody.
good.
There we go. Me, Darren. I guess we're trying to get the videos to play. 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 We're trying to get the videos to play.
Tammy, can you hear us?
I think we had a.
It's feeding, repeating things back.
Yeah, I don't.
We had a little bit of a computer crash earlier during one of our segments, and it kind of reset one of our segments, our settings. So EJ Jerry Jarrett is trying to fix those. EJ Jerry Jarrett is trying to fix those. EJ Jerry. One thing I want to point out is one thing I want to point out is one thing I want to point out is 84% people said that Jerry. What do you think, Tammy? What do you think?
I'm hearing all kinds of Mulqueen repetition comments. Like I heard you about 10 times repeat, so I could hardly hear what you were saying. Is that on my end, or do you think your end?
Okay, we should have it fixed now.
Oh, yay!
Yay!
Yay! Thanks, Jer. Everybody still with us? Give us a high five.
So I think we're gonna have to pass on the Ready Set Go video, unfortunately.
Oh, perfectly fine. I'll talk about it myself. So this is the Go Cutter. And like she was saying, it's lightweight, portable, easy to use. It definitely saves you time. It saves you money. It saves your fabric. So I've had mine for over 10 years. I love my Go Cutter. And I'm so happy that I've had the opportunity to work from home and use it more than in the last year. Sad about the state we're in, of course. But I've been using the Go Cutter so much, and the Go Big Electric. But I'm going to tell you what comes in the Go Cutter. It's safe, accurate, easy to use, 90% faster than cutting with a rotary cutter. And so, as she said, the Go Cutter itself is a hand crank option. And when you purchase it as a Ready Set Go, it comes in a box, and it comes with quite a few other things. So I'm going to show you what it comes with. First off, it comes with the 2.5-inch strip die. And if you're not familiar with what a die is, a die actually has blades embedded here under the foam. And the blades for the 2.5-inch strip are open at each end, but they travel through the length of the die board. So it's safe, accurate, and easy to use. So the Go Ready Set Go comes with the 2.5-inch strip cutter. It comes with this 10 by 24 cutting mat and a mix and match cube. And it comes with the 8-inch cube. And I'm sure you're saying to yourself, if you're new, what is a cube? Well, of course, the cube is this cute little box here. I'm going to slip this off. I no longer need it. It does tell me what shapes and what size the shapes are inside the wrap. Now, once I slide this through, it's easy to pull the smallest one out first, but this holds my CD to get started, the 6x6 cutting mat. So this is the second mat in the Ready Set Go, and then a little pattern booklet. So you can take this out, and again, it's going to show you the sizes and step-by-step instructions to make this beautiful quilt. So there's lots of different patterns in the Go Qube. And in fact, it has 8 different dies. And as I mentioned earlier, a die has a wooden base, and then it is covered in foam. And underneath the foam is where the blades are. So usually when we open this up, we can say, ta-da, this is what's inside. Shapes 1, 2, 3, 4. And the rest of this box hold 5 through 8. So when you cut your scraps of fabric, this is a shape. It has 4 2.5-inch squares. So of course we all have scraps at home. We're going to cover the fabric on top of the foam and then put the mat on top and run it through. So when you cut your scraps and you use the 8-inch mix and match block, you can put all the pieces together to create as many blocks ideas as you want, but we provide you with a mix and match idea sheet. Jerry, are you still with me? Do you have your idea sheet that we can share, or do you want me to show mine on the screen? Well, I can show you mine. Again, my sheet has the 8 different block sizes, and we carry the cubes in different sizes also, but in the Ready, Set, Go box, it's only the 8-inch mix and match cube. So we have available for you these pattern ideas where you can mix and match the 8 shapes that come in the 8-inch cube to create these 72 different blocks. So this is pretty exciting, and they're all geometric shapes. We have 2 different squares, half square triangle, a quarter square triangle, a square on point, and that would be another class, and then a parallelogram. So these are the final 8 shapes that are in the cube. So to recap, the Ready, Set, Go comes with the hand crank Go fabric cutter. It comes with the 2.5-inch strip die, comes with a mat to cover the fabric on the 2.5-inch strip die. And then it also comes with the cube. And one more exciting piece I haven't shown you yet is a free Go Qube Mix and Match book from Eleanor Burns. So again, you'll take your scraps and you'll lay the fabric on top of the die board. And there's lots of great ideas inside this book that Eleanor Burns wrote in regards to our 8-inch mix and match block set. So how exciting is that to get this free book? Lots of great ideas. I've made a couple of patterns through here. Wall hanging, absolutely adorable. So is everybody still with me? I would love to be able to hear and share so much with you. I love this cutter. So I've kind of recapped the Ready, Set, Go. This is the hand crank option. We didn't run the fabric through, did we? Aha. I absolutely love this hand crank option because sometimes the Go is put away, or the Go Big Electric is put away. So if I just need a few more squares for my project, I can grab my scraps. One of the nice things about the Go cutter is it cuts accurately. It cuts 6 layers of fabric at a time. And we have hundreds of different shapes that will fit through the Go cutter. There's only a few shapes that don't, and we'll talk about that when we talk about the Go Big Electric. But as I mentioned, it cuts scraps of fabric. Who here has scraps of fabric at home? I'm sure you all have lots and lots of scraps. It's not always the easiest to cut a small scrap of fabric, but this tool makes it easier for you. So grab your scraps of fabric and you want to do a stretch test. So this is kind of a low sound. You can't really hear it, but that is my straight of grain. And this has a bit of a stretch to it. So that's my cross grain. So I want the fabric to run through with the straight of grain so the fabric doesn't stretch as it's being pulled through the machine. So I've got my straight of grain, and I'm going to lay it on top just enough to cover the blade. It doesn't have to cover the entire die board because nothing happens where there's no blade. So I'm going to literally just put the fabric on top of the blades. See how I've covered these 2 shapes? The shapes that are on here is a 2-inch finished, a 4-inch finished, and 2-inch finished half square triangles. So once I have my mat, just double check that I've got everything covered. Once I have my mat on top, the blades never need to be sharpened in a Go cutter. So it's always sharp. But the mat is not a self-healing mat. So you will have to change the mat occasionally. So I tend to take the mat and hang it over the end so I can save the life of my mat. There's no need to cover the entire die board with fabric, and there's no need to cover the die board with a mat because the blades don't move. It's the mat that presses the fabric down into the blade and it does the cutting. So once I get this engaged here, I'm going to turn the handle. Now, some people say, why are those blades angled on the board? Well, there's a good reason for that. Because when blade travels under the roller, we want the blade to hit the roller slowly. If the blade hits the roller all at one time, it would sort of want to hop over the blade. So we like the example of illegal parking. I'm going to say, I bet, I shouldn't say illegal parking, but let's say if you're at a outdoor concert or something and you need to pull your vehicle up over a curb, you don't want to hit that curb head on. You're going to go slowly over that curb. So that's the example that we like to use. Now, there's often one thread that needs to be snipped. So I like to keep a small pair of scissors, but this time there's barely any scraps. So I'm going to set that aside, and I can show you that these pieces match perfectly. So what I like to do is lay my 2/2 triangles next to each other so that you can see that they all will finish at the same size. And if you notice on the triangles, there are the dog ears cut off. So you would stitch from point to point. That's your perfect seam allowance. We have that already calculated in there for you. So we've done the math. We've actually made this easy for you. So it's safe, accurate, easy to use, 90% faster than cutting with a rotary cutter. And these 4 sewn together make a 4-inch square. And then I could cut another 4-inch square that would match perfectly. I think I might even do that since we have some time today. Is there anybody that has any questions? I think the Mole Queen team would have to point it out to me to let me know who's typing. And I believe there's a chat option on here. So less than 3 seconds.
I mean, I'm back. I have the. Sorry, I was out there, but I have the PDF that I can pull up if you'd like.
Oh yeah. Well, will the people that are here be able to get a copy of that? I'm sure they'll be able to stop in the store.
Yeah, they can stop in the store. If they want a copy of it, they can email me and I can forward the link to them.
Yep, so, that's perfect.
I'll scroll through this just really quick just to show them. There's only about a dozen pages.
Yeah, so that is the mix and match. So it really gives you 72 different ideas. I think it's page 4 that shows the sizes. So we have different sized cubes, but again, in the Ready, Set, Go, it's just the 8-inch. And since it's already packaged in the box, we can't swap that out. But the 8-inch plays very well with the 12-inch. And so those are exciting to be able to see different sizes. And then in 2 pages off of where you're at is the beginning of the 72 block layouts. And so this comes in extreme handy with everybody. So everybody loves this. Any questions, anyone? Do you see the questions, Jer?
Yeah, I don't have anything. I don't have anything yet.
Okay. We might have a lot of people that already have their cutters, which is great. And if you'd like to put some questions in early, Jer can ask me those also at the end. So I'm good with that, sir.
Good. Okay. Alrighty.
So let me know if you have any questions on the Ready, Set, Go. But I'm going to go ahead and demo the Go Big now. And so the Go Big is electric. So I already have it plugged in. Now I do like to plug it in while it's closed. Okay. So if I plug it in while it's closed, then I can turn the machine, lay it down on its side before you open it. That's a good one. I've watched someone forget to do that. So now I'm going to open it. The hardest job of this machine is turning it on. Completely easy. So we call this the Go Big Electric. So your Go Big Electric can cut hundreds of shapes in minutes. In fact, My Go Big Electric helped me cut 100 denim rag squares the other day. So I think some of you can see this beautiful quilt that I'm working on for my daughter. Hopefully she's not watching because it is a surprise for her. So don't tell her, don't let her know. But it's made out of denim so that she can have it as a picnic blanket. So she's getting married. So mom is spoiling her a little bit. I can't help myself. All right. So the Go Big Electric helped me cut 100 denim rag squares and 100 of the colored squares. Now, I will tell you, I used 2 5-inch squares to cut all those squares. And I just happen to have 2 of them because in the Go Big Electric, you can do 2 dies. You can run 2 dies through at a time. So the Go Big Electric also comes with a free die. It comes with this flying geese, which I've seen so many patterns lately where the quilter will put a panel on the inside and then use flying geese to do something a little more decorative around the panel that they purchased. So it's a great place to get started. So the Go Big Electric is also safe, accurate, easy to use, and 90% faster than cutting with a rotary cutter. So you also grab your scraps, just like we did before. Check for the grain because you want the lengthwise grain to travel through the length of the cutter. Crosswise grain is going to stretch. Lengthwise grain is nice and taut. So if I lay this, or I can cut up to 6 layers of cotton. That would be something that we haven't talked about is how many layers. We say 6 layers, but we always say up to 6 layers. Now, when I cut with the denim, I only cut 1 layer at a time because I wanted to keep that dye clean. So 6 layers of cotton fabric, 1 layer of denim, 2 layers of wool. It will cut the Shannon fabrics, any type of plush leather, wool. I love flannel, lots of great things. So if I'm going to cut 2 layers or 2 dies at a time, I'm going to have to grab some more fabric, lay it on top of the shape that I want to cut, make sure it's the lengthwise grain going through. I only need to cover the shape that I want to cut. And if I run this through, I can do 2 dies at a time. So it's very handy. You do want some table space, and I'm sure the Mole Queen's team has a great table there for you. But the motor shuts off when the die exits the machine. So you can come back 30 seconds later, or you can come back 30 minutes later and continue to work on your project. Anyone else out there like me? I have a tendency to start something else, come back and finish this later. That's why I love how this machine just shuts off. So you want to slide your mat off. And again, I've got perfect 1/4 square triangles. Oh, and there's that scissor that I would need. You wouldn't want to pull. But these shapes fit perfectly together. And again, I can sew from point to point. My hand's not working so well. If I sew from point to point, we've already got the 1/4 inch seam allowance calculated in there for you. All right, now, so this is the Go Big Electric. It comes with does anyone remember? Just the flying geese die. It comes with the mat. Of course, we all need the mat to go on top of the fabric. And it also comes with this is what it looks like packaged. It'll look like in your machine. But it also comes with a great idea booklet. So I believe there's 12 different projects in here that you can put together, all using the flying geese. Okay. Now be sure to read the tips. Of course, you want to read that because if you ever need your machine to roll backwards, when it's rolling forward, if you hit it and then hold it in, the die will back out. And all of that information is, of course, in your little instructions and tip manual. Okay. So what is the most exciting thing I think you get to do with the Go Big Electric is strips. And I'll tell you, as a new quilter, cutting strips was not exciting at all. Cutting strips stressed me out because I was never able to cut them accurately. So I'm super excited to share with you today, if you haven't already seen it, and I'm sure most of you have, is our strip die. So our strip die cuts 6 layers at a time also. There is no blade at the beginning, like I had mentioned, no blade at the end. So it doesn't matter that I'm cutting on the crosswise grain, because if this fabric stretches, and it will, it won't affect the width of the strip. And that is what we are concerned about. So, did I mention that you can cut all the binding for a queen size quilt with one pass through the Go Big Electric and this 2.5-inch strip die? So do some of you use a 2 1/4? I'd like to hear how many people out there actually use a 2 1/4 strip die for binding instead of 2.5. I've yet to try that, but I'm very happy with this 2.5-inch strip to cut my binding. Now, again, the fabric's going to stretch, so there is a possibility that my ends didn't trim, but they trimmed perfectly. In fact, this is the best thing about this. I'm going to pull off my perfectly cut strip. No wonkiness in the center. Perfectly cut strips. So I'm going to repeat my fun little sentence there, because I know when I'm in person and I can hear people, they kind of murmur when I say, did you know you can cut all the binding for a queen size quilt with one pass through the Go Big Electric and this 2.5-inch strip die? So it's not only for binding, but you could use it for borders, sashing. You could actually use this die to make squares. You can use this die to make diamonds. So all of our dies have these black markings on them. All of our strip dies have these black markings on them. This is for a 90 degree. Then we have a 60 degree, a 45, or a 30 degree line, so that you can cut 30 degree diamonds or 45 degree diamonds. So I'm going to take my strip and lay my fabric. Make sure that I have fabric over the blade on the outside of the blades. So my blades have to be covered. And I could actually, since I'm at it, I may as well cut some squares. Again, if you have some questions, a little more difficult, this presentation was for beginners. But if those of you that have been out there for a while, I would love to hear from you. And I have my own personal collection of dies. I could answer any questions while I'm here. So please.
All right. So while you're doing that, I'll ask a couple questions.
Great. Thank you.
Will cutting thin foam be safe for the dies?
Yes, thin foam is safe for the dies. Any kind of foam. We love, have some ideas of playing tic-tac-toe. You could make your own little tic-tac-toe mats out of foam.
And then are all the designs you are showing in the Qube? That was from a few minutes previous. So that was probably when I was talking about the actual Qube.
When all the designs that we were showing, yes, in that brochure, all of those are in the Qube. So you can make 72 different blocks, and those are ideas in the mix and match system. All are created with the 8-inch Qube, and that's in the Ready, Set, Go or purchased separately.
How do you store the dies?
Well, the Qubes come in their own little storage case. So I definitely keep my Qubes in their original case. I don't have that. I don't have all the outside wraps. But the rest of my dies, since I've newly started collecting them, are on a bookshelf up here, like books. But we sell these wonderful little boxes or storage boxes. Yes, they're called storage boxes. We do sell them, and Mole Queens sells them and has them, where you can put your dies in the Qube box of your storage box. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So
Jared, do you have the catalog also, so that the people that are interested, that are watching today, if they want the mix and match brochure, you should have the catalog also. So in the back of the catalog, you can check that out. And I'm sure Mole Queens has the storage boxes in stock.
correct. Yeah, and then someone was talking about to prevent cracking. We recommend just moving the mat around.
The box from cracking?
No, like on the mat that goes across the top of the die. Do you recommend moving it around to prevent like cracking?
Definitely. So as you can tell, my mat's been pretty well loved. And so you want to move this mat, what I would call top to bottom. So you want to move it as much as you can and flip it just to make sure that all your blades are covered. So as I was saying earlier, the blades never need to be sharpened, but the mats do wear out. And to extend the life of the mat, you only cover the shape that you want to cut. With a strip, of course, you just have to move it around a lot. You've got a good 3 inches or two inches to move it on each side.
And then this is the die storage that you were talking about. So these hold the 6x6 dies.
Yeah.
And then these ones here will hold, whoops, where did I go?
We have a 10 by 10 and a 6 by 12.
Yep. So we have cutting cabinets. If you go to the AccuQuilt section, you can see it there, but cutting cabinets. And then if I come into this guy here, it's a Horn A680 block center. That's
Great.
the table you were mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is all of our storage. So Go die storage, mini tote, 10 by 10, 6 by 6. And then also we have travel totes.
Travel totes are nice.
So,
I've actually flew on airplanes with mine quite a bit. I put my Go Big in that all the time.
Darren, do we have black and green? Yeah. So it's there's just a straight black one with green logos, and then a black one, or this green one with white logos. So either or of those, just put it in the comments of what you would rather on the notes if you're purchasing that.
Love it. Love it. Okay. So as I was talking about the strips, it will also, this strip die and any of our strip dies will cut squares and diamonds. And so you can have like 132 2-inch squares with one pass through this Go Big Electric. Just keep lining up your strips and then send it through. This is the nice 45-degree where you could make your own Lone Star. And there's lots of different patterns utilizing the 45-degree angle. 60-degree angle is a lot of fun. That will create some different tumblers, a building block, just lots and lots of fun things to do with this strip die. I've had mine for years. Biggest thing I use mine for is for binding. Just and it just takes minutes, and it's perfect every single time. All right, so this is the Go Big Electric. So we have about between 12 and 14 different strip widths. And I'm sure Mole Queens have the strip dies on their website. I've been working for the company for years, and that 2.5-inch strip is the #1 selling die. And then after the 2.5-inch strip, then we have the 2 1/4, then we have the 4.5, the 5-inch strip. I mean, there's so many opportunities for you to utilize the strip dies. Again, not only for borders, not only for binding, you can use sashing, squares. So if I bought the 5-inch strip die, I could make 5-inch squares and have, again, hundreds in just minutes. So this is going to save you time, in my opinion, money. It's going to save you money and energy. I've had some issues here lately, so cutting is not my gig. But when I tell people I cut 100 denim squares, well, rag squares in just minutes, they're pretty excited about that. So the Go Big Electric comes with the flying geese die. Then you can buy your choice of cubes. So I know a lot of people get a little confused about what a cube is. So I want you to ask as many questions as you can, because we're next going to talk about what the cube's companion is. So a companion set basically has 4 more dies. And so on that mix and match flyer that you're going to get, we'll show you another 72 different blocks. So I've got the first 72, and now I can expand it just by adding the corners. I get another 72. So here's my first 72 blocks, my second 72 blocks out of my companion angles, and another 72 blocks with my corners. So the corners are shapes, oh my goodness, 13 to 16. So the angles are shaped 9 through 12. So back here at the beginning of your brochure, you'll see the 8-inch shapes in the different size cubes. And then your first corner is a companion, and then angles are companions. And all together, we give you 216 different ideas to put these shapes together. Absolutely a wonderful, wonderful layout to help you utilize all these shapes. And actually, 216 is not even all of them. So there's lots and lots. The ideas are just endless, because you get not only the squares and the diamonds, the squares and the half square triangles, the quarter square triangles with the original cube, but you have a chisel and a signature block and shape 11.1 and 12.1. So many different things you could do with this. And then when you get the angles, you get a kite shape, a trapezoid. And who wants to cut a trapezoid with a rotary cutter? Not this girl. So I think this is a win-win situation. And you want to ask me how many different cubes we have. I'd say we start with the 8-inch, but we actually right now, the smallest cube we have is a 6-inch cube. Many people love those to cut up their smaller scraps. So we have the 6-inch cube, the 8-inch cube, the 9-inch cube, the 10-inch cube, and a 12-inch cube. So those shapes just get bigger and bigger. Personally, I've made a quilt using the 12-inch cube. Now, I don't know about most of you, but every quilt that I have made, I have given away. They become such a wonderful, loving gift. And I can't tell you how happy I have been working with AccuQuilt to be able to provide these gifts for my family and friends. So if I haven't confused you with the cubes, or if you have a question, again, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 12. I feel like I missed one. 6, 8, 9, 10, 12. I got them all. Those are the sizes of the cube. Those are the sizes of the finished block you will create with this cube. And then you can add the corners and the angles to finish out the set. Now, I happen to know many people have multiple size cubes, because you could make 8-inch and make those 8-inch pieces work with the 12-inch cube. Again, that's going to be another class. And I bet Mole Queens has maybe some AccuQuilt classes coming up. We'll have to talk to Darren about that. So, Jer, are you still with me? I think he may have taken another break. Oh, there he is.
I'm here. I'm here. Hold on. Let me sort this out. Sorry, it just takes a second to click back in. So, I just have a few more questions here. So, how do you store long strip dies?
I honestly, me personally, or AccuQuilt, there is a rack, but next to my bookcase, which is where I have my other dies sitting up just like books in my bookcase, I have my strip dies alongside of there. The most important part about storing your dies is make sure that you don't have a big, heavy stack this way. Okay, that's the most important part. But since this is plastic and this is a blade, you are safe. Okay, but you don't want that weight sitting on top of each other. I have seen lots of pictures of people's storage rooms, their quilt rooms, and this is the cleanest, most organized boxes, and it really classes up your quilting room.
So I have a customer here by the name of Irma who has possibly bought the most AccuQuilt stuff out of anyone in the entire world. And that's,
hi, Irma.
I think she'd like to dispute that with anyone. But her question is, when are you going to make the storage boxes for the 5x18 dies?
Well, you mean the 5x10 or the 6x24? I don't have a die size 5x18.
Probably 6x24.
That's a good question, Irma. I love those dies too, because the best thing about those dies is you could take that with you and take your Go Baby. We have a smaller machine. I'm sorry, it's called a Go Me now, but the 6x24 dies fit through the Go Me. And we don't have a storage solution for that, but that is something interesting, and I should bring it up with the marketing team.
If there's any possible way, Tammy, that you start maybe this weekend to make one?
Sure. Anything for you, Darren.
Break out the paper mache and start making a box.
That's kind of...
Oh, she said 5x10. So, Irma, the 5x10, you could use the 10x10s for.
Correct.
Stack two in.
Either that or the 6x12. You can put a 5x10 in a 6x12. So that I think that's why they.
I like to give Irma a hard time.
We all do.
Well, hopefully Irma has one of these books. This is the original. I call it 1091. It's the free book that comes with any Qube that you buy. So right now I have it out because this came with my Ready, Set, Go. Now, I heard there might be some prizes. Jared, did you say is there any prizes? Because I bet AccuQuilt has sent Darren some of these 1095 books. So I know a lot of you have already the Qube book, but this is a go outside the box. So we talked about giving some of these books away.
Okay, so I will, here, how about we do this? Everyone share this stream. Share Miss Tammy up on the screen and let your friends know that AccuQuilt is live. And I will pick, how many are we giving away, Tammy?
I have at least 5 that I know I can give Darren.
Okay, so we'll give away 5. We appreciate that.
Yeah, so it's a wonderful book, and what it does is it takes your Qube to the next level with the companions. And so if you can see that cover, it's just adorable. Absolutely adorable. So Eleanor literally goes step by step how to sew the blocks. She's just so wonderful and clear with her instructions. All right, so we have 5 winners. Do you announce the winners, Jer, or?
Yeah, I have a
they have to share first.
Kind of picking it's picking people here as we go.
Woohoo!
So when it's done, I will go ahead and type them all up, and so in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll probably get all the winners.
Okay.
He's giving away
So
5, Darren. Darren said, "Whoa."
well, that you always know you can get those. Darren has a way of getting what he wants. Do the rest of you know him as well as I do?
Yeah, he sweet talks.
Is that what it is?
I think it's every company. It was funny yesterday. We were or the day before we were talking to another distributor, and we were trying to get a deal on some products, and she was like, "Well, I can give you 10% off," and I was like, "Darren, she said 20% off," and next thing you know, she's giving us 20% off on the item. So it's pretty funny.
Darren has that way about him. So we talked
That was
about
me. I think he and I are the same people, though. To be fair,
Oh dear, I wonder where you got that from. Then I guess I'll say.
runs in the family.
We talked about strip dies. We talked about the dies that come in the box with the cutters. And the other thing that has been skyrocketing in AccuQuilt popularity is applique. So do we have any people who like to embroider shapes? I have yet to live in that world, but I can do some quick and easy applique, which I'm very excited about because I'm going to be putting on the back side of this quilt on the denim these tiny itty bitty hearts. So this die is the accessories to the gingerbread cookie. So you wouldn't think hearts for a quilt off the gingerbread cookie, but we always like to think outside the box. And so I'm going to show you how you can take your scraps of fabric, apply your fusible first, and count the fusible as half a layer. But I'm just going to fold this on here. Again, put my cutting mat. 6x6 cutting mat is the most handiest cutting mat, but I always put that one away. Roll it through. And easy enough, I have cut hearts. And in fact, love making this mistake. I'm going to have to come closer. I folded my 2 hearts. And since I didn't put the fold over the blade, it cut the 2 hearts and kept them connected. So I love to be able to show my mistake. It's sort of a win-win. Sarah Vedler has these nice feathers. This is Sarah Vedler's Heather Feather #1. And it has sort of a fleur-de-lis shape in it. And I can take another fusible. So like I said, we have applique shaped dies that you cut with the fusible on the die. You put your cutting mat on top. There are free embroidery through AccuQuilt.com. And if I were to venture a guess, Mole Queens has some of the embroidery available to you. But here's my fleur-de-lis shape. So any questions about applique or free download embroidery? So we have a whole section on applique. The next section that we all like to talk about is bob dies. So we have our bob dies are actually block on board. So I have a hunter star. Has anyone cut out a hunter star yet? Again, absolutely beautiful quilt here. Pattern is inside the die. And so this hunter star will cut all the parts and pieces to create this entire quilt. All the parts and pieces are on one die. So the next step, my next bucket list quilt, is the Storm at Sea. So we have a Bob die, actually, the Storm at Sea die, that has all the parts and pieces for you to cut the entire Storm at Sea quilt on one die board. When I first started at AccuQuilt, everybody's bucket list die was, or bucket list quilt was a double wedding ring. And so that one is not on my bucket list just yet, but I will tell you the Hunter Star is my next bucket list. I thought the rag squares were going to be something that was very difficult to put together, but I tell you, it's been extremely easy. Instructions are easy. There's a video that you can watch on putting them together. Same with the Hunter Star. Same with Eleanor Burns' Blazing Star. So there's lots of videos that you can watch, and they're on YouTube. You can just type in the name of the die that you'd like to put together and AccuQuilt die, and there's a video that's going to show you how to put that together. And if you have any questions about that, please don't hesitate to ask. I know the team at Mole Queens. I'm sure you've got some classes going on occasionally with AccuQuilt dies, Jer.
Yeah, when there's unfortunately no virus going on.
Yes, you know, I've been tied up in this room for so long, all by myself. I think I lose touch with reality. And yes, I hope this virus is working its way out. Got my first shot, and my second shot comes next week. So I hope you all have stayed healthy. And
It is Darren's actually.
I'm sorry.
Darren gets his shot next week, his second one next week.
Well, that's good. That's good.
So I got winners, and then there's a bunch more questions that I can go ahead and ask you.
Great. I love that.
Let me click on this real quick. So we have Irma Colburn, Cynthia Badger, Margie Cordoza, Judy Selleck, and Carol Callahan.
I'll get this new book.
So Tammy's going to have those sent out to me, and then we will get those to you accordingly. So go ahead and email me at jer@molequeen.com, and we will take care of you and get those out to you.
Now, Jer is with a G, G-E-R.
Correct, yeah.
I had an Uncle Jerry with a J, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my whole family's from Ireland. Both my mom and then both my dad's parents were all Irish immigrants. So that's how Jared is spelled in Ireland. So,
Jared. Well, good to know. A
couple questions, and actually one more winner, because we did the word scramble right before you came on.
Oh, yes.
Let's see. Where did I put it? I guess I'll have to type it real quick. So, Tracy Edwards, congratulations. You win the gift card for the word scramble. So, congratulations.
I wonder if that's the Tracy Edwards I know.
More confetti.
More confetti. Yay. Congrats. Congrats.
So let's do this real quick. Let me ask you a few questions.
Hey, Tammy, Jera's throwing so much confetti that it's a total mess on the floor in here.
Yeah, we need industrial vacuum.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. I happen to, that's always that way when I'm cutting fabric.
So someone wanted to know if you're pressing the fusible before you run it through.
Yes, most definitely. I adhere the fusible first. I usually put the fabric side down. Doesn't really matter, but for some reason I like to know how my orientation is going to be. So that's a perfect segue to, and I know you'll have another question after this, but if you buy the alphabet die, you always want to put the fabric side down with the fusible and then run it through. And again, with the alphabet die, you only need to cover the shape that you're cutting. So there's no need to waste fabric or wear out your mat. So that's where that 6x6 mat always comes in handy. Or I always have a 6x12 out. It seems to be my most popular or easiest to grab. And I only lay the mat over the side that I want to cut and run it through. So personal tip, I like fabric side down, but it's not mandatory.
Alrighty, so Let's see what we have. The quilt behind you, did you use it to make it? Did you use the AccuQuilt to make that?
100% I use the AccuQuilt. I had 5-inch square die. I ran 2 dies through the Go Big Electric at a time. I happened to have 2 5-inch squares. I don't know how that happened. But I cut the radiating batiks in just minutes. Minutes, mind you. I was going to time myself, and by the time I was done, I was already done. I'm thinking, how'd that happen? I forgot to time myself. Literally minutes.
What is the best way to clean fabric threads out of the dies?
That's a good one. So the first step that you want to take, definitely keep your dies clean. I like a lint roller. I always have a lint roller handy right here on my shelf. So I use a lint roller. The second thing I like to do is an old soft toothbrush, so I can pull the threads. Then there is a pick that comes with the machines, or the pick is sold separately. I'm sure Mole Queens has those on their website. But the die pick is sort of like a dental tool that you can use to keep fabric out of the corners. And especially, like I said, on that rag quilt die, I cut 100 denim squares and did my best to keep it clean throughout. I just use a lint roller, a toothbrush, and the die pick. Oh, must not have cleaned it the last time I used it. But I cut 100 denim squares with this. That answer your question?
Yeah, I think that's good.
I've been known to use a tweezer too, but the first
I see a
three
lot
steps.
of people using the hooks, like the weeding tools.
Sure. As long as just be real careful that, metal on metal. So you want to go alongside the metal.
Not on top of it.
Yeah, right.
I have 2 questions. Which fusible is best? And can you store the box, or can the storage boxes be stored safely on their sides?
Yes, the storage boxes can be, because I'm looking at mine underneath my computer. I have the other Qubes and companions, and I actually have mine stored on the side, totally fine. The fusible is a choice more important for the sewing machine and the end use of your applique. So any type of fusible is fine as far as cutting is concerned, because you can leave the paper on, and that the gummy is not, as long as it's cool. So we iron the fusible on, and it'll cool in just a few seconds, and run it through. Any fusible is fine.
I'll say that all of our laser cut kits are done with Steam-A-Seam.
Steam-A-Seam is good.
Steam-A-Seam Light, because it doesn't leave as much residue as most fusibles do. So the hundreds and thousands of laser kits that we've made, they're all done with Steam-A-Seam Light. So
Perfect.
That's our personal recommendation.
That's perfect. It's all about the needle and the thread also, if you're going to embroider around this shape.
But I think that's all of the questions for now.
It looks like Kathy's asking, why is it that you like Darren so much more than Jer? That's a really good question.
I honestly have known Darren longer. Sorry, Jer. I don't know where
you know, you're the first person that actually lied on that question.
Well, Darren pays my bills. No. So, any application questions? Oh, go ahead.
I am truly shocked that you've never been out to our store to do classes. You are so good at this. I wish that we're going to have to hold you to it now that we have proven how good you are, that once we get through this, we're going to have you come out to our store.
Oh, yes. I love this machine. I'm telling you, I've worked with the company 21 years before it was ever AccuQuilt. And I always felt in the back of my mind, I knew how to demo. I don't need to know how to quilt. But once you've made your first quilt, and gifted it to someone. I gifted my first quilt to my niece that lost her mother to breast cancer. The fabric sort of spoke to me. It puts you in a whole different level and a whole different love of the hobby. And to some of us, I can include myself now, this is more than a hobby for me. This is a very meaningful part of my life. Everybody asks me now, do you become a quilter? Oh, yes. I live and breathe quilting now. I have this wall display quite often. I just leave it up most of the year.
I think quilting is the most giving hobby because you can only have so many quilts, and then you want to gift the quilts to someone, whether it's a charity, to the police officers, so they can give a quilt to a child whenever something.
Yes.
I mean, it's the most giving hobby, I believe.
I
There's
love it.
sometimes where we have, I mean, what, 10, 15 bags in the back just filled with like Project Linus quilts and
Arizona
like
blankets for kids.
blankets for kids. Yeah, just it's absurd how
It's-
generous quilters are.
Well, it's changed me. I mean, I've always been a salesperson. I've always been a talker. I knew the product worked great, but until I started gifting the quilts that I made, it's made me a different person. I love it, and I'm going to be quilting for many, many years. And AccuQuilt allows me to use up the scraps. If all of you listeners were sitting in front of me, I always like to say, how many of you have scraps of fabric at home? And everybody will laugh. Of course, you all have scraps of fabric. Is it a few $100 worth of scraps? Is it a few $1,000 worth of scraps? Don't panic, because this is a tool that's going to save you money. It's going to give you an opportunity to cut up those scraps and get to the fun part, the sewing, where the machine sort of relaxes you. So many people stress about the cutting. There's no need to stress about the cutting anymore.
What would be the basic, like, introductory need to have cutters and dies? Like, which cutter would you recommend, and what would be like the initial 1 or 2 dies that you would say that someone needs?
Well, I can tell you right off the top of my head, the Ready, Set, Go is probably the best entry level. It's the best price, and for somebody just getting started. When we started this, it was all about the ability to not have to press and hurt your hand or your shoulder when you're rotary cutting. It's very easy to turn the handle of the Go cutter. And so the Go cutter, as I talked about, in a box called Ready, Set, Go, that's your entry level machine. So it has the Go cutter, it has the strip die, which is a must have, and it has the 8-inch Qube. And the 8-inch Qube, those 8 shapes mixed and matched together create, there you go, those 72 different blocks. And so that is the best place to get started. Now, I am not going to tell any one of you that you can't have the Go Big Electric, because if you're like me, you are the Go Big or Go Home. And I love the idea of putting fabric on the die, getting it started, walk out the room, and come back 30 minutes later, and all my binding is cut for me. But I'm not going to tell you that you can't start with a Go Big. Go Bigs are great to start with. So then you get to pick what size Qube. And do you use 2.5 or do you use 2 1/4 to bind your quilts? So what do you start with? Obviously, the machine of your choice. Ready, Set, Go is already packaged for you. The Go Big Electric then allows you to pick whatever size Qube that you want and whatever size strip die that you want. I hope that answered your question.
Definitely the best overall bundle is the Ready, Set, Go, but it is the hand crank one.
Yeah.
We are doing some specials that we'll talk about here in a short bit on the cutters.
Okay.
And there are specials going on the dies. So we like to show everybody how easy it is to shop on our website after each
Yeah,
segment.
yeah,
We're-
yeah.
We'll do that.
I hope ask me as many questions. I hope we did you have me down for an hour, right, Darren?
Yeah, hour and a half.
Okay, I can hang around as long as you like, but I didn't prepare any specific other things. So, have you
So
ever?
the Go Baby, the Go Me,
I do the same thing.
is a nice tiny one. You can see the size difference.
Man, that's the Go Baby.
I know this one actually does say Go Baby on it, but if you bought it, it would be a Go Me.
That's going to be a collector's item one of these days because you can't get a Go Baby anymore. They're called Go Me. And the Go Me comes with two shapes. They're two piecing shapes. So the great thing about the Go Me, if you're not ready for the Ready, Set, Go, the Go Me will do strips. It will accommodate more than 45% of the line of dies. So we have dies that are 6x6 in size, 6x6 in size, 5x10. I don't have a 5x10 handy, or 6x12, and a 6x24. So all of those dies will fit through that Go Me. And then the next machine up is the Go Cutter. And so 95% or maybe even 98% of the dies will fit through the Go Cutter. And so that Go Cutter will accommodate every Go die except if the title of the die says Go Big. And so those 5 shapes, we only have 5 right now. Those 5, there are dies that are called Go Big dies that will only fit through the Go Big Electric. They're 14 inches wide, and it will accommodate all your other dies that you already own. So let's say you've been at home and you've been cranking for a long time. Now might be the good time to step it up to a Go Big Electric. Now, I honestly thought when I added the Go Big Electric to my home, I thought I would get rid of my Go Cutter, but I've learned that if I just need a couple more shapes, like, okay, behind me, for example, I cut 100 squares in minutes in the Go Big Electric, but I did change the yellow. So I changed the yellow because it was a little bright that was up there, and I liked this variegating colors better. And so I just grabbed the crank without having to put in the electricity. So I just cut 5 more squares with the crank handle. So honestly, I now am somebody that has and uses 2 machines on a regular basis.
Somebody in the comments said that they like the Go Me for travel.
Yeah.
They probably have the full size one for stationary at home, and then the Go Me for travel.
Yep.
Any questions at all on any part of AccuQuilt, make sure you ask them, because we have the one and only Tammy with us.
Oh, Darren, you're nice to me.
I love to give charity quilts. A lot of people are talking about how much they love doing charity quilts.
So my favorite die for quick and easy donation quilts like that is the tumbler. So I don't know if you all have the tumbler, but the 6.5-inch tumbler and the 4.5-inch tumbler are my 2 go-to dies if I need a quilt in minutes. So
I'm gonna go grab a couple of dies real quick, and I'll be right back. So we're gonna get back to Jerry.
I'll tell you about the tumbler. The nice thing about the tumbler, when you lay your fabric on it, so you'll lay your fabric in this direction. If this were the tumbler, obviously it's just the angle of the blade is sharper. But what I do is I turn the die and I don't turn the fabric. So I run it through and turn the die so that the fabric meets up with the angle of the cut before. Run it through, pull off my cut shapes, turn the die, and run it through again, then it creates very little waste. So that is just called the flip motion as you're running the die through the cutter. It saves you fabric. What else? Goodness. I have lots of stars and lots of snowflakes. Lots of rag. Rag is my next Christmas quilt. I'm sure you all have, like I do. Sorry. Lots of projects started. So remember I said I have the rag denim. Well, this is the rag 8.5. And I started this around Christmas time. So I thought that I wanted to get that finished by next Christmas. But then a wedding quilt popped into my head and the denim one cut in line. So I don't know how many UFOs you have at your house, but I have a few. My latest project were little teddy bears, but AccuQuilt does not have a teddy bear die yet. And I had to use the old-fashioned newspaper pattern and cut with a pair of scissors to make some teddy bears. So that was a lot of fun, something that I personally am not used to. I have been die cutting for 20 years before AccuQuilt was ever started. I know one of the things Darren had talked about was like a little pin cushion. I absolutely love the pin cushion. We have a die that cuts the pin cushion. And so if you have some other quilters in your life, this would be a wonderful little gift, this little pin cushion from AccuQuilt. So this is a pin cushion die that you could purchase today. Did we lose Jer also? Any other questions, Jer?
We're here. There we go. Here's that pincushion die.
Oh yeah, see? That's the pincushion that I use all the time. What a great die that is. We call that a project die. So we have lots of different project dies.
I wanted to show like one of the most popular ones that we've ever had is the sunbonnet.
Oh yeah.
Gravy, huh? We have Sam and Sue.
That's Sam and Sue. Now, will you hold that up for a little bit longer? So the bonnet. So I have used that to create a bell. So if you turn the bonnet on its side and cut it out of white, you could then have a bell.
That's an upside down one.
That's okay. But those are the go beyond the basic kind of conversations that we have in another class. Sorry, I haven't been to the office for a year. Oh, that is the bib. Very cute. That's another great project die. Thank you, Darren.
Fun fact, Darren actually uses that every day to eat lunch.
This is one that we ran out of, got them back in, they got back ordered because it's like one of the most popular ones.
It comes with a bowl of soup, doesn't it?
Nope.
Yep.
Bowl of soup.
Bowl of soup. That is another project that I've been working on. I cut a bunch of those and started sewing them together. I absolutely love that. Oh, I know where mine is. It's sitting by the microwave. That's where my sample is.
And do you cut the batting with that?
Yeah.
The fabric and everything?
Yep.
So one swipe through, you got this one is one where it says go big on it.
It definitely has to have the go big if you want the cozy bowl. But yes, you can cut the batting and I didn't cut all 3 layers at once.
Oh no? Okay, that's what I was
No.
wondering. That was one of the tumblers. But
Yep.
there's quite a few of them over there.
Yep. Tumblers are awesome. Love tumblers. That's the easiest, quickest quilt. So
Yep.
I don't have a whole lot else. Any other questions?
I think it's great that there's applique dies, there's project dies, there's all your shapes.
Lock on board. So you've got the entire quilt. I reviewed that with the Hunter Star. I think the block on board is just a brilliant idea.
Yep. So, Tammy, I'm so thankful that you were willing to do this with us. And I know that, it's a little different because you're in your house, you're not in a studio and have you did an amazing job.
Oh yes, and you're right. I didn't. I don't have access to all the tools. This was just everything is here is what I have in my own personal collection. So I haven't traveled, and so everything that I used to travel with is back in the office. I didn't have any samples. I just had some personal things. So I appreciate it, Darren. I appreciate your kindness. As I mentioned, the company, the product is just amazing. And so I hope lots of you are out there. We're hoping to learn a little bit about the fabric cutting tool and what it can do for you. Better cuts make better quilts.
And I always say spend less time cutting and more time quilting.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Well, thank
better
you so much, Tammy.
You're-
And unfortunately, now we know how much you know, which I already knew that. I knew that. But you would say, no, we got to have educators come out. But now
Right.
you're stuck. We're going to have
Now,
you come out.
well, a lot of people can take it to the next level too. I absolutely love this product and sewing, and been a blessing for me. Been a blessing to meet you and be able to work with you all these years.
Thank you. You too, Tammy. I love it. You always call it lunchtime, so that's perfect.
I do.
Right?
I
That's just
do.
fun.
So I have the
Right.
5 books. If you don't already have them, you may already have them, but I'll be shipping those out as soon as I'm done. I'll put that order in, and anything else you need. I hope the rest of you go to the moldqueen.com. Is it moldqueensewing.com?
Nope, just plain old moldqueen.com. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I thought so off the top of my head, but yeah, make
Thank
sure
you so
that
much,
you
Tammy.
run him out of product so he can give me a call on Monday.
Yep, bright and early. I'll be calling you.
All right.
Thanks, Tammy.
Yep.
Enjoy
Bye,
your
everybody.
weekend.
Yep. Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. You're welcome. That was way cool. We have all the products. Jared's going to pop in with me and share our website with you real quick to kind of show you how easy it is to find everything. Once again, Jared's going to go to our homepage right when you type in moldqueen.com. Just scroll down. The first 2 items are classes that you can sign up for. Jared's dancing. He's got his headphones in, just jamming out to
There's
his.
no music though.
Oh, he's got music in his head. There's all of our YouTube, our license to create, all of our events, which seems so long ago. If you keep scrolling down, I want to let you guys know that when you click on the AccuQuilt, you have all these different categories. Just waiting for our computer to go through. So once you click on that, you'll see my brother put the PDF on the Qube brochure. We're going to wind up adding the actual machine brochure there. But if you scroll down just a little bit, you see all the accessories. Those are going to be like mats and bags, the books. If you didn't win one and you want to buy one, the books are there. If you click on the dies, then we break those down into different categories to try to help you find exactly what you're looking for. The rag quilt dies, all of the different dies, or you can just pass that and go all the way to the bottom of your page and see everything kind of just there. So like the soup bowl that we showed you, and look at the prices. They're all 20% off. Oh, Tammy, nope, Tammy's gone. So we can't get in trouble on that. So die is 20% off, and we're offering free shipping. Just know that 20% off the dies and free shipping. There's not much left. So take advantage. It's a good time to buy. Normally, we're not allowed to just put everything 20% off. If you go to the cutters, fabric cutters, this is the most important one, is fabric cutters. If you click on fabric cutters, we have the cutters there, and see the prices. They're already discounted, but no, if you purchase that Ready, Set, Go, it is $427 on sale, but you will get a $30 Mold Queen gift card automatically emailed to you if you purchase that. And we're going to ship it for free. So there is no charge. Jared looked at me like, what? Yep, we're going to give a $30 gift card if you buy that Ready, Set, Go from our website. You can choose curbside pickup. If you're here locally, please. If you're out of state, we will ship it to you at no charge. If you go back to the Go Big, that's the main one. That's the Go Big or Go Home one that Tammy was talking about, that is on sale as well. But guess what, Jer?
Did they get another gift card?
$50 gift card for molqueen.com. See, Jer is shocked. $50 molqueen.com gift card. So if you are ready to pull the trigger on a cutter, now is the time, because you get either the Go Big or the Ready Set Go. And if you do the Ready Set Go, just know that it's all in one box. The cutter will be in that box. Not this particular book, but the other book that Tammy was talking about from Eleanor Burns. You get the Qube. You get the 2.5-inch strip die and the mat for that.
Some people want to know what they do to get into, or to do with the secret words. So you go to our webpage, molqueen.com, and you scroll all the way down to the bottom on the homepage. When you get to the bottom, it says to put your first name, last name, email address, and then you give us permission to send you promotional emails. You get 1 email a week, at most 2. If you don't want to be subscribed anymore, all you have to do is click on unsubscribe, and you can unsubscribe. But the secret words, you'll type them in. I have so far done every secret word up until this past one. So,
yep, 8 of them have been revealed.
Yep, 8.
We have only one
so
more.
Far. We've only got 1 left, so keep an eye out for that one.
And you only have to do 4. Like you don't have to do all of them. We just were thinking that it would be mean if we made you do all 9 of them. So all we're asking is for 4 of the secret words.
Darren wanted you to do 9. I said 4. So
yeah, I wanted you to watch every moment of our live weekends. No, we always appreciate anybody that does watch all of this, and we do appreciate that. So we're trying to give back a little bit. It's $150 shopping spree for fabric to 1 lucky winner of doing that, the secret word game.
we're back.
And we're back.
Okay, so one thing I want to talk about real quick is the Handy Quilter 2-day hands-on event. So if you go ahead and click on that guy right there, the banner is on our home screen.
Wait, go back to that. You jumped past it.
So right here, it says click here for upcoming class. Go ahead and click on that guy. And then as you scroll down, it'll say Tempe, and it's going to be this first one right here. That's where you're going to sign up. So if you have ever thought about purchasing a long arm, or you already have a long arm, or you just want to understand the inner workings of a long arm, this would be 1000% worth your time. This class is normally something that'll either go for about 150 to 200. Yeah. It's a 2-day class. It's basically 12 hours of 12 hours in total, so 6 and 6 of just hands-on learning the machines. It's by far one of the greatest investments you can make as far as being a quilter. You'll learn how to do ruler work. You'll learn how to use a pro stitcher. You'll also learn how to load a quilt, what the best procedures are as far as like learning what types of thread to use, what types of needles to use, that type of thing. The August Handy Quilter class, we can't promise that it's going to be $99. I don't think it will. We're doing it this time because it's the first class back, so we're doing it that way. So we have 6 spots available for each 2 classes. So there's only 12 slots for the 2 days, or for the 2 classes. But I highly recommend it. You'll get to hang out with me all day. So I'd say that in itself is worth $100, right, Darren?
Yeah, just being with Jer.
Yeah,
sure.
That's actually what Darren pays to hang out with me all day.
So there's a lot of questions there as far as putting the secret words in. You can put them in one at a time, but we prefer probably to put them all in at once, whatever the 4. But if you have already done one at a time, that's okay. We'll see that on our side that got 4 entries. Some people are saying that it's hard to watch all day on their eyes, which I totally understand. I think next month, just so you know, our live event will be the 4th Saturday. So we're going to try a 1 day, and we'll do shorter segments. So we'll get more people in on just Saturday. And it's the 4th Saturday of May for our next virtual event, because the 3rd Saturday and Friday is our handy quilter event, our hands-on handy quilter event that Jared was just talking about.
So the dates are May 12th and 13th and May 14th and 15th. So if you sign up for the first 2 days, that's basically one group for $100. And then you find up for the second 2 days, it's for the 14th and the 15th, and that's also $100. So $100 is basically $50 a day, 6 hours worth of classes with a handy quilter educator. His name is Adam. He is just an absolute enthusiast when it comes to the handy quilter products. So spent a good few minutes with him on the phone talking about what he's going to be doing, and I'm pretty excited about it. So
Cynthia, how do you sign up? Homepage of moldqueen.com, just scroll to the bottom. Oh, how do you sign up for class, I wonder?
right
Or
here.
Cynthia, are you asking about class or to win the gift card?
He wants to hang out with me, Darren.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Just that's all they're paying for. So it's, you go to moldqueen.com, you click on this top banner,
Which one?
the handy quilter one.
I can't see it.
I'll go back.
You forgot a button. There we go.
So you go to the top banner right here on moldqueen.com. Go ahead and click on that guy. Scroll down, and it's going to be this first one here that says Tempe. So when you click on that one, now you can select your date, and you can pick. Oh, we actually have. Are we doing 10? We're doing 12.
Yeah, we were going to cut it to 6, but I think we're going to do 12.
Cool. So you'll have basically one person, 2 people to a machine.
If we get over 6 people.
If we get over 6 people per, but
we will be safe, I promise you.
So, alrighty.
And if you guys don't mind commenting, if you agree that that Jer is as cute as a button. We did a poll, and 94% of the people agreed that Jer is cute as a button.
He's just drilling this into your heads.
You know, when I send out our emails on usually Sunday morning, in the fine print, I put a little bit of a kind of a silly thing, and Jared noticed the other day that it said,
No, because I don't actually get the emails.
"No, you don't. You should sign up for our emails."
I don't get them. So the other day, someone had pointed out to me that like 2 weeks ago was Jared's the 3rd favorite Mold Queen, and I was like, "There's no way that's true."
Yeah.
I'm everyone's favorite.
Who's the 1st and 2nd?
You're as cute as a long arm. They're all industrial looking, so I don't know if that's a compliment or. Able to watch every segment. Good stuff again. Now to shop.
So we thank you all for your comments. We love to see them. It kind of makes this all easier. And this is our, how many hours? Yesterday was like 9.
Yesterday was just
about 10 hours.
It was 10 hours in total. So we did
It's like a telethon almost.
Pat and Bridger are 1st and 2nd, which means I'm 3rd. That's fair.
And we still have our machine here with our light on it. I hope that some of you take advantage of that, because they are amazing. And the cutter, if you are interested in a cutter.
I think honestly, for the money, the Ready Set Go is great, but I love the Go Big is definitely one of the best that there is.
And that quilt there, how much is that again, Jared?
So that quilt was originally $199. It's called the Kimberbell Love Notes Kit. If you're interested in that kit at all, let me know, and I will show you how to find that on our website. But it's now $60 on sale from $199. It's the full kit. All you have to do is purchase the fabric.
$60,
right?
No, it comes with
the fabric.
The embellish kit, which are all the little pieces, the cutesy add-ons.
No, it's funny. This lady right here. She's been
Michelle?
Michelle. She was commenting that yesterday. She was camping the whole time, and now she's watched us the whole time she's been camping.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you, Michelle. My wife and I and my boys, we're thinking about getting a camper here next week to get out of town every once in a while. You get 5 different envelopes. This originally was a mystery quilt. You didn't know what the next row was, but you get all of the embroidery designs. So this is for an embroidery customer, and you get the Kimberbell fabric. The only thing that it doesn't have is the backing. But for $60, do you realize that actually cost us more than that? So it's kind of a rarity that we would ever do this, but we thought we're going to pick one item each week that we actually lose money on, but we're wanting you guys to join us every week and find some cool things and say to your friends and family. Oh, one other thing.
Oh,
is this.
hey, come back here.
Oh, Bernie.
Switch it to camera 1.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I'm going to switch to camera 1 real quick. I'm sorry? Who? Oh, Bernie's on camera. Hi, Bernie.
Hi.
Did you bring your biro?
Check world,
Yes.
Charlotte. Hi, Queen customers.
We're going to put a secret cam on the door so whoever
Like
comes in.
Yeah, like a security camera right there.
Yep. LORWAL. Laurel.
Barb
2000.
says hi. Barb Borbeck.
Laurel. Hi, Laurel.
And Barb Borbeck says hi, Bernie.
Hi, Barb.
Anybody know what this is?
Puss.
A purse?
Oh, look.
It's a purse.
Darren, switch it.
Puss.
So this purse, it's a zippered bag. It's called Fill in the Blank by Kimberbell. And Fill in the Blank by Kimberbell is a class that Kay is going to.
We got the security camera. It's perfect.
Yep. What do you guys think? Our security camera. Aren't they a cute couple?
It's the intruder camera right there. You know, I think it's our fault because people keep coming in and they just keep opening the door, barging in. We need to put signs on these doors, even though every employee knows we're in here filming.
I like it that they come in. But if you wanted to take this class with Kay, it is oldqueen.com under classes. It is Fill in the Blank. And I believe that we are going to add a second class on the same day, so you can take 2 Kimberbell classes in one day with Kay. It is a Zoom class right now, but one of them is a Father's Day present that we don't have yet, and then that zippered bag. Kenny, do you have anything going on that you?
You just saying hi? Why didn't you say hi to them? They can't hear you. You have to talk in the mic. Here, I got one for you.
Okay, so Jer, what else do we got? You know what I have?
What did you have?
I don't know what I have. Oh, you want to
have that neat little machine right there?
Yeah, I was going to show that machine.
We don't have it plugged in, but that is probably.
This is a very nice guy. It's on our website. It's a Brother PS500.
On sale for the same price that the 3160 was on sale for.
This one's a little bit heavier though, so it's not as much of a travel machine. It doesn't come with the table. It doesn't come with a walk-in foot like the Janome.
8.3 inches though from.
Get a little more
to the throat.
space. So $5.99, which is crazy.
That's a great machine.
But wait, there's more. If you purchase this machine, you'll get everything that is included in the box.
That's like if you go in water, you get wet.
Yes. No, it's just a great price, $5.99. If you need a nice machine, you want a little more space. Now we're getting a little silly because we've been doing this now for like 15 hours.
This is like what they call like tunnel vision.
Yep.
But what we're going to do is we're going to take about a 20-minute break, and we'll be right back with Amelie Scott Designs.
Yep,
so.
I have this. We're going to give this away. We're going to give away other things, but we have a cool book that is autographed and signed by Kristen Connor. Sorry.
Yes, we do have the PS5, the PS500 is in stock, and it does have a cutter, And then the scan and cuts are on sale. They're on our website, molequeen.com.
They sure are.
Just type in scan and cut.
Thank you for all of your support over this couple days and every time we go live. All the companies that come in live with us, they do work hard at making a special event for you. They do work hard, and a lot of them are totally different, like AccuQuilt, not something that they normally do. Janome, not something they normally do. All of the companies. Hope Yoder yesterday, the do-it-yourself rug project that she talked about, totally put together specifically for this event. So all of us, all these companies, I want to thank them because they do kind of go crazy to put something together to try to make this exciting for you. So I do thank you for supporting us, supporting all of these companies. I know that they've all been kind of struggling over this period of time because they can't get out doing events. And so it's been quite fun. And Charlotte, hopefully wish your husband happy birthday from everybody at the Mole Queen family. Any Oktoberfest themed fabric? I wonder if we do. I actually don't know.
We will look for you and we'll let you know when we come back.
Yeah. So everybody, tell your friends, email them right now or call them, text them, or share on your Facebook page that this young lady from the Edge to Edge company is going to be live with us here at 4 o'clock, which is 7 o'clock her time. So that is quite nice of them to come on 7 o'clock on a Saturday back east. So please tell your friends, and won't you join us? are back again for our 4 o'clock segment. I am very excited for this portion because we've been offering this edge-to-edge quilting program for quite a while, and it's always been a huge success. And so, just in a few moments, we will get started, and we are asking that you one last time. I know your friends are probably saying, "Why do you keep sharing?" But if you don't mind to share this live feed with your friends one last time and to say, "Hey, if you do embroidery and you want to learn how to do edge-to-edge quilting, you should hop on to this live feed. We have about an hour, maybe, of instruction and all the info on it. My book is right here. We're going to give this book away. It's not totally cheap. It's a very nice book, so it's a very, very nice prize. And to top it off, it is actually signed by the creator. So we're going to give this book away. And if we get, since this is our last live of the weekend, I'm going to go ahead and add a separate prize. So make sure you share and let your friends know about this. And we're going to add, not only will one person win this, but we'll pick a second person to win a $15 Mold Queen gift card, which could help you with some of the other products that we've been offering for the last couple of days. You can use it on magnetic hoops, on expansion packs from Amelie Scott Design, which you'll learn about here shortly, or the original book to show you how to do what is on this beautiful quilt. We'll show you that in a little bit as well. So just comment done when you have shared our feed. If you don't mind to also comment a second time if you've ever tried this, because I know we've been showing this for a while. We've done many classes in our stores on this, and it's one of those classes that every single time we offer it, it is sold out. It is a class that everybody wants to know how to quilt in their embroidery machine. Why would you pay someone else $200 to quilt it when you could do it yourself? And sometimes I say, you've pieced this quilt, you've taken all the time to sew it and all those hours to make the whole quilt, to give it to someone else to finish it. Might as well finish it yourself. Right, Jer? Jer is picking up our winners from the sharing. And if it's okay, we'll share that in a little bit. The winner, or do you want to do that now?
I'm going to type that up right now.
Jared's going to type it up right now.
So the first one, they win the book, right?
The autograph book, yes. We'll get your name on that as soon as Jared picks it, but you have to make sure you email us. Diana Smith, if you are available to email Jared. We got our high-tech graphics going here. Jared keeps making a mess all over the floor. We have confetti. If you don't mind to email jer@moldqueen.com so that he can get your address.
What did the second person win?
A $15 moldqueen.com gift card. And anytime we give out a gift card, just because we're emailing it to you and it's a gift card, you can use it in the store. Just write the number down and off the number that we give you and bring it to the store, because you can use it here in the store as well as our website. And that winner for the $15 gift card for sharing our event is Barb Borbeck. Yay. Look at that confetti. That's a party right here. It is nonstop confetti. And if you're watching us on YouTube, if you don't mind to not share, we already asked for that. And we thank you for all your sharing, but subscribe so that we can let you know as soon as we do these live events. We are going to do some pop-ins where it's not scheduled. We're just going to go live. And if you do join us during those, if you subscribe and then hit that bell, you'll be notified when we're live. So it'll be just real quick pop-ins and give away something. So make sure you subscribe to our channel on YouTube. So if you're watching from Facebook, if you don't mind to pop over at some point to YouTube to make sure you're subscribed. And what else, Jer? Are you wanting to play that one quick scramble game?
I don't have anything ready. Give me
Okay,
2
so
seconds.
you want to do it right after?
No, I can do it right now.
We have one more secret word that will be shown during this, and this is our 12th gift card. Hopefully my dad is not watching because this will be our 12th gift card to our website for the word scramble. Although the money does come out of Jer's paycheck, so I guess I don't know why my dad would worry about that because Jer's paying for all of these gift cards, right, Jer?
Yeah, I can't wait because I have to email them all out, so I just see how much it's costing me.
Okay, so this scrambled word, and then we're going to get right to Christine. I'm excited for this, so I'm sure that looks kind of easy to me. I think that is an easy word, but just go ahead and comment what that word is. Unscramble it, and since some people have different stream speeds, we'll go ahead and let maybe 5 or 10, maybe 15 go on the screen, and then Jer will use our randomizer to pick a winner. And that is how easy it is to win. Instead of bingo, this time we decided to do word scrambles. You'll have to comment at some point whether you prefer the bingo or if we should go back to bingo for our next live event next month, or if we should keep trying to find new games. So without further ado, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. We're going to add Christine to our stream here.
Hello.
Hi, Christine. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
You know, we're wonderful. Thank you. We are very excited. Thank you for sending that book to us.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me today. I'm really excited to be in sunny Arizona.
Yes. And where are you at again? I forget.
In Ohio.
Ohio. Isn't that something? I think
this is the 3rd presenter this weekend that we've
Yep.
had in Ohio.
Ohio must
There
be
are
a hot spot for great quilting and crafting and
yes.
embroidery.
Yes, there are a lot of designers in Ohio.
Yeah, because Checker is in Ohio, and then who do we
Yes.
have? Was it who was second yesterday?
Creative Grids,
Yeah, they're Checker.
Electric Quilt.
Electric Quilt Designs. They're in Ohio as well.
So that
Joan
is-
Hawley. Joan Hawley's in.
Oh yeah. You know who else is there? One of my favorites is Christine from Amelie Scott Designs. Hey,
Yeah.
can I ask, is it Amelie? Is that pronounced correctly, Amelie?
It's actually Amelie, like
Amelie,
the month
okay.
of May, or maybe I can say it right.
Amelie Designs.
Yeah, yes. And I'm actually the Scott from Amelie. Amelie died about 160 years ago. She was my favorite ancestor because I was born pretty much 100 years after her. And I was the first girl born in 5 generations in my family. But what makes her really, really neat is not only was she a very successful author in the 1800s, but she married a Russian prince and became a princess. So growing up, I'm half German, by the way. My mother's full-fledged German. And so growing up, I never really equated myself as half German. I equated myself as being, American and half princess.
Very good. And it was very nice to know that your husband has some Irish ancestry, because that's
He does. One of the reasons why our logo now is a tiara, because I never got my crown jewels or my tiara from my ancestors. So I married this guy who's got Irish background, and we go over to Ireland, and I come to find out that he's got a castle over there, but his castle has a big old hole in it, and there was no crown jewels, no tiara, no.
It's not like the Bonready Castle over there.
No, not like that one at all. Just a tower with a big hole in it.
It is way cool, though. I love going over there and seeing all of the castle ruins and all of that. It's
Yeah,
such a
yeah,
beautiful
it's really
country.
it is gorgeous over there. Gorgeous.
I had one of our gals here, Siobhan, do a quick quilt. I'll show it a little later with your gnomes from one of
Oh,
your
neat.
collections. And
Love to
so I'm
see that.
Before you go away,
I'm sorry.
I want to say that growing up in the store, I remember like I'm always like, who's this lady on this book? Because you're on every single one of your books and your patterns, and I was like, who is this lady? So it's kind of funny that I finally get to like meet you. Hopefully one day it's in person, but yeah, it's just growing up, I'd always see your books and your DVDs and everything. And I was like, well, maybe one day.
Kind of a funny story. We used to keep our product when we were first starting out in my husband's office. So he would have all these boxes of my face everywhere. You know, some husbands, they have a nice picture of their wife in a frame, but he had the books and all the expansion packs. And
We met him the other day. He's such a nice guy. So thank him
he's a
for
sweetie.
being your IT guy on the other side of the camera.
He
Tell him hi
is. You
from
want to
us.
meet him? He can come around real quick and say hi.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. You know, these events that we're doing, we try to make them a little different. Like that's something that would not normally happen.
Hi, Mark.
Howdy,
Hey,
Mr. Connor. How are
greetings.
you?
All is well. Good to see you both.
Oh, good.
He's letting
I'm
his hair
glad.
grow out. He's always wanted to have long hair. He's kind of a rocker and a jazz guitarist, so he's always wanted to have long hair. Never could do that in corporate America. So now he's going to do it.
Well, just let him know that I'm a bass player, and that we need to kind of get together one of these times.
Oh, definitely need to get together.
Yeah, we need to start an industry rock group.
Absolutely, and I'm a
Of people.
guitarist too, so that would be
perfect.
awesome. Yeah.
Yep. All right, so I'm going to gracefully bow out, and because I know people are here to see you and not me, so. But thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you.
I'll come back here in a short while. But thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get started then. Okay. Well, thank you for coming, everyone, and I'm so glad to be here. I have about 5 things I want to talk to you today about. One is I want to tell you how I got started. I actually invented the edge-to-edge quilting on your embroidery machine technique, and I want to tell you how I came about doing that. And then I've got this a video where I'm going to show you a demonstration of how I do edge-to-edge quilting with a standard hoop. And I've got great tips for showing you how to hoop things. And then I want to give you some information about thread and batting and what thread color to choose. That can be kind of daunting sometimes. And then I want to show you, we're going to have a great time tonight. And then it's nighttime over here, but I want to show you a demonstration of how I use a dime monster snap hoop, because that has really revolutionized quilting on your embroidery machine and made it so much easier and much more enjoyable, honestly, for me. And then I want to talk to you about our virtual class that we have coming up at Mole Queen. So, and of course, I want to be able to answer any of your questions. So I'm going to be kind of glancing at the monitor from time to time. So if I see a question pop up, I can, stop and address that. But so let's get started. Are there any questions so far? Okay. So about 12 years ago, I was working in a quilt shop, and I loved working in a quilt shop. Now I'm a teacher by profession, but I really liked working in the quilt shop. The people were just so nice, and I'm an avid quilter and love embroidery, love sewing. So it was just a really nice place for me to be. And I was also at home trying to teach myself how to digitize, and digitizing programs were horrible 12 years ago, horrible. But I was plugging away at it and working to learn that. And one of the things I liked doing at the quilt shop was when we had a new collection of fabric come in and a new pattern, we got to make a sample. So sometimes we'd fight over that, like, oh, I'll do it. And it was a really good deal. It was a really good way for us to get a quilt. And because the store owner pretty much provided the fabric for us, and if we made it at home and had it professionally quilted, then we could have it whenever she was finished with it. So, I did that for about 9 years, and I have more quilts than any woman could possibly need. And anyway, so during that time, I also had two kids in high school, and they're 1 year, 1 grade apart, and they were both about to enter into college for 3 years together. And my husband and I really don't believe in debt that much, so I was really panicking, like, we did not have enough saved up. I didn't know how we were going to pay for their college education, and it was making me really, really nervous. And and quilting quilts was kind of expensive, so that's really not what I needed to do, but I still wanted to make quilts. So what I did was I thought, I'd been around the long arming process for long enough to know how they do it, and especially the computerized end. And I got to thinking, I could probably digitize a quilting design and do my own quilts. So I started doing that, and I'll tell you, probably about the first 5 or 6 quilts that I did, that's where I got all the bugs out. Believe me, if there were mistakes to be made, I made them all, and I learned that there were some things that I could do with our digitized designs to make them much more easy and friendly to use, and better for the user, for me. And so my quilts started hanging up in the shop with my edge to edge quilting on them. And this is a funny story because one of the ladies in the shop, she educated the customers on how to use their embroidery machine. And she actually taught me how to use an embroidery machine. And she was looking at one of my quilts, and she was asking me what the design was. And she was across the room, and she was asking me what the design was called, so that she could have our long arm quilt lady put that on her quilt. And I said, "Oh no, I did that." And she said, "No, Christine, this is not free motion. This has got a butterfly and a little flower and a heart. You couldn't have done this free motion." And I said, "No, I didn't do it free motion. I did it with my embroidery machine." And she goes, "No, Christine, will you come over here and look at this quilt? You did not do this." And I'm like, "Yes, I did." And so I showed her where it started, how it went, where it ended, and her mouth dropped. And she's like, "You got to show me how to do that." Well, I'd always wanted to write a book, and my husband has 2 degrees in English, so I thought he would be a good editor. And so I went ahead and wrote that book, Edge to Edge Quilting on Your Embroidery Machine, and here we are, 2021, and it's still a top seller. So, and gosh, just so much has changed since then. Since I wrote that book, some of the things have changed. First of all, the hoops have gotten so much bigger. Back when I wrote that book, there were the largest hoop on the market was for the Creative Vision machine, the FOF machine, and it was the only machine. Maybe the Husqvarna could stitch it out too, but those were the only 2 brands of machines that could handle the large file, the large size. And so what I did, I just didn't want to sell the book to just FOF owners. I wanted to include everybody, obviously, and so I started looking at all the hoops. There were 66 different hoops on the market: ovals, round hoops, square hoops, rectangle hoops. It was a nightmare, and to figure all this out. But I finally sat down and I said, "Hey, if I make the large size, if I make this size, this brand of machines can use the designs. If I make this medium size, and I can get several of these other brands of machines can stitch these designs out. And if I do the small, then these machines can use the designs." And I kind of eliminated the 4-inch hoops and the real small ones, because I thought, who in their right mind would ever want to do a quilt with a 4-inch hoop? So that was kind of where where the sizes of our designs came from. Now today we have like the Brother Luminaire and the FOF Icon. Those have they have huge hoops. I mean, I can jump through them. I can jump rope through them. They're so big. And so what we've done is we've come up with a couple of packs called Jumbo 1 and Jumbo 2. And I just want to let everybody know that we have what are the, oh, okay, large, extreme, and oversized. And the oversized ones are for those, the Brother and the Solaris machines that have those giant hoops. And then the FOF Icon can use extreme sizes. But anybody who has used a large file size in any of our 1 through 14 expansion packs is able to use the large file in the jumbo hoop. So that's there. And then the other thing that's happened is that the positioning on the machines has gotten so much easier. I mean, we used to have to do some little tinkering to get things positioned right, but we don't have to do that anymore because all the machines today have a really good positioning. And, you know, some of the machines even have cameras. I think the FOF Icon 2 now has a camera or scanner. And then and then the Brother Luminaire has a camera and the projector and, you know, the Baby Lock Solaris. So that's all great positioning. It just makes everything so much easier. And of course, digitizing software has improved tenfold. I'm very thankful for that. But all these changes that have happened have made it really easy for anybody to quilt with their embroidery machine. And, you know, like Darren was saying, you know, we had Mark invited a friend over one time from work, and he was being very polite to include me in the conversation because he is they're very geeky, and I don't quite speak the same language as they do, but he was very nice, and he was admiring one of my quilts that had been professionally quilted, and he was asking, you know, like, wow, this is really pretty. So you pieced all this together? And I said, yes. And he goes, and you did all the stitching? I said, no. He goes, wait, you didn't do the stitching? I go, no, a long arm quilter did that. And he goes, but isn't this what you call the quilting? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, but you didn't do the quilting. I'm like, that's right. He goes, but you call yourself a quilter. He was so confused. But anyway, that's one of the things I love most about Edge to Edge is because I can make the whole quilt all by myself. I don't have to, you know, say I did this part, somebody else did that part. It's all me, and I love that about that. So what I want to do, first of all, is I'm going to show you a little video where I show you how to connect 3 designs. We're going to do like a little mini quilt. It's only 3 designs. It's going to be with a standard hoop. But the one thing I want to tell you is the camera we had over the cutting table when I was filming that got fired and went back to the shop, went back to the store where it came from because it was having a lot of trouble reading the thread on the machine. So I just want to show you that this is what I quilted out of it. And I think you can see that the thread, that the thread looks really pretty on there. And but in the video, it kind of looks like I have a lot of bobbin pulling up. There is no bobbin coming up. It's stitching out really pretty. So having said that, we do have a couple of questions. We have some questions. Yeah, yes.
Okay, so what is the smallest hoop you can use?
The smallest hoop you can use, or our smallest stitch field, is about a 5 by 6 by 10 inch. And if your hoop is right at 10 inches, what I would recommend is loading that small file size, and I would shrink it a little bit. I would shrink both of them, both the A file and the B file. I would shrink them down just a little bit, just so you have a little bit more wiggle room, because the stitch field is 9.9 from the book, and in the expansion packs, it goes down to about 9.5. So you'll just have to look at the sizes. But if it's real close to 10 inches, I would shrink both files down. So just so you have a little bit more room to connect with.
Next question is about the sizes of the hoops and, you know, all the different sizes. I think the best answer is to look at the dimensions on the back of the pattern.
Yeah, the best thing to do is on the back of...
You might want to repeat the question.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The question was... all the different hoop sizes on the market, what designs do you choose? The best way is to know what your stitch field is, and then what we do is we give you the stitch field measurements on the back of the book or on the back of the expansion packs, and it tells you exactly what the stitch field is for the designs. And we always do the largest. So the largest design in there, the number on the back would be the largest of that small size. So you would want to, let's say if you have the largest hoop on the market, you need to use the largest file possible, because that means you have less hooping to do. And if your machine can only handle a 8 by 12, then you're probably going to use a small file so that you have more room to maneuver in the hoop. Does that answer the question?
And the smallest size we've got is, I think you mentioned that already.
Yeah. Yeah, in the book, the small size is a little bit bigger than in the expansion pack. So in the book, the small size is 5.6 by 9.9 inches, and on the expansion packs, it's about 5.2 by 9.5.
What's the largest quilt you have made?
Largest quilt I have made was a good twin size quilt, but it was really a doozy because idiot me went and made it out of flannel, put batting in it, and had flannel on the back. So it might as well have been a queen size quilt with all that weight. But I tend to stick with a large twin size quilt. So about 60, 65 by, 70, 80 inches. Okay. All right. So Jer, will you please show the first video for us? I think you got the wrong one. Going to make. Do you hear any sound? Okay. No, that's the right one. That was the right one, Jer. Going to make your template. Your template is just a stitch out of the design. So you would hoop some fabric, stabilize fabric, stitch out a template, and then before you remove it out of the hoop, you're going to trace all around the hoop, and you're going to mark where your horizontal and vertical notches are, and then draw a line. If you have a Bernina hoop, you're going to have to put the grid back on to do that. All right, so after you've done that, make sure you put the letter A at the top, because there's an A design and there's a B design, and we're going to start with the A design. Now, it seems a little bit silly on this one because on this little demonstration, I'm just doing 3 designs, showing you how to connect. On a quilt, this is very template, pretty much helps you get the hoop where it needs to be. All right, so, and on 3 designs, it's pretty easy to find the center of that with your hoop. So, but to be consistent, we're going to go ahead and do it the edge-to-edge way. All right, so I'm going to put the horizontal line of my template on the horizontal line here, and I'm going to line up my vertical line with the vertical line on the back side, the vertical line with the vertical line on here. I can kind of see it through the fabric. I'm not sure if you can see it through the fabric, but I can. Once I found the center, I'm just going to pin it in place. So the template doesn't move anywhere as I'm hooping. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to flip my hoop, the top portion of my hoop over, and I'm going to use some double-sided basting tape. I use a 1/2 inch by Clover. It is the one that I have found that works the best. I'm going to put a piece of it at the top of the hoop, a piece of it at the bottom of the hoop. There is paper on it, so you have to peel the paper off. And this is really useful when you're doing a really big quilt, because you see how sticky it is? It's going to keep that top portion of the hoop in place so that you can place that hoop exactly where you need it to be. Okay, then I'm going to fold the edges of my quilt together. I'm going to make sure the bottom portion of my hoop is loosened. Pull that over, and I'm going to pick up the piece of fabric, the hoop through the fabric, and just kind of place it in the bottom portion of the hoop. it should go in really nice and easily. Now, that's again, this is a small piece of fabric. When you have a quilt, it's a little bit more challenging to get everything in the hoop right. So that's my trick for how I do that. Okay, now I'm going to just take this over to the machine and stitch it out. They're gonna love this. So I have to say this, if you're a baby lock or a brother machine owner, there's one extra step that you have to do. Once you bring your design into embroidery, you'll notice that the crosshair, the green crosshair, is showing that the design is going to start stitching in the center. And also my needle over here is in the center position. However, all edge-to-edge designs are digitized so that the starting point is on the left. And so most brands of machine, you will see when you bring the design in, the crosshair will be over on the left-hand side and the needle will be over on the left-hand side. So we just need to change the start point on the baby lock or the brother machine. It's real easy to do. Look over here at this screen and it's this button right here. It has a needle over a piece of fabric, or with a plus for starting point. If you select that, and then just select not the middle because that's where it's selected, but the middle row, but on the left-hand side, you will notice that the needle will move over, and so will the crosshair. Now you're good to go. So once the design is brought into the machine, you can just remove the template. Remember, the only purpose for the template at this point was to get the hoop where you wanted it on the fabric. We've already done that. Everything's hooped. I am going to tug my backing fabric just a little bit because I'm seeing it didn't quite get tight. And I want the starting point to start on that line so I can do a needle down and I can tell I am a 1/4 inch away from it. So I'm just going to use my positioning at this point in time. And I'm just going to move my needle back so that it falls on that line. Let's see if I'm good there. I'm close enough. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start the machine and stitch this out. Now, if I wanted to, I could bring up the needle. If I'm going to bring up the needle, though, I probably need to turn off the jump stitch trim so that the you have to turn that off. Okay, I'm going to needle up, bring up my bobbin, and then take both the bobbin and top thread, pull it tight, and then relax your hand and start the machine. You can tell I've set the As soon as it stitches a few, you can trim both the top and bobbin thread off and then just let it stitch. After you've stitched out your first design, the A design, and if you were doing a quilt, you would go all the way down the entire column with A's. Then you come back in with your B design, which looks very similar to the A. It's just been rotated 180 degrees. So it gives your quilt a little bit more flow. You're going to take the start point of the template design. It's the only thing you're concerned with. And you're going to lay it up right next to the end point of the prior design, and you're going to pin that in place. then you should be able to eyeball from this line to this line to see if it's straight. If you want to use a ruler, you can. I don't need to. It's just very easy for me to see that it's straight. And you're going to pin that in place. Again, this is just to get you pretty darn close. You're going to lay the top portion of your hoop around the bee. And then we're going to hoop the fabric. So I'm just going to pull back the template just for a second to show you that you can see part of the design is inside the hoop, the hooping that you just, the area that you just hooped. And you can see the endpoint very clearly. So that's going to be helpful in just a minute. So I've brought in my bee design. I put my hoop into the machine. Now I'm going to remove the template. Remember, the template was only the only purpose of the template was to get your needle pretty close to that endpoint of the prior design. And here you can see I'm pretty close. I'm not great, but I'm pretty close. If I were to drop my needle down, I'm probably about maybe a ½ inch away. I'm usually a little closer than that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the positioning feature on my machine. And I'm just going to move the needle. Oops, too far. So that when I do bring my needle down, it'll be right next to the endpoint. I want them kissing like this, not overlapping. And that's as easy as it is. I'm going to bring up my bobbin. And actually, I think I'm going to take my move back one. Try that again. My bobbin up in a new place. Okay. And then again, I'm going to hold the threads tight, relax my hand, and start stitching. And then I'm going to cut away the top and bobbin thread with my scissors. And there you see my design has been connected. There, you can see right there, the two designs have been connected. It's that easy to do this, to do my method. It is that easy. You don't have to baste anything. You don't even have to, on a real quilt, you don't have to make any marks because you have all these seams that you can use as straight lines and horizontal lines. Now, if you had a panel, you would probably have to mark it somewhere, mark yourself some lines. But for most quilts, you don't even need to mark them. So as of now, you've done one A design and you've done one B design. Now what we're going to do, and this is what you do in a quilt, you would do a whole column of A's, you do a whole column of B's. On a quilt, you might do another column of A, another column of B, another column of A, another column of B. You might do quite a few columns. But when you have finished all the way to the edge, you're going to turn your fabric around or your quilt around, and you're going to stitch another A. The reason you're going to stitch another A design is because when A is turned upside down, it becomes a B design. Here is my A column, and you will notice that I have a spool of thread and a quilt block. And on my B design, I have a spool of thread and my quilt block. On the A column, on the A template, I have 2 spools of thread at the top. So that's why we're going to start with an A. So an easy way to remember it is when you start any quilt, you're going to start with an A template, A design. And then as you, when you turn the quilt around, now you're an A+ student because you've had lots of experience, and you're going to start again with the A design. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in here a bit once again. You can see my end point. I'm going to move it over to the, I'm sorry, this is my start point on my template. I'm going to fold it back so I see the knot. And I'm going to put it right up next to my end point on the prayer design. Put a pin there. And then I'm just going to eyeball it. I'm going to take my A and B off because I don't need that. I'm going to eyeball it from edge of the template to the line that I have here. Look straight to me. I'm going to pin it in place. And I am going to hoop around the template again. Let me back you out here. Take my hoop, place it around the template. Fold the template, the fabric over, and place it in the hoop. It should be nice and loose. Now I'm going to tighten up the hoop, take it back over to the machine, and line up my points. Like a millimeter away from my start point. That's what I mean. The template helps you to get pretty darn close. I'm going to use my movement. That's it right there. Oh, I'm just so close. One more back and one more over. That should do it for me. Bring my bobbin up. And that was that easy. Okay. Remember, templates are helping you to get the hoop where you need the hoop to be. Okay. And so I'm going to go ahead and stitch this out. And then I want to show you the back of my little design here. Okay, I want to flip this over and show you the back. And there you can see, I'm going to trim that. You can see how the stitches look. And that's how you connect designs with edge to edge. And one thing I forgot to show. I'm not on yet. Okay, so he muted me. How dare he? So one thing I wanted to show you was the back of a quilt. So this is, I should probably show you the front of the quilt. This is cotton candy dots. One of my favorite quilts. I love the colors, bright and springy. And then this is the back. This is one that I did on a white background, just so you can see how it's all connected. And this is a pretty big quilt. You know, if I hold it all the way up, I'm up to the ceiling and it's past my toes, so it's pretty decent size. Well, did anybody have any questions on that? Okay, we have a few questions. Shoot, fire away.
Let's see. Do templates come with the book?
Templates are something that you stitch out. You take fabric, you stabilize it, because anytime you do embroidery, you have to stabilize the fabric. You stabilize the fabric, preferably with something that's fusible, and then you just stitch out the design and you trace the inside of the hoop. You're basically making a template of where the design is going to stitch in the hoop that you are using.
Can you use an expansion pack without the book?
It's the expansion packs are just additional designs. You really need the book because the book has the instructions. We didn't want to keep making you buy the book for every time we came up with 10 more designs. We figured they all go with the book. We kind of got that idea from our gamer son. You know, every time you buy a game, there's always expansion packs to go with it.
Do you connect designs top to bottom?
No, side to side. Oh, the question is, do I connect designs top to bottom? No, they're connected side to side. Even if you look at a long arm quilt, when a long armor quilts, they go from one end to the other, and then they start a new row, one into the other. Those two rows are not connected, and that's essentially what we're doing. We're creating two rows, but we're going up and down in columns.
Another question about templates. What type of fabric do you use?
Pre-cheap fabric. I'm sorry. So the question was, what kind of fabric do I use for templates? I just have a bolt of Kona cotton in the shop in our studio that I use, but or sometimes if we have scrap left over, I'll just hang on to those to use those for templates. And what I've been using lately, which I love for making templates, is a product called Shape Flex. It's by Pellon Fusible Shape Flex. And I've just been ironing that to the back of the fabric for templates. It works really nice.
Let's see. Ask what machine you're using in the video.
Oh, I was using the Baby Lock Solaris. Solaris. Oh, somebody asked me what machine I was using in the video. It was a Baby Lock Solaris. And over here we have a lot of machines. We have a lot of different machines, but I think it's kind of necessary for when I teach, I can be somewhat knowledgeable on the different brands of machines.
Do you start from the center of the quilt?
No, the question was, gosh, I'm having a hard time with that. I need to repeat the question. Okay. The question is, do I start in the middle? Well, I do start in the middle, but I start in the top, more at the top. And there is a kind of a little mathematical formula that you do to find how many columns you're going to have. And then if you have odd number of columns, you're going to start exactly in the middle. And if you have even, the start point is going to start in the middle.
Let's see. We've got a few more questions. Got a lot of nice questions coming through here.
Okay, we got more questions, so fire away, Mark.
Oh, let's see. How much extra fabric do you need around the edges to get the quilting all the way around? Looks like you need more than the usual 4 inches for a regular quilt sandwich.
You know, the question was, how much fabric do you need extra for your backing around the quilt? And that's a really good question. I kind of figure out how many columns I have, and I'll take my template and actually piggyback it across the quilt. And then where the last template falls, more or less, I will put my hoop around it, and I will see how much my hoop goes off the edge. And if it's 4 inches, I give it a couple more inches. Usually 6 inches is a pretty good ballpark figure. And you know, the neat thing is that if you get down to the end and you have 6 inches and you really needed 8, you can always baste a piece of fabric onto the backing fabric and just, you know, because you're going to cut it off anyway. You just need something in the hoop.
Okay. Let's see. Speaking of the edge of the quilt, what happens when you are stitching at the edge of the hoop? The question is, can you like take the design off? Or
I'm so glad somebody asked this, because we started doing, the question was when you get to the very edge of the quilt, what do you do if the design goes off the quilt? And I'm so glad somebody asked this, because I've been doing some videos on round quilts, and you know, sometimes things just go off like an explosion in your head. And I thought, why haven't I done this before? What I used to do is I used to play Russian roulette with the machine. I would hold the quilt down, you know, and let it go stitch off, and then I might stop it, advance through the stitches until the needle comes back over the quilt, and then start the machine again. What I've found is when I get to that last column, if I just take it over to my sewing machine and just edge stitch about 1/8 of an inch from the edge all the way down that side or at the bottom, you know, where if it's down at the bottom, if it's stitching off at the bottom, I can just hit the button and let that needle run off the quilt, on the quilt, off the quilt, on the quilt, and the presser foot won't get caught up under the quilt. So it's like, gosh, why didn't I think of that years ago? Oh, and I do want to say one thing. In the video, I said that you don't need to baste. I do always baste my quilt together. What I was talking about when you don't need to baste, I've seen some people take a needle and thread and baste a line across a quilt to help keep things straight and the designs straight. You don't need to do that with my designs. Yeah. I mean, when we put the 3 layers of the quilt together, I use safety pins, or if it's a small project, I use a spray-based adhesive. But I've seen a lot of videos out there where ladies are doing something similar, and they're actually running a basting line to use as a marking line to keep their template straight. That's what I meant. You don't need to do that.
There's a question about using a multi-needle machine. That one I think we should take offline.
Okay, all right. We'll answer the multi-needle question offline. Yes, it's supported Amelie Scott. Just because it depends on exactly which multi-needle you're using and what you're doing with it.
We've got several people who are saying great things about the technique that they've used and enjoyed it.
Thank you. Lots of compliments about the technique, so that's always nice to hear that.
I think those are the main questions.
Okay, so it sounds like we've answered most of the questions. So now I want to go and talk to you about thread and all kinds of stuff like that. So when I came up with the technique, and the only thing,
So, tell you what, let's pause.
I'm sorry.
There is one more question
Oh,
that just came through.
Okay.
Jack is confused. He believes you said that the next row doesn't connect. How much space do you leave between rows? Oh, how much space do you leave between rows?
Okay, so Jack asked how much space do I leave between each design in a column. Very simple. Leave about a 1/2 inch. And that way your design, if it tilts a little bit left or right, you won't end up on top of another design down the way. About 1/2 inch.
And someone was confirming that the smallest supported hoop is 6 by 10. And
yes, the smallest size hoop supported would be a 6 by 10. That would be a great size. Okay, so going back to thread. When I started quilting, the only thing you were allowed to quilt a quilt with was 100% cotton thread, and the quilting thread for machine quilting is very thick. I've got a spool of it right here. If I were to try and break this in half, I would probably slice my finger open because it's not going anywhere. But the thing with the machine quilting thread is you have to pretty much use a 90 needle, and the spools are always like this, and they didn't work very well with my machine. And having said that, with thread, I just want to say that you know what kind of thread your machine likes to use. That's the thread you should be using, because I've had one brand of machine that did not like one brand of thread, and it was like thread throw up every time I stitched. And so you know what that thread, if there's a thread that doesn't work well with your machine, then by all means, if I'm saying I love this thread and it doesn't work in your machine, then don't use it. Okay, but so then I started thinking about, okay, well, this is cotton thread. Why don't I just use my regular cotton thread? Well, this is why right there. You see how that just broke? Now you picture yourself underneath your quilt, and your dog's at the edge of the quilt, and you're trying to pull your quilt out from underneath your dog, and that's what's happening to all your stitching. It's not strong enough. So then one day I was trying to break some embroidery thread for some reason, and I thought, well, why aren't I using embroidery thread? It's pretty. It may be polyester, but it's strong, and this is an embroidery machine. So what I have been doing probably for about the last 5 years when I quilt a quilt is I just use machine embroidery thread. I use it in the top and I use it in the bobbin, and I'm really, really happy with the way it looks. And the needle I use is a 75 embroidery needle. I don't have to go up to like a 90 needle to use machine quilting thread, because a 90 needle is going to put a bigger hole in your quilt, and I didn't like those big holes all over my quilt. So that's what I use. If you depending on the thread will depend on what type of needle you're going to need to use. Then I want to talk to you about thread color. The best way to figure out what kind of thread you want on your quilt is just to take a lot of it off the spool and just puddle it on top of your quilt. So like I would do something like that. I would just puddle it on top, and I would see how it would look. And sometimes I want my thread to be very blendy, and other times I want it to really show up. And so, I might take 3 or 4 different spools of thread and just puddle it all around the quilt and see which one I like better. Now, the one thing you have to be careful about when you're quilting is you need to make sure that your top thread and your bobbin thread color blend well together. And so imagine that you have a black and white quilt. You've got to decide when you're doing that black and white quilt, do you want black quilting thread on top? Or do you want white quilting thread on top? Or do you want to go like hot pink and something completely different? Because if you want black thread on top, you need to make sure that you pick a black backing fabric. Because if you use a white backing fabric, that white thread is going to show through on the top of the quilt. And vice versa. If you decide I really want white thread on my quilt and you have a black background and you put black backing fabric and you put black thread in your bobbin and white thread on your top, black and white don't play real well together in the quilting world. And so what happens is you end up getting these little polka dots all over your quilt. And I've got I stitched out 2 samples, and Mark's going to bring that picture up. So the one on the right, I use yellow thread. I actually use the same yellow thread in both of these pictures. The one on the right has a black bobbin, and the one on the left has a yellow bobbin. And you can see the black and yellow are not playing well together at all. So you have to kind of think about that when you're picking your backing fabric. So, remember, just white and red don't play together. Those extreme color changes, they don't work well together. Blue and green will work nice together. Yellow and orange work nice together, but red and white, black and white, yellow and black, no. So,
We have a couple of questions about thread.
okay, we have some questions about thread. Shoot, hit me.
Is it okay to use monofilament?
Is it okay to use monofilament? Sure.
Let's see. Do you ever use pre-wound bobbins?
Do I ever use pre-wound bobbins? Oh, yes, I used to use those all the time. That was all. In fact, it was terrible. I would pick my quilt backing on the color of pre-wound bobbins I could find. If I could find gray, I had a gray background.
No, you do also wind your bobbins.
Yeah. Today I'm more like wind my bobbins. Since I moved to embroidery thread, I just put the embroidery thread in the back. It just keeps everything nice and balanced, and I just really like the look of it. And also, you have to remember here with what we do, we have to make sure that quilting really shows. We want it to show. So, sometimes I'm actually creating a project and I'm sitting there thinking, oh, I think I went too bright with my thread. This is going to be hideous. And, and then, when it's all done, it looks really great. But yeah, so we play a lot with the thread color here.
What size or weight of bobbin thread?
The question was what size or weight of bobbin thread. The rule is that you either have the same weight as your top thread or you go lighter. You never want to go heavier.
Do you ever use a variegated thread?
The question is, do I ever use a variegated thread? I need to really pick up some variegated thread because there's some quilting that I want to do with a variegated thread, but I don't have any in my house, so no. And my husband's just sitting here just about to fall. He's about to fall out of his chair because I probably have about 1,000 spools of thread in this house. And the fact that when I tell him I need to go get thread, that is just something he just does not understand. He does not understand that when I need celery green, I need celery green, and sage green will not work. So he's just shaking his head. Not more thread. Don't get more thread. Okay, so moving along. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is eyelashing intention. So Mark, will you show the picture of eyelashing intention? So here's a great example of bad tension versus good tension. This is the back of a project that's been stitched out. And clearly you can see on the left-hand side, we have a lot of yuckiness that we call eyelashing. And the reason why we're getting that eyelashing is because the bobbin thread, the tension in the bobbin is much tighter than the top tension. And it's actually the bobbin tension is actually pulling the top thread to the back. And that is why that is happening. So when that was stitched out, the bobbin tension needed to be loosened up just a little bit to get it to be good tension, because your tension has to be balanced. And this can also happen on the top of a quilt. If your top thread tension is too great, it can pull up your bobbin tension. So you can also sometimes have eyelashing on the top of the quilt, but more commonly you see it on the back of a quilt. And I always tell people when they stitch out their template to look at the back of the template, because you can pretty much tell right then if you've got a tension problem or not. And having said that, I'm pretty comfortable adjusting bobbin tension, but a lot of people are not. So if you have to have your bobbin tension adjusted, and you really shouldn't I mean, most machines should have good tension. It's usually if it's an older machine or you have monkeyed around with your tension a lot, that it gets kind of out of whack like that. And if you have to go and have anything, actually, this is just really good advice from me. If you have to have anything done on your embroidery machine, stitch out what is going, whatever happened. If you have bad tension, send it with the machine, because for some reason, machine techs speak a completely different language than us. So if I tell a machine tech, this is what's wrong with my machine, it's like we're not talking the same language. But if I go up and I say, I'm trying to quilt and this is what's happening on the back, please fix it, they know exactly how to handle that problem. And that's the best advice I can give you on machine servicing. Are there any questions so far? Okay, then I'll go and talk about batting. And I want to show you, I use two types of batting. Okay. What was the question again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
If the tension is good on your template, does that mean that it should stitch out okay on your quilt?
The question was if the tension is good on the template, will it stitch out good on the quilt? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so I want to talk about batting. So the batting I like to use on a big quilt is Quilter Stream Request batting. And I like it because it's a low loft batting. And you see how uniform that looks? It almost looks like a piece of fabric. And, I used to teach the beginning quilt class, and people would come in with batting where there would be a hole over here and it'd be a big clump over here and it'd be hardly any batting over here. It was very spotchy. You could see through it in parts. And, so whatever batting you use, you want to make sure that you have a uniformed look to your batting. And I like the Quilter's Request, again, because it's a low loft batting and it drapes really pretty. It's a very thin batting. It drapes very pretty. When I do smaller projects, I like to use the Dream Blend. And this has got the scrimp in it. It's 70% cotton, 30% polyester. It's got some scrimp in it. And it's just slightly thicker. I don't even know if you can see the difference between the two thicknesses. You can? Okay. And it's a little bit thicker, and it gives a little bit more puff to your quilting when you're doing small projects. So I like to use it for small projects. Now, when we made our custom quilting book that somebody like Diana got tonight, when we were making the custom quilting book, I wanted to have, I made this quilt and it had some geranium fabric, and it was a very bold print. And I didn't think anybody was going to see the quilting if I used that fabric. I love the fabric. So, is there a tail walking behind me? And so we have our dog here. We have a German Shepherd. We have her down here so she doesn't bark. So anyway, I decided I'm going to use the Dream Blend so that my quilting has a little bit more oomph. Well, ladies, let me tell you, I could barely lift that quilt. The difference, it just amazes me. A quilt this size, how easy it is, and then you just add a little bit more weight to your batting, and this is a mid-loft, just a little bit more weight, and that quilt was very, very heavy. This is what it was big quilt too, so just bring that over here and show that. And it's even heavy to hold up. Can you see the back? So, okay. And so what happened with that quilt was when I first started that first column, the weight of the quilt was just giving me so much quilt drag that I had to, you know, every third design that I put on there, I had to rip out because the registration was getting off because of the quilt drag. So I had to break out my weightless quilter, and I want to talk to you about weightless quilter. So Mark, will you show a picture of a weightless quilter real quick? So this is what this device looks like, and I'll be honest, it's expensive. It costs more than the hoop. I think they're about $300, and but it's a really handy device when you have a quilt that has a lot of weight to it or a bigger quilt. And I want to show you, just talk a little bit about that because it is kind of a unique contraption. So this is part of the base, and the one thing I love about it is Eileen put these big huge screws in here. So when we first got it, Mark goes running for a screwdriver. I'm like, wait, look at the screw. I don't need a screwdriver. I can screw it in with my hand. And then the bottom part, let me just unscrew it, has these little holes in it, and the holes are where the poles will go in, and you have short poles and you have long poles. I think you can see here I've got short ones and long ones. And when I first got it, I thought, well, this is kind of flippy floppy, kind of very flexible. And, you know, I wasn't sure about it, but as I started using it, I got it because the poles go into these holes on the base. There's nothing to screw in. So that was what was getting me, because when you put, I've got the base down here. When you put the pole in the base, it's like all floppy. And I'm like, okay, is that going to stay in there? I'm not sure about that. And then you have this clamp that goes over the top part of the base, or the pole that holds your quilt up. And the reason why you want it that way is because once you start quilting, you realize that when the majority of the quilt is on this side, you need your big poles and the little clamp to hold the most of the quilt up in the air off the machine. When the quilt gets mostly on the other side of the machine, you want to switch the poles around. You want the large ones over there and the short ones where you're at to help hold the weight of the quilt. And you most certainly want it to sway with the embroidery arm of the machine, so it helps keep the quilt from dragging on the hoop in the embroidery machine. Now, if you had to get up and screw these and unscrew these poles and screw this down and unscrew this thing, you know, you would be like you know, it would not be a very enjoyable experience. But because they're not screwed in and they're just put into a slot, it makes it really easy to use. So I just wanted to mention that to you, you know, in case you're one of those ladies or gentlemen that like to do a quilt each month or 2 quilts each month, and you like them to be big. And now the largest one I have ever done is a large twin size, but I have people all over the world writing to me telling me that they've done queen and king size quilts before. I've seen one lady in Australia sent me a picture how she hung cords over her drapery in her dining room with little clamps to hold the quilt up. I've seen some crazy things, but you know, people are telling me that they do larger quilts. I personally can only attest to a large twin size because that's all I've done. Okay, so any questions?
So there was two related questions, although they don't know they're related.
Okay.
One is asking if there are classes, and the second is asking about the cute watermelon design on the back wall.
Okay, well, we had a question about classes and the cute watermelon on the back wall, so I'm going to leave that for a little bit later, because I'm going to talk to you. That's part of our edge to edge quilt class. So the next thing I want to do is I want to show you a video where I stitch out 4 designs with the Dime Monster Snap Hoop. And I wish there were a way I could see hands to see how many of you have had used a magnetic hoop. But I really wanted to show you the difference between the standard hoop and the magnetic hoop. And in this video, I'm going to stitch out 4 designs. I won't make you watch the whole design each time. I'll do kind of a cutaway. But I'm going to show you the first way with a template, the second way without a template, and then I'm going to show you how to join with the B column with the magnetic hoop without a template. And then I'm going to show you my favorite thing of all on the 4th stitch out. I have a way where I don't even lift the top of the hoop off. I do a slidey thing. So I want to show you that because that's really cool. So let's, if we can watch video 2, Jer. So lots of people ask me about magnetic hoops and edge-to-edge quilting. And in my opinion, that's the only way to go. It makes it so much faster and so much easier to quilt. So first of all, I've already hooped my template where I want it to be. And I actually trimmed my template down because for some strange reason, when I stitch out the template with my 8 by 12 inch hoop, it's just a little bit bigger than my magnetic hoop, which is also an 8 by 12. So I just cut an inch off of all 4 sides. As long as I keep everything straight on my template and I cut equal amounts off all 4 sides, I'm good. So if you need to trim yours down a ½ inch on each side or an inch on each side, don't ever hesitate not to do that. Second thing on the magnetic hoops, you want to put your rulers on. And Eileen has a little video that shows you how to do it. She has a little design that you can stitch out. And it's, it's real important to get those rulers on your hoop. So when you get your hoop, you get all that information. Please don't throw your rulers away, but put them on your hoop. And it's important that they're at the same spot. So if I have a 0 on this side, I should have a 0 in the same spot over on this side. Okay, so let's see. Now, when you use a magnetic hoop, the bottom part of the hoop always stays in the machine, and you're only moving the quilt and the top part of the hoop. And as long as I've got this template in hoop straight, I'm pretty much good to go. So it's real important to make sure. So like over here, I have a blue line, and I can just take a ruler and I can measure the distance from the blue line to the edge of the hoop just to make sure that I'm straight. And if I'm not straight, it's just real easy. I just tug the fabric a little bit in one direction or the other to get it straight. Okay, so I'm going to stitch this design out, and then I want to show you how easy it is to go from one design to another. So let me just get my start point in the right position. I'm going to move my template out of the way. Now I do know that I want this first design to start on this line that I drew. So I am going to just kind of scooch it over because it's not quite there. I'm just going to use that move button on this machine and just scooch it over. Okay, now I am ready to go. I'm going to turn the lights back on so it's a little bit easier for you to see. All right, so let's go ahead and stitch. Okay, now all I have to do is lift up my hoop, or my top portion of the hoop. And this one's not quite big enough to swing over my machine, so I'm just going to take it off all the way. And I'm going to slide back. Oh, let's see. I'm just going to see how far did this start. From the edge, it started about 4 inches. So I'm going to go down about 4 inches. Down Go back here. So I'm lining things up pretty much where I want it to be. I know this next design is going to start on that line, so I'm going to try and position the needle on top of that line, and then I'm just going to slide the top portion of the hoop over and make sure that everything is straight. Now I drew some extra, sorry about that. I've got a camera right here in front of me. So I have the edge of the fabric, which is on a 15 on this side and a 15 on that side, so that's good. I'm going to pull my backing fabric a little bit more. This line right here, oops, you can't see. This line on the side goes up to the 8.5 on the back, and I'm going to just lay a ruler on it to see if it's straight, and goes to the 8.5 up at the front, and it does. So that's how I know I'm in straight. I've also got a line way back here, and if I want to walk around to the other side of the machine, I can check that one too, and it is on a 12 on both sides. So I know my fabric is hooped straight at this point. Now on this machine, I have a projector and I have a camera and all that. But if you didn't have all that on your machine, every machine has a, check the 4 corners. So I'm going to go check the top upper corner. And I'm actually going to bring my needle down a bit. And you can see it's right on the line. So I'm going to actually move my design down a little bit. And I'm going to check. So I am going to actually move that down a bit. So I'm a good 1/4 inch from that line. Just put the ruler there so I can kind of see. Let's try it now. I may have gone too far. Back a little bit, and I might scooch over a bit. And that looks good to me. All right. So I'm a 1/4 inch from this line back here. I wanted to have a 1/4 inch. I wanted to have about a 1/2 inch between my 2 designs. Okay, now I'm going to just check the other side. It's looking good. I can come down and check the bottom of the design. Good. Nothing's stitching off the fabric. Because if it were going to stitch off the fabric, I would want to sew that down. That is a problem that you can encounter sometimes when that presser foot goes off the fabric. It's not a big deal, but when it comes back on, it can put the presser foot can get caught under the fabric. So if you ever think the needle is going to go off the edge, then just base that down with 1/8 of an inch from the edge, and you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, so I'm going to go right back up to the center, and I'm going to start that. Scoot over just a bit, and I'm going to start this design. By the way, this is a diamond pattern, and I believe it's an expansion 8, and my thread is a little shreddy, so I'm going to just, it got caught there, didn't quite cut it right. Alrighty. And I would only use blue thread on yellow fabric for you guys so that you could see it. If this were something I were making for me, I would probably blend my thread a little bit better. But I want you to be able to see what we're doing. Okay, so now I'm going to just go to my machine, and I'm going to bring in my bee design. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and move my needle over. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, now here's the bottom portion of the hoop. You can see it's here, right here. Okay, so I'm just going to bring my fabric up, and this time I'm just going to put the needle over my end point from the prior design. And I drew some extra lines on this yellow fabric, but if you had a real quilt, you would have all these seams to help you keep straight. But when you're doing a whole cloth, you don't really have anything to help you keep things straight. So you gotta kind of rely on some lines. So this is on a 5 here, and let's see where it goes in the back. To the 5. Maybe almost at the 5. 5 up here, 5 back there. I'm pretty happy with that. And you know, that's one of the things, our designs, we design them to be a little bit forgiving. You don't have to baste everything. You don't have to make all these marks. You don't have to, you know, constantly check things. Although if you were a first time doing edge to edge, I would definitely put your template down for that first column. For the second column, I don't think you really need to. Okay, so once you make sure everything is straight in your hoop. If you decide you were doing a whole cloth or something and wanted some more lines, you know, there's nothing saying you can't have a line every 3-4 inches. You just have to be able to wipe them all away with some water when you are done so you don't see them. By the way, what I do when I want to remove my water-soluble marks is I just take a paintbrush and paint them with water, and that works really well for me. Let's see. Bingo. There we go. I'm good with that. I'm going to lower the presser foot, and this is my bee design stitching out now. And I just want to show you, you can see now that the two designs are connected. Okay, here's the next part I want to show you. My mother is almost 90 years old, and this is how I taught her how to slide the magnetic hoop to the next part. Okay, we just lift up the top, we slide it down, and I've got the ruler right here on the 5 where I want it to be, and I'm going to put it about an inch, inch and a half away from the next spot where I want to stitch it. And the hoop stays in position because it's on a magnet. Then I'm going to take my fabric right here, and I'm going to pull my fabric to the back, just pulling the fabric till that hoop, you can feel it when it snaps in place. And that's something else I want to tell you too about magnetic hoops. Your machine only reads the bottom portion. So you need to, before you stitch anything, you need to make sure that the top is seated correctly on the hoop. And I usually do that just out of habit. I forget that I'm doing it, but I need to tell you guys that because, you know, if this is like crooked, really crooked or over, you know, this could hit the side of the hoop. So just make sure it's, you know, on there properly, and you won't have any problems. Okay, so I've got the 5 back there. I've got 4.5 here. I guess I need to scooch over. See how easy that is just to pull and get it where you need it to be. And I'm just going to go back here and check this line. And 13 here, 13 here. I'm good to go. Okay, now all I have to do is move my needle so it's touching my end point. And I'm pretty close, but not quite there. Let's see how that looks. Up Bingo, there we go. I could probably go maybe back just one. Let's see. I might bring the bobbin up here. Yeah. Maybe I won't bring the bobbin up. There we go. And here we go. 4 designs, and it didn't really take me that long to do that. So this is why I love using the magnetic hoop. I can just sit here at my machine and I can just quilt one design after another, after another, after another. I'm always amazed, like when we do a small type, like, you know, I would call baby quilt or maybe a lap quilt. I'm always amazed at how much quicker it goes than what I have in my mind. Because I don't have to get up. I don't have to go over to a table. I don't have to find a flat surface. I don't have to put any sticky tape on the back of my hoop. I just sit here and I just move the top portion of the hoop, move the cloth around, rehoop and stitch away, and it's just wonderful. But I hope you enjoyed that. Am I unmuted? So every time I sit behind that magnetic hoop, I just thank Eileen for coming up with that. It just makes it so much easier. I did have somebody on, Mark was telling me that a couple people were saying how easy I make it look. We had a story where a store owner had bought our book at market and really was interested in what I had to say, what we had, and she bought it. And then about 6 months later, she called us up and she goes, well, goodness, if I had known it was that easy to do, I would have picked that up right when I got home, right when I got back to my shop and started stitching things out and selling that book. But I let it sit there because I was thinking it can't be that easy. It's that easy. It is that easy. Any questions?
Yes. Someone wanted you to double check to explain the half-inch statement again. You know, it's the difference between the height and the connections.
Okay, so as you saw when I was stitching out the 2 designs in column A in the first column, I wanted to make sure that I had a line drawn there. That was my horizontal line. So I had one design above it and one design below it. And I wanted to make sure that I had a half-inch between those 2 designs. So I made sure that the first one was a 1/4 inch. The bottom of the design was a 1/4 inch above the design, and the end of the stitching was going to be on the next design would be a 1/4 inch below. So I would have that half-inch in between the designs. So those would be, so when you stitch down a column, and let's say I'm doing a quilt, let's say I'm going to have 8 designs in my first column. I'm going to stitch the first design out, and then I'm going to use my template to fold back. I usually use my template. I fold it back to where I see the stitching at the top of the template, and then I measure down about a half-inch, and that's where I place my next template. Underneath, I kind of, eyeball. I usually have a seam. There's usually a seam there somewhere, on the left and right, so you can keep that first column straight. And when you fold it back, you just make sure that there's between the top design, the end of the stitching, and the beginning of the stitching at the next design, you have a half-inch between them. And you do that all the way down. Then when you come back with your B design, you're going to just connect it to that. You don't have to think about half-inch anymore. That just all goes out the window. All you are concerned about is having the start point and the end point kissing.
What do you do if you run out of quilt or backing at the edge?
Okay, so designs will stitch off on a quilt. Designs will stitch off the edge of the quilt. They'll stitch off at the bottom, and they will stitch off the side. And if they don't, call me. We're going to have champagne together, because I've never had that happen where it's mathematically, perfect. So that last column that you're stitching out, that design will go off the edge of the quilt. And what the easiest thing to do is just at that point, just go ahead and stitch that quilting to the batting and backing. About, top stitch it like go at 1/8 of an inch away from the edge of the quilt and just stitch it down so it can't flip over, because if it flips over, it can rip your the presser foot can get caught underneath and rip your fabric. So that prevents it from ripping your fabric. And then what happens is the design will just go ahead and stitch off onto the batting and backing. That's all, that you have that's extra. If you don't have enough batting and backing to put something in the hoop, then you just baste a little piece of, something you don't like or some extra fabric, just baste it to the edge just so you have something in the hoop. We don't hoop air. Next question is, he's reading. He's reading slowly.
Easy.
Ooh.
Please repeat how much extra batting to have on the quilt.
Oh, that's a good question. Extra batting to have, how much extra batting do you need on a quilt? You need at least 1 inch extra all the way around, because batting shrinks in. And an extra inch all the way around should be enough. But if you can put, if the package of batting has a little bit more on that would be okay too. I mean, if you have 4 inches of extra batting, that's great too, especially if the design is stitching off onto batting. Yeah.
Sally noticed that you did not always bring up the bobbin thread at the beginning of a stitch out.
Okay, so Sally noticed I did not always bring up the bobbin on a stitch out. Well, one of the reasons why I wasn't always doing that was that these are just samples. You don't always have to do that. In fact, if I'm doing a project that's going to be fully lined like this when I'm done, why should I bring up the bobbin? I don't care what the back looks like, because I'm not going to see it. And was that the question?
Well, that is the question, but you raised an important point. Bringing up the bobbin helps the back look good. You hadn't actually mentioned
Oh, okay. So Mark clarified that. So when you bring up the bobbin, that will make the back look really pretty. On some embroidery machines, one of the things they're doing now is how if you've been doing embroidery for a long time, you used to have to hold the tail and it would stitch and then it would cut it and then you pull the tail away. Well, now what they're doing is you go over to the thread cutter on the side and you just kind of cut your thread, and then you start your machine, and the machine very thoughtfully takes all that little tail of thread and brings it to the back, to the underside, and incorporates it into a big, huge, ugly knot, which is fine for embroidery, because on embroidery, you don't really see the back of what you're doing. And for machine embroidery, I know hand embroidery, everybody has to see the back, but on machine embroidery, nobody really cares what the back looks like. But in quilting, we do want the back to look pretty. So if you want to bring the bobbin up, you need to turn off the jump trim stitch, turn that off, and then you can just bring up your bobbin. And the trick is, you notice when I bring it up, I hold it tight first, and then I relax my hand. The trick is you don't want the thread to be, you don't want to hold the thread, the top and the bobbin thread so tight that what you do is you actually untie the knot as you're stitching. So you have to kind of pull it to the side and then just kind of relax your hand so that the machine can make its little tiny knot. It can't pull all that thread back to the back because you're holding it, and then let it stitch a little bit and then trim the extra bobbin and top thread off.
We have one last question about the 1/2 inch between
Okay.
designs. And the question is, shouldn't the designs connect top to bottom also?
Okay, so the question is, should the designs connect top to bottom also? No, and this is kind of funny because Mark and I had a big long discussion about this one time, and I took out all my professionally long arm quilts, and no, they don't connect. They look like they connect, but they don't. A long armor, they go from left to right, and they make a row, They finish off the row and then they start a new row. They don't connect anything top to bottom. It may look like it because some of these long arm quilters, they can do a 24-inch design across. So you're looking at 24 inches, you're thinking, wow, everything's connected. But no, when you get to the second 24 inches, it's not connected to the top 24 inches.
Last question for right now. Do we have other YouTube videos?
Oh yeah, I have a huge YouTube. If you go to just type in Amelie Scott on YouTube, and I have probably about 50 videos. We've got 17,000 viewers or subscribers, and I've had 1.4 million views. So we have, anytime we put out a pattern, if we get to a part where I think, we're putting a zipper in this might be a little challenging for somebody. Let me do a video on that part of the thing. And so when you're reading our pattern, it'll say, if you need more help, there's a video out there. Or if you've never bound a quilt before, I've got a video on that you might want to watch. So we lead you there through all our patterns. All right, so now I want to talk about the fun, the really neat stuff. We have a virtual class that we're doing with Mole Queen, Fabric and Sewing, or Sewing and Fabric. And in our class, it's going to be June 4th and 5th. It's a Friday and a Saturday. The Friday is a half day. It's from 9 to 1 your time, not our time. And then on Saturday, it will be 9 to 4. And what you'll be getting is a book, a little booklet like this, and it'll have all your instructions for following along with the video. So if you want to take notes or you didn't quite get a diagram, there's all kinds of colored diagrams in there. You'll be getting that with your class, but in the back, you'll also get a download code, and that will give you all the designs for the class, plus a bunch of bonus designs like towel designs and napkin designs and coaster designs that all go with your set of the project that we're going to make. And the value of that's like $75. And then, so what we're going to be focusing on is I'm going to walk you through step by step, design by design, on how to do edge-to-edge quilting. We'll do the first A design. I'll show you, and then you'll do it. We'll do the second A design. I'll show you, then you do it, and so on. The first day, what we're going to be doing is marking up the fabric. We're going to applique some cute little fruit designs. So that's where that watermelon, grape, pear, and pineapple come into play. And we'll be stitching those out in a specific area on this whole cloth. And then we're going to end that day sandwiching this whole cloth together so that you're ready for quilting the next day. The next day, we're going to spend all day long quilting. And at the very end of our quilting project, we're going to cut it apart. Doesn't that sound scary? Like, ah! But we're going to cut it apart, and you're going to have 4 placemats that you can use. So you get something, it's a technique class, but you get to have something for all your hard work and efforts. And I do want you to, in case you're thinking, holy cow, it takes 7 hours to quilt 4 placemats. No, it takes me about an hour and 15 minutes to do that. But because you're learning, because it's a new technique, we go a little bit slower for you, for your sake. And then we also have we offer this class with 2 designs, 2 sizes. So the first size will fit, the first size needs about a 5 by 8 inch hoop. And the larger files would take a 6.5 by 11 or 12 inch hoop. And then Mole Queen has all the details on the exact sizes on that. We're going to be using the platform will be Zoom. And what we'll do is, I introduced my husband earlier. Well, what he's going to do is the night before the class begins, Mole Queen will send you an email early in the week, and there'll be some links. All you have to do is click on the link for the tech check, And that's going to bring you into Mark's Zoom class, and he's going to show you how to use Zoom the night before and make sure everybody, knows how to log in. If you have any problems, we're there to help you, or he's there to help you. And he's a lot of fun, kind of silly guy, but he's a lot of fun to take a class with. And then the next day, then you'll get 2 more links. One will be for the first day, one will be for the second day. And then the fourth email, the last email you'll be getting from Mole Queen is after we have finished the class, they will send you a link of a recorded session. So even if you can't make the class, if you can't make that, June 4th and 5th, you're out of town, or you have something else that you have planned on your calendar, you can still take the class and watch it later, because it will be the recording will be out there and available for up to 30 days. So, yeah.
There was one question: if somebody cannot be available for the beginning of the Friday class, can they make that up and see it Saturday? So we could probably arrange to get the Friday video out on Friday.
Yeah, we could. Okay, so the question was, if they can't make it on the first half day, could they make up what they do in the first class in the second day? You probably want to do it in the evening before the class began, because there is a lot of the setup. We're doing all the setup. Or you could just, we can get that video available to you Friday after the class, and you can watch that part and then just watch the second part and get caught up that way.
Next question: the person is actually in Pennsylvania, so was wondering what time the class begins for us.
Oh, late. No, it begins at noon for us, so they're 3 hours ahead of it, or earlier. Yeah, so we'll be starting in Eastern time. We'll be starting on 12 the first day and go until 12 to 4, and then I'm having to do math late at night here. And then on Saturday we're going to go from 12 to 8 p.m. over Eastern time. We're going late, so you guys in Arizona don't have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
There's a question: why aren't the small designs 5x7 instead of 5x8?
It's just the way. I'm sorry. It's just the way it worked out. It was just it's a resizing thing, and
the width would get real small.
Yeah, they get real. The 5x7, they get really. They can't really be 5x7, because if you have a 5x7 hoop, you really only have a 4.5. You have less than a 5. You have like about 4.5 by 7.5 stitch field, and they get really tiny at that point.
The last question is the 2 last questions. One: some Zoom classes can be downloaded so you can keep it forever. We haven't really considered that. We'll look into it.
Okay, as far as the downloading the class forever, Mark's saying we haven't really looked into that. We'll consider it.
But hopefully they've learned enough that they will.
Yeah, but hopefully with hands-on class, you will have learned enough. Learn just by the hands-on class. And I do want to tell you that if you are I think Mole Queen is going to be kitting the class. Darren, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if for some reason you don't want to buy their kit, please make sure you have simple fabric that almost reads like a solid, because if you get your fabric too wild and crazy and your thread too blendy, you're going to have a hard time following along in class. Remember, it's a technique. I want you to be able to see those connection points. And if you were thinking about picking up a Snap Monster hoop, boy, today might be really good to do that before this class, because you're going to really enjoy using it in class. And I will be showing you the standard hoop, of course. We'll do a column with that, but then we're going to move into a snap hoop, and I'll be showing you that as well. And it's just so much easier. It'll be more enjoyable for you. Just remember to put the stickers on the hoop and don't throw them away. And also, one other thing that's really useful for this quilt, for this class, is a 16.5-inch square. Now in the class, I'm using the 18.5-inch square, but oh my gosh, I picked up a 16.5 inch square like a couple weeks ago, and I don't know why I didn't do it like, 20 years ago, because particularly for this project, it makes marking the fabric go really quick, and it makes cutting it apart really easy. So those are just a couple things to keep in mind. And I think they have free shipping tonight.
Yeah.
Last question,
Oh.
is the class for a specific machine, and is a magnetic hoop required?
Okay, good question. The question is it the class for a specific machine? No, as long as your machine can embroider and you have the correct stitch file, you should be good. I have FOF machines, baby lock machines. I've used this technique can be used on pretty much any machine. And as far as what was the other?
Mainly the hoop size.
Yes, it's all about the hoop size. Size matters in embroidery.
Those are
And
the
no,
stickers.
the magnetic hoop is not required. It will just be highly desired after this class.
Yeah, the magnetic hoops, if you do put the stickers on, make sure you make sure the center mark is on, because you don't get the stickers on it.
You
Are
know
those the stickers you're talking about?
You know how I do it? A real easy way how I do it is I just trace some paper and trace the inside of the hoop, and then I fold the paper into 4 sections, and then where the 4 sections of the folded paper are, that's where I put my 0, and I just spread it
Right
out.
up.
I found that to be
Awesome.
the easiest way, because you would think you could do it on the grid, but the numbers, you would get into heavy duty fractions.
Yep. So we do, this is the biggest one that we have, the 10.5 by 16 for the Brother Lumineer or the Baby Lock Solaris. We're going to put them all on our website. We're not allowed to put a sale price on our website. We got in trouble for that. So we're offering us an exclusive coupon that's good only this weekend. We have it on the screen there. So if you are going to buy a hoop, you can shop this weekend using that code at checkout, DIME10, and you'll get 10% off of the sale price, because there is a sale price on right now. Just know that you do get, if you use that code at checkout, that you will get a 10% additional discount off of it. Well, thank you. I know that I think you are now the official winner of the most questions. Yesterday it was Handy Quilter. They got a lot of questions. But that I like questions, because that just shows how interested people are. And I knew that
I like them too.
Yep. Our customers are definitely into edge-to-edge quilting. And here we put
That's
back the
awesome.
questions just to see if there's any. We don't get this opportunity very often, so if you have any last-minute questions.
Mark was saying that there are a couple questions about stickers on the hoop.
Oh, yes.
Can you get replacement stickers if you accidentally threw them away?
Yes, you can get replacement stickers. Just write to Dime or contact Dime, and they will send you some. Do you know how much it's like a couple bucks, you know?
Yeah, it's really cheap.
Yeah, it's really
Tracy,
cheap. They'll send you some more stickers.
Yeah, get a hold of me if you want, Tracy, and I can get those as well. Is there a trick to getting the stickers to stay on? Mine do not stick. That's interesting.
I've never had. I have quite a few of them.
You pull the back off so it removes the sticky back, right?
Yeah.
Will Dime hoops work on Berninas? They will. I think there's a couple of hoops that are available.
Yes, and at my request, Eileen came up with a maxi size for the 700 series. I explained to her that the 700 series, the jumbo, you know, she said, well, they have the jumbo. Why do they need a different size? I said, because on the 700 series, the edge of the hoop gets cut off, so we need the maxi size for the 700, because with my technique, it's cut off and it makes it very difficult to connect. She goes, oh, so they have just now recently come out with the maxi hoops.
A couple of people asked, will magnetic hoop work with specific machines? Contact Darren and he can help.
Yeah, Darren can help you get the right magnetic hoop for your machine. They do, you know, the mechanism, they put the same mechanism that's on your machine. So the baby lock slides, the Bernina snaps on. So there is a different mechanism for the different machines, and Darren can get you the right hoop for your machine. And get the largest one you can buy for your
Somebody's saying they
machine.
lost us on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, we have most of the magnetic hoops on our website. They are having a hard time keeping some in stock. So we put our stock to actual quantity that we have. Some items we put unlimited because we know we can just reorder right after the show. But on magnetic hoops, we kind of put them in a as how many we have, because we don't want you to order them if something is going to be back ordered for a while. So please, that email that's on the screen, if you're trying to get a hoop but it shows that we're out of stock on it, please email Jer, and we'll make sure that we get you on the list to get the hoop, especially before the hands-on class, or not the hands-on, but the virtual class coming up in June. Yeah, it is. Like some of our virtual classes, the teacher just kind of explaining stuff, where this one, the people at home will actually be doing the project with you, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
used to be a 5th grade teacher, so.
Oh yeah. Hey, somebody was asking, do you recommend the largest hoop when you're doing this? Like in the magnetic hoops, would you basically, if whatever the biggest is that what you recommend?
Absolutely. I would start with the biggest hoop you can get for your machine. Later on, you'll probably want a smaller one too, but start with the biggest one because the biggest one gives you more options than a smaller one.
So, Jack,
like
if you go ahead.
Yeah, we have a lot of different brands of machines, so we have them like large, small, medium for all our machines. It's pretty pricey.
Jack Sudbury, just email Jer at Mulqueen, or you can email me. I'm Darren at Mulqueen, and we can let you know what hoop that you need. We have hoops for the multi-needle as well. Mainly it's Viking, Bernina, Pfaff, the Brother and Baby Lock 10 needle, 6 needle, and the Baby Lock and Brother series of the slide-in hoops. That you lift the arm up, slide your hoop on, and then lower that arm down.
Yeah.
You know, this has been wonderful. I appreciate you guys staying up so late to do this with
no
our.
problem. We did have one question. What book do they have to purchase? This is a workbook, and that's what they would need to purchase from you, right?
Yeah, when they sign up, that's automatically they're going to get that book. Is that okay? That's how I'm understanding it to be. Yep.
Yeah, and then
so you sign up for the class. Oh, go ahead.
Correct.
Yep, we're going to show here in a second how to sign up, how easy it is. Jared just shut that computer down, so he's going to open that back up because we want to guide everybody through how easy it is to find the 14 expansion packs and the original book, so that everybody can have their own. The expansion packs look like this. This is expansion pack number 1, and there are 14 of those, right?
Soon to be 15, yes.
Oh, nice. So
15 is penguins.
Oh yeah, how cool. Judy's asking if you can do this on a multi-needle, and you sure can, as long as you have a hoop big enough, which I would imagine they all do.
Well,
magnetic
you need
hoop.
to make sure, probably this project, but you need to make sure you have clearance in the back because, you know, if you're stitching in columns, eventually that quilt is going to be like my 16. I have a 16 needle, and I could not do this technique with it because I have no room in the back. So you just have to make sure you have enough room for the quilt to roll it back. And I believe some of them do and some of them don't. So it just depends on what kind of 16 or what kind of multi-needle machine you have.
And Cindy's asking how much the class is. We'll show you here real quick on the class. And did you already do the last secret word? We did the last scramble. the secret word, I think, was shown. So I think we're all out of games for today. But it's been a fun 2 days.
It's probably dinner time for you guys, right?
It is, yeah, but that's okay. It's 5:51. They're gonna cut us off. We got cut off yesterday on Facebook because we went live too long. We're going to be cut off here. I guess we didn't know you have a time limit when you're going live.
Wow. Okay.
On
Well,
Facebook.
thank you so much for having me on. It was a real pleasure to get to share my product with your audience and your customers.
Thank you. We appreciate it, and we can't wait for this live class. Thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm
We'll
excited.
be filling that up because this is something that's on a lot of people's mind, and to be able to be taught by the creator of it, it's amazing. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks again.
So I hope you have a wonderful night, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Thank you all. I'm sorry to cut it short, but we're going to be kicked off here in a few moments. And we just wanted to make sure that we showed you how to sign up for the class, where to find these magnetic hoops, and lastly, where to find the Amelie Scott designs. Amelie. Jared corrected me.
All right. So if you go to molequeen.com, across the top here, you have the Handy Quilter class, but right below that is the Amelie Scott class. So you'll go ahead and click on that guy there. When you get to this page here, it's going to be the very first top selection. Go ahead and click that. Select your selection based off. I believe you pick.
No, it's
pick both days. It's one class.
It's one class. You get both days.
Yeah. So the price for the class is $90. So go ahead and click on that.
You get $75 worth of exclusive embroidery designs and that book that you only can get during the class. And it is with the creator of the program. So why would you not want to do that?
I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't.
So hopefully you guys sign up. It is limited.
You'll see me too.
Yeah, Jared's going to maybe take that class. That would be good. And what else, Jared? Oh, how do you get to the Amelie Scott designs to Amelie? Jared closed it off again. So basically, homepage, scroll down past those two classes and go down. If you don't mind supporting all of those companies or some of them, this weekend, the specials are going on for this weekend. Some will go off on Monday and some will be extended. The secret word, what was the last secret word? It might have been edge. I'm not sure if it was or not.
I don't have it pulled up at all.
I know, but it was edge. It might have been. For those of you who missed that, go to our homepage and put your words in for the chance to win a $150 Mold Queen fabric shopping spree. And please email ger@moldqueen.com for any 10 needle question or any of those brother multi needles, any hoop questions that you have on which hoop you need for your machine, or if we are sold out of one, make sure you use that code DIME10 to save an additional 10% off of the dime hoops. If you buy any creative grids, the rulers that we showed yesterday, those are priced at the lowest price we're allowed to sell them at, but just know we're going to send a free gift with all of those purchases. And thank you for watching. We've been going for 8 hours today, and yesterday was about 10 hours.
Yeah, about 10 hours.
So we're going to go home and go to sleep, and then we're going to wake up tomorrow for a brand new day. No, well, thank you all. Jer, anything that you have to say?
Make sure you sign up for that Handy Quilter class.
Oh, yeah, that's Jer's baby.
So, but it's been fun. So we'll see you guys next month. Don't forget, it's a week after it should be because of me and my Handy Quilter class.
Yep, Rainey, if you're looking for the material list for the edge-to-edge class, it will be emailed to you once you sign up for it. Any class you sign up for, we will email you. Thank you guys so much for your support of our family. And if you have any questions, email Jer@molequeen.com. Until next
guys later.
time, we got to